सारी जनता के आकांक्षाओं का प्रतिबिंब है। महाराष्ट्र एक प्रकार से कई युगों से हर क्षेत्र में देश का नेतृत्व कर रहा है और एक कानून के मसौदे पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपनी एक आंतरिक कमेटी भी बनाएगी और महायुति की सरकार बनने के बाद सरकार भी एक कमेटी बनाकर सभी स्टेक होल्डर से चर्चा कर पर कठोर से कठोर कानून जिसके कारण धर्मांतरण शून्य हो जाए, इस प्रकार का कानून लेकर हम आएंगे।
महाराष्ट्र में लड़ाई एक तरफ भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने एक महायुक्ति जो महिलाओं को लाडकी बहना योजना के तहत उनके खाते में 2100 रुपए देने का वादा कर रही है, दूसरी तरफ महाविनाश अघाड़ी जो महिलाओं को रिजेक्टेड माल, इंपोर्टेड माल और बकरी जैसे शब्दों का प्रयोग कर रही है, जो लाडकी बहना योजना से नफरत करती है। महाराष्ट्र की महिलाएं महायुक्ति को चुनने जा रही है क्योंकि वो महिलाओं के विकास में विश्वास रखती है। महाराष्ट्र के किसान महायुक्ति को चुनने जा रहे हैं क्योंकि किसान का ऋण सिर्फ महायुक्ति माफ कर सकती है।
अब समाज में जितने भी बाधाएं है, सबको उन बाधाओं को निकाल के फेयर अपॉर्चुनिटी देना और उनको उनके स्तर पर यानी जातीय जनगणना करने का हमने फैसला लिया है और जो 50% सीलिंग है उसको भी हम हटाएंगे, जैसा कि तमिलनाडु में 50% सीलिंग हटाया है।
We have with us senior Congress leader Mr. Pawan Khera. Sir, if I would ask you to summarize this entire document, which is called Maharashtra Nama here by the Mahavikas Aghadi, how would you summarize it very
This elaborates the Panch Sutri, the 5 guarantees that we came up with last week. So this is the 5 guarantees and much more than the 5 guarantees. Not just the elaboration of those 5 guarantees, but much more very micro level different groups that it covers.
Sir, we saw in this document there are very important pointers as far as certain ideas are concerned. For example, there's a mention of how the LGBTQI plus community needs to be included in the mainstream. Also, it's one of the first times that we are talking about happy cities rather than bigger cities. So, do you think this is a good step forward when it comes to governance as a whole?
India is now looking at manifestos from political parties which break the mold. We need to address the aspirations of different groups, segregate those groups and address their aspirations. I think Congress party can be very proud of the fact that it has brought the focus back on manifestos. Whether it's the Lok Sabha election which just concluded or even before that during Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh in 2018, that was when manifestos started acquiring a lot of importance that the manifestos had lost during the last few decades.
All right, my colleague Anuj Raithe joins us to get us more from Mumbai there. Anuj, there is a lot of similarities as far as the promises are being made by both the alliance, and this is what you also have been mentioning for a long time now.
Well, yes. I mean, there are similarities, and it is on expected lines, but it is about the focus points which differ, and these are the important points, right? When you look at the manifesto, by the Bharatiya Janata Party, one can see that the focus is very strong on urban development, right? There's a mention of Maharashtra becoming 1 trillion economy by 2029. There's a focus on Maharashtra becoming the AI hub in the coming years, and how the employment generation which they are planning will mostly be from areas such as AI, robotics, space, etc. Whereas on the other side, you see a more diversified development, which has been planned or put in place, at least as in the form of the Maharashtra Nama document here by Mahavikas Aghadi. Right, their primary focus there seems to be women's safety. They've talked about how they'll be bringing about committees to look into the matters of as far as the safety of the children is concerned. They also talked about how there will be a committee or there will be, a special team formed to promote, business here in Maharashtra. And business becomes a very important point because one of the criticisms that the Mahayuti government received was the fact that a lot of businesses from the state were taken away from here, and especially to Gujarat region, and that also resulted inadvertently in loss of jobs for a lot of youth. So it's a multi-dimensional thing, as we can see. And to counter that, we are seeing that there is an attempt being made by the Mahavikas Aghadi alliance when it comes to creating jobs primarily in the government sector. While on one hand we have the Mahayuti alliance promising for jobs using AI, using robotics, Mahavikas Aghadi is primarily focusing on government sector. They talked about how there have been several vacancies, lakhs and lakhs of vacancies in government sector for last several years, especially since last 2.5 years, and that is what they'll be primarily targeting, besides many other things.
All right, Anuj Raite, thank you very much for getting us the latest from Maharashtra there.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future. It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con. Only on NDTV 24/7. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedanta Gurwal. Coming up on the show, well, the Maharashtra political battle heating up with both the MVA and the BJP releasing their poll manifestos. Women, farmers and the youth are front and center as far as these manifestos are concerned. We'll get you all the latest on that. First up, the headlines. Prime Minister Modi launches a scathing attack on the JMM Congress alliance in Jharkhand. This, as the Prime Minister says, the Congress cannot tolerate tribal castes in high positions. This, as Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge hits back. He says Modi's BJP is against Ambedkar. The Mahayuti's Sankalp Patra versus the MVA Maharashtra Nama. The MVA vows caste census in its poll manifesto. Meanwhile, the BJP promises a farm loan waiver. Women, youth and farmers at the heart of the Maharashtra poll manifestos. Union Minister Milind Gadkari speaks to NDTV amid the Maharashtra poll heat. He says, I won't let anyone change the constitution, as he hits out at the Congress, saying that it was a grand old party that changed the constitution during the emergency. Former Punjab Finance Minister Manpreet Badal on NDTV. He says the Prime Minister and Home Minister are transformative leaders. This, as he says, Punjab has always been a top priority for the BJP brass. 3 back-to-back terror encounters in Jammu and Kashmir in just 24 hours. 4 terrorists who reportedly killed the soldiers in Kishtwar have been cornered. Remember, a soldier and an officer have also been injured in the Kishtwar encounter. Our lead story this evening, well, the Jharkhand poll battle is heating up with the race for the tribal vote in focus. Of course, remember, the tribal vote can really make or break the Jharkhand elections. And the Prime Minister has been having whirlwind few days of campaigns in Jharkhand. In fact, today he launched a scathing attack at the Congress and the JMM alliance. The Prime Minister said that, well, the Congress cannot tolerate tribal people and people from the backward castes in high positions. He said that the Congress has insulted President Draupadi Murmu multiple times over. He also said that the Congress-JMM alliance could not tolerate Champai Soren, another tall tribal leader, as the Chief Minister of Jharkhand. Take a look.
द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी के साथ कैसा व्यवहार रहा है। कांग्रेस ने आदिवासी बेटी को राष्ट्रपति चुनाव में हराने के लिए पूरा दम लगा दिया। आज भी कांग्रेस के लोग माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी का अपमान करने से बाज नहीं आते। सच्चाई यही है कि कांग्रेस और उसके साथी आदिवासी संतानों को ऊंचाई पर देख ही नहीं सकते।
All right, so Prime Minister Modi there launching a scathing attack at the Congress party. Remember, top BJP leaders have been reiterating this charge that the Congress party is against tribals. As I said, the tribal vote can make or break Jharkhand, and we have seen in states like Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, the tribals have sort of started to shift, many would say, from the Congress to the BJP, which has expanded from a Brahman Baniya party to perhaps, as many would say, a party of backward caste as well. Let me go across to Mr. Anupam of the Congress party joining us on the phone line. Your quick response, sir, to what the Prime Minister said, that the Congress cannot tolerate tribal people in high positions. The BJP really picking on that one remark that was made by Congress leader on President Draupadi Murmu, and then again Mr. Champai Soren, who was unseated as the Chief Minister as well.
So, Vedanta, everyone knows there is no limit to Mr. Modi's hypocrisy. And this statement coming from him is actually, it is hilarious, to say the least. After time and again insulting the President of India, Modi ji even has the audacity to make such a statement. So, Mr. Prime Minister, it is you who did not invite the Honorable President to the inauguration ceremony of the new Parliament building. Everyone in the country has seen it happening. It is you who did not invite the Honorable President to the Pran Pratishtha ceremony of Ram Mandir. Everyone from almost all sectors were invited, but the President was not invited. Only because she is a tribal? And it is you, Mr. Modi, who did not, who kept sitting while the Honorable President was standing beside you at Advaniji's residence. We all saw that image, that visual. The fact is, Modi ji and the BJP have never respected the tribal president. For them, her tribal identity is only a means for doing politics.
Right.
Nothing more than that.
So the Congress party essentially are reiterating what Rahul Gandhi also said, that for the BJP, the tribals are only a vote bank. So certainly that politics at play there, particularly in a state like Jharkhand, which is going to be an ultimate test of who has the tribals' trust. But moving now to the other big headline from poll-bound Maharashtra. Well, it's Manifesto versus Manifesto. This is both the BJP and the MVA released their poll manifestos, and there are striking similarities in both of them. Of course, women, youth and the farmers are front and center as far as these manifestos are concerned. The Mahayuti's flagship scheme, the Ladki Behan Yojana, of course, was mentioned in the BJP's manifesto as well. For the MVA as well, multiple poll doles for women, and the MVA also promising caste census that has been a key political plank of the Congress and various allies of the party. And now a big exclusive from Maharashtra. Well, amid the poll heat, Union Minister Milind Gadkari, who of course is one of the tallest political leaders in Maharashtra, spoke exclusively to NDTV, and he says that, well, we will not let anyone change the constitution, with constitution really becoming a major political issue in Maharashtra. Take a look.
सर, क्योंकि आपने कहा ये बहुत ही कॉम्प्लेक्स है, तो ये माना जाए कि इस बार चुनाव 288 बैटल्स हैं, लोकलाइज्ड इलेक्शन है, जो हर क्षेत्र में, मतलब हर कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में अपनी लड़ाई हो रही है. कोई ओवर आर्चिंग थीम नहीं है महाराष्ट्र का कि इस बार चेंज है या कंटिन्यूटी है.
देखिए, पहली बात तो ऐसे कि भारत सरकार में जो कुछ काम हुआ उसका एक परिणाम है. मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में 10 साल में हमारी सरकार ने महाराष्ट्र में जो अच्छा काम किया वो लोगों के सामने है. दूसरी बात ये भी है कि महाराष्ट्र सरकार में शिंदे जी के नेतृत्व में, फडणवीस जी के नेतृत्व में, अजित पवार के नेतृत्व में हमारी सरकार ने जो काम किया वो भी लोगों के सामने है. तो स्वाभाविक रूप से किया हुआ काम, परफॉर्मेंस, ये तो सब्जेक्ट है ही. फिर हर उम्मीदवार, उस उम्मीदवार का उस मतदार क्षेत्र में स्थान क्या है, उसका कितना फॉलोइंग, कितना पब्लिक सपोर्ट है, ये भी महत्वपूर्ण है. 2-3 बातें महाराष्ट्र में हुई है कि पिछली बार चुनाव में ये गलत प्रचार किया गया था कि हमारी पार्टी अगर चुनकर आएगी तो बाबा साहब का संविधान बदल देगी. बाद में ये झूठा प्रचार था. ना हम संविधान बदलने वाले हैं, ना बदलने का इरादा है, ना हम किसी को बदलने देंगे. और सुप्रीम कोर्ट में केशवानंद भारती केस में ऑलरेडी ये निर्णय आ गया. सुप्रीम कोर्ट के चीफ जस्टिस और 10 न्यायमूर्ति ने दिया है कि साइलेंट फीचर्स ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन कैन नॉट बी चेंज, जैसे लोकतंत्र, समाजवाद, धर्मनिरपेक्षता, फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच, फंडामेंटल राइट, बदल ही नहीं सकता. बाकी जो 2 पार्ट है उसमें कांग्रेस पार्टी ने इमरजेंसी में, जब इंदिरा जी चुनाव हार गई रायबरेली का, तो उस समय विशेष रूप से उन्होंने अपने खुद के स्वार्थ के लिए कांग्रेस पार्टी ने संविधान को तोड़ मरोड़ कर रख दिया. कांग्रेस पार्टी ने संविधान तोड़ा, बाद में जनता पार्टी ने आकर वो कलम रद्द की है. तो संविधान से छेड़छाड़ अगर किसी ने की तो कांग्रेस पार्टी ने की. पर यहाँ अपप्रचार किया गया कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी संविधान बदल देगी. जब कन्विंस नहीं किया जाता तो कंफ्यूज करने की कोशिश होती है. पर अब लोगों को मुद्दा साफ हुआ है, लोगों की गलतफहमियां भी दूर हुई है, और लोकसभा के चुनाव के विषय अलग थे. इस समय निश्चित रूप से हमें एज है और हमारी अलायंस जीतेगी.
Watch the full interview tonight at 9:30. Milind Gadkari on Constitution, also on Sharad Pawar and the Maharashtra caste arithmetic. And now a special report from Mumbai. Well, Milind Deora is certainly one of the star campaigners of the Mahayuti, and my colleague Radhika Ramaswamy caught up with Milind Deora over breakfast. This as he's all set to take on the Thackeray scion from what has been a Thackeray stronghold, Worli. Take a look.
Hello everyone, welcome to the special election edition on NDTV. I'm Radhika Ramaswamy. I'm joined by seasoned politician Milind Deora. In fact, this time we are not catching him on a busy campaign trail. Of course, he's just come from several meetings and campaigns, but now we are catching him up over cups of coffees and delicacies in a neighborhood restaurant in Worli. All right, Mr. Deora, thank you so much for joining us on NDTV. Do you really get time to have cups of coffees and nashta these days? How busy? I mean, I'm sure the schedule is busy, but do you have time to even breathe?
No, election schedules are very busy. This is my 5th election, and I've seen it from childhood. I've seen my late father, he fought. 7 parliament elections, assembly elections, corporation elections. From childhood, we've seen it. It's a hectic time, but it's a time when we also get to, you have to regulate yourself. And I've learned over the years, compared to when I was 27 years old in my first election, to now when I'm 47, I've learned how to, 20 years later, regulate myself much better, take care of myself much better. I meditate. I try to do at least once a day to declutter my mind of all the activity that's been happening the night before or during the day. I try to eat healthy as much as possible.
Yes.
And I just said healthy, and there you go. Thank you. And so these are things which I try to do, and generally, you get a good workout when you campaign as well. Stay hydrated. But it would be wrong for me to say I don't get time to have a cup of coffee. I wake up in the morning. I get about half an hour to read, to glance through the newspapers, glance through the news of the day, and of the morning rather, and have something to drink.
How has the campaign trail been, and how difficult has it been over the last several weeks? Take us through the challenges that you're facing while you're on the road. Of course, you're a seasoned politician. You've done it before. You've been MP multiple times. So, but how challenging has it been this time?
In a strange way, the heat is not so bad. It's not as bad as a summer election. My God. Thank you. Yes, thank you. The heat is better relative to a summer Lok Sabha election. Number one. Number two, the parliamentary elections, you typically get about 2 to 3 weeks to cover 6 assembly constituencies that make up a parliamentary seat. Here you have about 2 to 3 weeks to cover 1 assembly seat. So in that sense, it's easier, but it also means you're using your time to almost do door-to-door campaigning, going chawl to chawl, building to building, slum to slum, home to home. And that in some ways is more grueling also. Both have their own challenges.
As I said, you're a seasoned politician. You've been the youngest parliamentarian, and you've contested election multiple times, MP twice. What drove you to contest from Worli this time? Of course, you know South Bombay better than many other leaders. But what drove you to contest this time from Worli constituency, and what drove you to contest at all?
Firstly, it is a left field decision. Thank you. Chai, please. Thank you. Thank you. Half cup. Thank you. For me, like you said, I'm a South Mumbaikar. I've represented this area several times. I know this area. I'm born here. I live here. I work here. This is my Janma Bhumi and my Karma Bhumi. There's no doubt Aditya Thackeray is an important leader of the opposition. And he's been the MLA of this area for the last 5 years. So, in some ways, this is a political challenge. The party, the alliance felt we should mount a serious challenge. And there were many discussions that we had. We have a lot of good local workers here. And in Worli is a very different constituency in that it's A, very cosmopolitan. B, there is a strong emotion of Worlikar. There are a lot of people who consider themselves local Worlikars. You won't find that in Malabar Hill, where there's a local aspiration and they want local people. Worli, thank you, has had one of the longest serving MLAs in Maharashtra, Dattaji Nalavade, who was a local. After that, it had Sachin Ahir from the NCP, it had Sunil Shinde from the Shiv Sena, also locals. Aditya was really the first outsider MLA from this area. And there was, in some ways, we wanted to mount a challenge. We wanted to raise the stakes. We did think about giving this ticket to a local Worlikar Karyakarta who's on the ground, accessible to them, unlike, let's say, Aditya. But the decision was finally taken that, these things spin both ways. If we gave it to a local person, what could have happened is the narrative would have been, oh, you've given him a cakewalk. You've given it to an unknown person. And then all kinds of speculation and conspiracy theories would have floated around.
You know Aditya Thackeray very well. I mean, you've been his friend, you've been his colleague, you know him for many, many years. So do you find it a little weird that you're contesting against him? I know this is not
Look,
personal.
he's a friend. He's someone I've known for a long time. There's no doubt. I've seen him since he was a young man. And I remember when he was a young boy, when he was a student and he came to Delhi once, and I was a member of parliament. He came home and he had written a book on poetry. So there's nothing personal about it. But he's campaigned for me very aggressively in 2014 and 2019. It's not that I took it the wrong way. And so he shouldn't either, number one. If he takes it personally, that's his problem, not mine. I'd like to think he is more mature than that. But this is really about issues. This is really about telling the people of Worli, telling the people of Mumbai, telling the people of Maharashtra that we have to move forward. Unfortunately, the kind of politics he started out doing, practicing, and the kind of politics he's been doing for the last few years after he lost power, in my opinion, is very negative and very unfortunate, because he came in with a lot of promise. He's now become a speed breaker in the way of progress. The largest port in the country, Vadhavan Port, coming to Maharashtra in Palghar, he opposed it blindly. One of the largest refineries coming to Maharashtra, he opposed it. One of the largest nuclear power plant in the world in Konkan, he opposed it. He delayed the Mumbai Metro by 4 years and led to a cost escalation of 14,000 crores. The Mumbai Mahalakshmi race course, which he failed to implement when the lease expired in 2013. This government did it. He's opposing it. So I think this opposition politics for the sake of opposing, just because you don't like the person who's implementing it. You have a problem with the leader who's implementing it, doesn't mean you should become anti-Maharashtra, anti-Mumbai.
Sure. So many of the projects were stalled under MDA regime is something that you've been pointing, and several other leaders within Mahayuti as well. Now, talking about Worli constituency, of course, you said that there is a lot of conversation around Worli constituency a lot, and that is something that even I noticed when I came here, when we were doing the setup. A lot of talk around how this is a three-way fight. Anything that you'd like to say about the third contestant, Sandeep Deshpande of MNS, who seemed to also win some sort of influence in this?
I don't think that anyone takes MNS very seriously now, number one. And largely this is a two-way fight. It's beyond Aditya and Milind Deora. It's beyond two parties as well, or two alliances. It's really a fight between governance without speed limits or governance filled with speed breakers. And that's a choice that Worlikers have to make. Do they want Mumbai, Maharashtra to move forward at the speed it's been moving forward in the last few years? Or do they want to put speed breakers up on every single issue? There's a good balance between infrastructure like the coastal road, Atal Setu, Mumbai Metro, Navi Mumbai Airport. But at the same time, we're also implementing green infrastructure. The Mahalakshmi race course, plus the coastal road, will open up 300 acres of public parks, central parks, to the people of South Mumbai. He's opposing that. This fear psychosis, spreading fear among the people. Oh, this is going to happen, that's going to happen. The government is going to build towers on the Mahalakshmi race course. This is what's going to happen in Dharavi. Just blindly lying, in my opinion, is politics which is negative. It's going to harm Mumbai, it's going to harm Maharashtra, and that's really one of the core reasons why I'm fighting this.
Absolutely. And as far as Worli constituency is concerned, you did speak about what the constituency is all about. It's a mixed constituency. You have your upscale, buildings, your elite buildings and people, and then you have your BDD chawls, which is another issue that you keep talking about, and Kolivadas. So tell us about the issues that you'd like to raise and some of the changes you'd like to see in the constituency.
Well, there are many issues. So there are many local. Look, to be honest, in every constituency in Mumbai now, especially in parts of South Mumbai, where you have old chawls. This was originally a larger area called Giran Gaon, which meant the village where the Girini Kamgars, the mill workers who worked in textile mills, housing for the laborers, when Mumbai was a textile hub of India. And chawls were built for them during the British era, for them to live there, and then they would come to the mills to work. Today, those chawls are being redeveloped. Those mills have been redeveloped. You see skyscrapers, you see towers, you see commercial buildings, you see retail spaces. This area and the city is completely changing. How do you take everyone along? How do you ensure that you're not just building a constituency for the super rich, but you're also building a constituency for the lower middle class, for those who want affordable housing? Otherwise, what will happen is people are being forced to leave Mumbai and live in Dombivli, live in Ambarnath, go to places outside where land is cheaper, housing is cheaper. We need to bring them back. We need to ensure that this area is an area for every community, for all economic strata. And that's important for all of us. Today, when in a restaurant, the restaurant owner may be living in a tower, but the people working in the restaurant live in these stalls, they live in these slums. So they need to live side by side, work side by side. So that's the vision which I have personally for every constituency in Mumbai, I would say, but certainly in South Mumbai and Worli, which is how do you resolve these issues, how do you resolve these housing issues that affect the people of BDD Chawl. Then of course there are common area issues which impact all of the city in every assembly constituency, traffic, water, roads. These are areas we all need to throw our weight behind, ensure that there's better infrastructure. But as I said, to rise above Worli, if we are not taking Mumbai and Maharashtra forward at the speed we've been progressing in the last 2.5 years, then everyone will suffer.
Certainly. So development plank is something high on agenda as far as Mahayuti is concerned.
It's the only thing on the agenda.
Absolutely.
And it's where I think that Aditya, who came with great promise, not just failed to deliver, but I would say he became an impediment in the way of Mumbai and Maharashtra's progress and continues to do so, which I personally found and continue to find very, very unfortunate. When he came in here as someone who's fought from South Mumbai and he decided to contest the elections, the first member of his family to do so, and then chose Worli as a constituency, although he doesn't live here. I actually thought that the people of Worli, forget the politics, would benefit from his representation. He would help them, he would be accessible to them, he would solve these issues. He would take Mumbai forward, he would want Maharashtra to move forward. He wouldn't oppose for the sake of opposing. He'd educate people who were misled that we should not necessarily oppose for the sake of opposing. Every single incident, as I said, from metro to the Vadhavan port, to the refinery, to the nuclear plant, to the race course, every single issue, just blind opposition, fear psychosis.
2024, very different from elections 2019 in terms of political landscape is changed. We have multiple parties now, splits have happened, realignments have happened. You left the Congress party, you joined Eknath Shinde Sena. So how do you view these elections as compared to the previous ones, previous assembly elections in Maharashtra?
Look, the biggest disruption that happened in Maharashtra, very quickly, unfortunately I have to excuse myself, the biggest disruption that happened in Maharashtra 2019 was when Shiv Sena and Congress came together. The Mahayuti had won a second term and the NDA won a second term in 2019. The voters decisively gave the Shiv Sena BJP alliance a second term. That mandate was stolen by Uddhav Thackeray ji, by the Congress, by Sharad Pawar ji. As a result of that disruption, you're bound to see a political fallout of that. And that's what happened. And I remember very clearly warning the Congress, warning Aditya, that this is not in anyone's interest. Respect the people's mandate. Maintain Congress, I remember advising them, maintain the role of an opposition, constructive opposition. People chose otherwise for power, people chose otherwise for whatever unfortunate reasons, and that led to this disruption. So these things happen when you disobey, disregard the verdict of the people.
So Milind Deora, candid as always. But moving now to our special report, well, the 73rd All India Police Athletics Cluster Championship hosted by the Delhi Police this year is being held starting today till the 14th of November. The participants will take part in steeplechase, running, pole vault and other events. Delhi Lieutenant Governor Vinay Kumar Saxena inaugurated the 73rd All India Police Athletics Cluster Championship at the JLN Stadium in New Delhi. Mr. Saxena appreciated the efforts of the police personnel posted across the country, especially those who are making the country proud through their games. Over 1,100 police athletics teams of 39 from states and union territories are participating in the championship. So cops turning athletes for this interesting event. That will take a short break now, but news continues right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
The race for tribal vote heats up in Jharkhand. The Prime Minister says the Congress insulted a tribal woman president. Meanwhile, the Congress says that it's the BJP which is against President Murmu. The Manifesto war, women, youth and farmers at the heart of the Maharashtra poll manifestos. Former Punjab Finance Minister speaks to NDTV. He says Punjab has always been a top priority for the Prime Minister and Home Minister ahead of the crucial by-polls. 3 back-to-back terror encounters in Jammu and Kashmir. 4 terrorists have been cornered in Kishtwar.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
A $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations? Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. Extensive coverage on NDTV.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
Hello and welcome. I have with me Mr. Sudhakar Arapa, founder and CEO, BIA Brands. A Harvard and IIM alumni, Sudhakar is a serial entrepreneur, running a diverse range of companies in sectors such as F&B, beauty and personal care, media and human resources across India, US, and the Middle East. Today, we will talk about the future of e-commerce in India, and who better than Mr. Sudhakar Arapa to dissect that for us. Thank you very much for joining us, Sudhakar. My first question to you will be about Q-commerce, quick commerce. Do you think that quick commerce will be the death of e-commerce?
Well, e-commerce is thriving these days, and quick commerce, as you call it, Q-commerce, is probably the newer version of e-commerce there. If you look at the fundamentals of business there, the fundamentals of business are going to will remain the same. It is just that the way we deliver things are going to change. Now, quick commerce, is it going to be a sustainable thing? I would say yes and a no. Yes, because it is another form of commerce which will survive. But I think what I really think is that the definition of quick will change. Now, right now, the expectations of the consumer is that they are expecting everything to be delivered under 10 minutes. And if you say 20 minutes for a consumer, he's going to say, no, I can't wait for 10 more minutes out there. But the only thing is that if you want to deliver everything in 10 minutes, under 10 minutes there are certain categories like groceries and certain products where you can deliver in 10 minutes time, because India as a country where the density of the population is huge, which actually makes it which makes actually India one of the few countries where quick commerce actually worked. But I think it's going to be like the categories that you can do in quick commerce are going to be few and far in between. But majority of the categories, I think the definition of quick will change from 10 minutes to probably over 60 minutes or so. But do you want everything under 10 minutes? I would say no. Can these companies deliver it sustainably? The unit economics are going to work out? I really don't think so. But I think things will change.
So quick commerce will become not so quick commerce.
If it has to be sustainable, I would say yes.
Right. We've seen the impact that social media, the rise of social media has had on marketing of brands, especially we've seen its impact on the rise of private brands in India. What do you have to say about that?
Social media, the influence of social media is all pervasive across all the sectors. And businesses are not an exception there. So the kind of influencer marketing and the influence of social media has risen phenomenally these days. These days, every celebrity is an influencer, every influencer is a celebrity. So I think as brands, if we have to survive, I think social media has become a potent weapon. And one of the advantages of private labels is that, it is actually providing a level playing field for smaller brands to actually compete with the Unilevers and P&Gs of the world. Now, if for example, if I have to launch a brand 10 years ago, right? Now, if I'm launching I own a cosmetics company, right? So if I have to launch a cosmetics brand, right? You need to own a plant, you need to formulate yourself, you need to have a manufacturing plant, you need to have a quality control department, you need to control R&D, you need to take it. The whole ecosystem there, it is huge capital cost, and it is not feasible for a small entrepreneur to launch a company there. Now today, if you want to launch a beauty brand or a cosmetics brand, I hate it as a founder of a cosmetics company, but it's all it takes is probably you can go to a contract manufacturer there, make some sampling, get some 1,000 pieces up, put it on online, and boom, you have a brand.
Yes.
Right. It's become so easy these days.
True. What kind of disruptions do you see going forward as far as these private labels are concerned? Because you have social media aiding them. And as you just mentioned, that putting it all together is so much more easier. Every other person with the right capital can become an entrepreneur. Like
everything has its own advantage and disadvantage. The advantage is that you could build a company with no capital. If you have a great product, you could build a company with almost next to nothing in terms of capital there, which is an advantage. The flip side is that the kind of competition that is growing in the market, you go and check at any marketplace, whether it's in Amazon, Flipkart, Nykaa, any other category, there, Zepto or Blinkit, whatever. The kind of brands that are proliferating in the market are humongous, right?
Yes.
So that is aiding in huge competition there. Differentiation has become really difficult for us.
Yeah.
But that's the flip side. The positive side is that customers have a choice. So yeah, I think customers are making merry at this point in time, enjoying great discounts.
Right. One conversation that we've been having since yesterday is about local Indian companies or brands in our case going global. What kind of role are omni-channels playing in this?
I am a big believer in physical retail. In fact, we at BIA Brands, we are one of the few companies, apart from your Unilevers and Procter & Gamble's there, we took a different approach to launching our brand. We have a specialty coffee brand called Brew & Bliss, right? So we've launched it in physical retail first. On day one, we are there at 1,200 modern trade stores, which is a feat I don't think anyone have achieved in the past few days. The reason for that is that not because I don't believe in the power of digital e-commerce there, but the whole point is that if you look at a category like in F&B, where the margins are less than 25-30% there. Now, if you have to give them a platform fee of 30%, add to it the cost of shipping and and the cost of doing performance marketing there, I don't think any F&B brand will be able to survive.
Yeah.
And the platforms are like, even if you are a 1,000 crore brand or 100 crore, if you're selling, say, 1,000 crores on Amazon or on Flipkart there, your platform fee is not going to change. So which makes it unsustainable and not so viable there.
Right.
On the other hand, I have beauty products where the gross margins are far higher there. I am happy to sell it on Amazon and Flipkart. So I think it's important for an entrepreneur to pick the right channels to kind of do it.
But when you are launching a product, it's easier for startups to go the D2C way because it's perhaps cheaper to launch it digitally. So what do you think? Is D2C the only way to launch your FMCG startup?
Well, I wouldn't say D2C is the only way to do it. But if your capital is scarce, if you're not very confident about how your product is going to do in the market there, I would say a way to go, D2C is the only way to go. But if you have money, it's not for the faint-hearted. It's going to cost you a lot of money, but you can build a great brand physically also. So it pretty much depends on your objective. Do you want to, first try it out in the market and then go physical? It's your choice. But I would say D2C is not the only way to launch your product. I think if you have capital, if you're confident about the product, I would suggest any brand to go physical first.
Right. They might have started D2C, but they're all moving to a brick and mortar and D2C mix.
Yeah, D2C doesn't cost you a lot of money.
Yes.
So it's easier to go D2C. But if you want to build a truly scalable brand of value, I think physical retail and omni-channel is the only way to go forward.
Since you mentioned capital, we've seen over the years, despite global money movement, India has remained a sweet spot as far as investments into startups are concerned. What do you think is the impact of that on entrepreneurship in India, as well as on the kind of innovation that we are seeing here?
Well, India is a growing economy, and I think it's better than China because China is a very controlled market there. So I think it's easy for global money to chase markets with the scale as India there. So we've seen a huge influx of capital that is getting into India in the last 10 years as such, right? But the problem, what happened is that because of the global liquidity there, the kind of abundance of capital that is available in this country has become like, more startups are dying because of indigestion than on starving. Right. So what we've started doing is that earlier capital is an enabler. You want to do business, you need capital, so you raise funds, right? It's the way. But unfortunately, what happened is that now we started using capital as a weapon. What we are doing is that, look, I'm going to raise a fund, which is $100 million. I'm going to pump in money. By deep discounting, by driving out others, it's like a last man standing game, right? Which unfortunately is driving good businesses out of business. So I think there has to be a sanity in raising capital. We need to understand that don't stuck in this global liquidity thing. Last year, as early as last year, zero interest rates, liquidity is coming in. Everyone are looking at India as a market there. Free capital availability, so people started raising hundreds and hundreds of $1 million. You need to look at it. Does my business need hundreds of $1 million? And I think that's the message that I want to give it to entrepreneurs is that raising capital, please see it as an enabler, and do not weaponize capital because ultimately it is going to hurt the ecosystem. It is going to hurt the other players. It is going to hurt the smaller players there. To provide a level playing field, I think we need to use capital diligently and with I think there is also a bit of responsibility that is involved in raising capital there.
Absolutely. Great talking to you, Sudhakar. Great conversations and wonderful phrases you've used. Weaponization of capital and how Q-commerce could be the death of e-commerce. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure talking to you and thank you for taking the time out.
Thank you, Sujata.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने।
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber.
So do rev up for a journey into India's electrified tomorrow, where the horizon is powered not by gas, but by gigawatts. India is charging towards a cleaner, greener future with electric vehicles at the forefront. By 2030, anticipate a revolution on Indian roads where 8 crore EVs, ladies and gentlemen, hum quietly powered by a robust network of 39 lakh charging stations. Now, this isn't just about cutting emissions, it's a full throttle move towards innovation, job creation, and energy independence. Joining us, Kartikeya Haryani, founder and CEO of Charge Zone and Billionaire. Thanks very much, Kartikeya, for being with us.
Yeah, thank you, Vishnu.
I think one of the biggest problems in our country right now is, in fact, there are two. Number one, the pace of manufacture of EVs. It's difficult. It's linked to semiconductor availability at one level. Secondly, the available of infrastructure to charge these EVs. So let's talk about the second part first. How soon before we have a realistically good nationwide spread of charging points?
Yeah, it's a very valid point, and EV charging infrastructure is a number one enabler or a deterrent whether to buy or not to buy an EV. Now, Indian automotive industry or Indian automotive market is comprised of few segments of electric vehicles, which is very unseen in other parts of the world. We have two-wheelers, three-wheelers, and four-wheelers. And to begin with, luckily, a two-wheeler segment is a home charging candidate. And therefore, the charging infrastructure is largely driven either at your home place or a workplace.
Yeah.
While three-wheelers and four-wheelers will be driven by commercial EV charging infrastructure. And one has to really plan for it, unlike we probably didn't see an IC planning, an internal combustion engine planning for refueling, because it all came along.
Yep.
The gas stations, the petrol pumps got built over the last several decades. But when it comes to EVs, yes, one has to think through carefully in terms of how the EV charging networks will be planned for. The technology and the power electronics and applied electrical engineering, as well as the grids, they play a supremely or a very critical role into each of these segments. Three-wheelers are generally enabled by a battery swapping, for example, or it is also enabled by slow AC charging, which is done or built for various parking hubs. We call it overnight park and charge hubs. While four-wheelers, that includes fleet of cars or fleet of LCVs or buses and trucks, also are getting enabled by what we call as hubs and satellite points for charging infrastructure. So for each of this electric vehicle segment, the industry players have started investing into this. 6 years ago, the standards got built into this. Later on, the local ecosystem in terms of EV chargers, OEMs, played a bigger part. The localization did happen in terms of the semiconductors, in terms of as well as power electronics, as well as in terms of several components which forms an EV charger as an equipment, got localized in the country. And today, fortunately, as a market, as a country, we are ready with chargers localized both for three-wheelers as well as four-wheelers.
Sure. One of the big concerns that a lot of people have when it comes to buying an EV car, for example, for themselves is, look, great, I can contribute to the environment, I can buy an EV car. But if you look at our road conditions and the temperatures, right, it's extremely hot. That means there's a high use of air conditioning. If there's a high use of air conditioning, there's a lot of pressure on the battery. Start and stop traffic means that, again, you're not getting very much efficiency out of the battery as well. In the case of EV cars, the cost of the car is largely the battery itself. What's the way around it?
Well, I think it's a very, very good question, but more very pertinent point when it comes to adoption of an electric car, let's say. Yeah. However, in India, the market of electric cars or cars per se has been personal mobility. Yeah. And personal mobility is a micro-mobility in our country. If I ask you, Vishnu, that do you drive more than 51 kilometers a day? Maybe answer is not. So 80% of the mobility requirement for an Indian consumer is less than 51 kilometers a day. Now, with this stat, EV becomes not only a natural choice for adoption, but it is also a question whether the cost makes sense. So we call it total cost of ownership, right? And lesser the utilization, then as an individual consumer, you'll say, well, I don't need an EV, or the payback or the ROI is not really attractive. Well, sans the benefits of of going green or contributing to the environment. But well, there are good news around. Two developments have happened in the industry so far. Over the last 2 quarters, the cost of the battery has come down by half. Now, this was largely what we call as $200 per kilowatt hour for a very long time. We have seen the numbers around $120, $130 per kilowatt hour. The second good news is some of the OEMs have initiated battery as a service, which means, coming to your second part of the question, whether the life of the battery, temperatures, potholes, traffic, acceleration, decelerations, and so on, and it will consume the life of the battery sooner than the warranty period. But well, the good news are that some of the OEMs, and I can see that most of the OEMs will follow this cue, is in terms of bringing battery as a service. Right. In other words, battery and charging effectively becomes your fueling system. And what you are actually going to buy is a car without the battery cost,
Right.
which means equivalent to a cost of a petrol car, for example, and then you pay for battery and charging as a rupee per kilometer. Yeah. So,
What about fast charging technology? Because that's another area which is a concern of cars. I do know that fast chargers are available, but is the cost of a fast charger considerably more, and is its efficiency lower?
Vishnu, it's clear that fast charging is a key for adoption of an EV. And it's not about just cars, but also buses and trucks. Now, good news is for a charging company like ours, as ChargeZone, when we started off in 2019, there were green sprouts around electric cars coming into the market. Then electric buses started coming into the market post-COVID. And today we see the launch of electric trucks as well. So as a charging infra player, I'm agnostic to any of these four-wheelers. Now, as a priority, I will be rather enabling intercity e-mobility. In other words, the charging infra on highways has become our priority number one. Apart from roughly 450 plus locations we have in the country across 22 states already, we have also electrified 30,000 kilometers of highways in India. And effectively, you can drive from Amritsar to Chennai using our network without any range anxiety, whether it's for your car, for example, or even for a truck for that matter. So fast charging is a cornerstone, it's clear. But if I am going to invest onto a fast charging only for cars, well, I don't think I'm going to even make money during even my lifetime. Having said that, intercity buses and intercity trucks are going to be the biggest enabler for e-mobility ecosystem as India enters into a new phase of energy transition. And also we heard Prime Minister Modi early this morning was our net zero targets. India as a developed country, 2047 is one vision, but by 2070, though it's a 50-year...
But let me jump in and ask you one thing, since you raised it.
Yeah.
Why is the cost of an EV more than a petrol vehicle if, as you say, the cost of the battery has come down by half?
Right. So, well, it's clear that, and it's very, very kind of common sense approach to analyze this. When you move from a diesel car to a electric car, you are taking out the engine, you are taking out the powertrain. What you're bringing are the motor controllers. You're bringing the motor, e-axle, for example, which is the next big thing, and the batteries. However, battery has played an important role as far as the cost of EVs are concerned. Now, there is still a gap in terms of roughly 50% now between a cost of a diesel car on road versus an EV car. Well, the TCO, the total cost of ownership in case of a car, if you are at 1.5x, which is the case today, in this quarter you'll see that you'll see a lot of new launches, or come Bharat Mobility in January 25. You'll see new launches, or slew of launches by various OEMs, where the cost of EV will be 40 to 50% higher than let's say a petrol or diesel car for that matter. But a TCO for a consumer will matter if he's driving roughly, let's say, 100 kilometers a day. Yeah, so that's where the TCO becomes very, very attractive, at par what he's going to pay for petrol or diesel. Well, but if you, but at the same time, when we speak about car, let us talk about commercial EVs as well.
Sure.
Buses and trucks. And fundamentally, in both the cases, we have seen the cost dwindling down thanks to the cost of batteries and thanks to the volume uptick, because the other factor apart from the cost of battery is also the volume production as an opportunity by the OEMs, which also brings the cost of components down. Otherwise, it will stay higher. But in case of, just like in case of cars, I mentioned 1.5x, we have figured out as a platform Billion E that if an electric truck or electric bus is 2x the cost of the current diesel truck or a diesel bus, your TCO will be equivalent to a diesel cost, because thanks to the arbitrage of the cost per kilometer on a diesel versus cost of per kilometer for an electric.
Yeah.
Just to give a context in terms of numbers, a bus or a truck, for example, will be 25 to 30 rupees per kilometer, while for an electric bus or electric truck, it is less than 15 rupees per kilometer.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for being with us, and thank you so much for being a part of the NDTV World.
Thank you, Vishnu.
Thank you.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations?
where the long anticipated
Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. Extensive coverage on NDTV.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
त्यांचा अजेंडा फक्त करप्शन फर्स्ट, आमचा अजेंडा आहे नेशन फर्स्ट.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
कैसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts,
All right, ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome. This is the live visuals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's roadshow, which is coming in from poll-bound Jharkhand. Remember, on 13th of this month, 13th November, is when the first phase of polling in the state of Jharkhand is going to take place, followed by the polling in the 20th of November. Let me go across to my colleague Prabhakar, who's joining us with more details. Prabhakar, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's trademark roadshow right now on the streets of Jharkhand at this moment. Just tell our viewers what's happening in Ranchi at this moment and the impact that it is likely to have.
Yeah, it would certainly have a big impact, a mega impact. This is a roadshow being held at Ranchi. And remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi spent the whole day in Jharkhand today. He held two public rallies, one at Bokaro and the other at Gumla. And after returning from Gumla, his roadshow, which is around 2.5 kilometer roadshow, and it would take around 1.5 hours. So Prime Minister basically is connecting with people. Roadshow is a medium where the Prime Minister connects with people. People get to see Prime Minister from very close quarter, and it definitely has an effect. And as the BJP leaders were saying, that it would certainly have a direct impact on 7 to 8 seats which are adjoining Ranchi and which are going to poll in the first phase of election. So there are many other road shows which would also happen in Jharkhand maybe for the second phase. So this is the first road show which Prime Minister has undertaken. This is happening as we speak in Ranchi, and it's a 2.5 kilometer long road show which has been planned by BJP. So certainly Prime Minister, if you listen to the speeches he made at Bokaro, at Gumla, Prime Minister addressed the issues of reservation actually being taken away from the tribal voters, from the Dalits and OBCs, and given away to minorities by the JMM or the India Alliance party. So that is the poll narrative which has been set by Home Minister Amit Shah 3 days back in Jharkhand, and Prime Minister actually told that line, and he went on to reiterate that if India Alliance is voted back to power, they would snatch away the reservation benefits from the Dalits, OBCs and the tribals and give away to the minority and the illegal immigrants from Bangladesh. So that would be the poll agenda of BJP, and that is what they are contesting this election upon in Jharkhand. The idea is to pursue, to garner support of the tribal voters, because remember, Ranchi, Jharkhand being a tribal-dominated state, many of the constituencies, in fact, the majority of the constituencies, the tribals are the deciding voters. So they decide as to which way the wind would blow. And that's the reason why both the factions, the India Alliance and the NDA, they are trying to woo tribal voters, Dalit voters in their favor. And that's the reason why this reservation issue is being taken up by Home Minister Amit Shah, and even Prime Minister has lapped this up, and both at his public meeting at Bokaro and Gumla, he dwelt upon this particular issue. Apart from, of course, attacking the JMM government of indulging in corrupt practices, especially in the sand quota allotments or the sand tender allotments, I would say, where he claimed, the Prime Minister alleged that there has been the party leaders, the JMM party leaders are directly involved into it, and they have siphoned off huge money. And he promised to the voters that if NDA is voted to power in Jharkhand, he has given his personal assurance that those money which has been siphoned off by the political parties or the political leaders of India Alliance, it would be brought back to the people of Jharkhand, for the people of Jharkhand. And as we speak, you can see lakhs of people standing on both sides of this entire route, welcoming Prime Minister, waving to him, and the party candidates of the adjoining constituencies, they are also on board that particular vehicle on which the Prime Minister is traveling. So elaborate security arrangements in place, and these are you can see CP Singh, a very senior BJP leader from Ranchi. So all the adjoining constituencies which are going to poll in the first phase and which are in the areas adjoining Ranchi, those candidates have been allowed to be on the same vehicle on which the Prime Minister is traveling, so that the people can see them. The idea is to make them also connect with the people and to ensure that it's the Prime Minister who is asking for votes for these candidates. Yeah.
I just want to understand from you at this moment, Prabhakar, like you spoke about the impact of this. What we'll do, we'll just up the sound also on this and try and see the atmospherics at this moment, because we saw in the Haryana election where the Prime Minister did not do as many rallies and road shows as he usually does. In Jharkhand, Prabhakar, has the BJP pushed the Prime Minister's face? Is that election on Prime Minister's face from the Bharatiya Janata Party?
Yeah, it is always the case wherever we have seen the new BJP contesting elections. So they never kind of declare the face of the chief ministers. As far as the India alliance is concerned, we already know who the chief minister face is. He's the sitting chief minister of Jharkhand, Hemant Soren. But if you talk about the CM candidate, as far as the NDA alliance is concerned, NDA is concerned, we don't have a face as of now. It is always fought on the party agendas. It is always fought on the face of the Prime Minister, and is always fought on the Sankalp Patra. The Sankalp Patra is the promises, the poll promises, the agendas which BJP actually sets for the people of that particular state. So if you see the Sankalp Patra which was read out by Home Minister Amit Shah around 3-4 days back in Jharkhand, it dwelt upon, it basically targeted 3 communities. One was the tribal community, for which big promises were made. Then he talked about women voters, and women voters are very crucial wherever you go, be it Jharkhand or be it Maharashtra, or for that matter any state, because you are talking here about 50% of the voters of the total population, of the total voters population. So women voters is top on the agenda as far as NDA Ghoshna Sankalp Patra is concerned, NDA Manifesto is concerned, and they have not only promised that if a property is registered in the name of a woman of the family, in that case, the complete registration fee will be waived off, but also has promised a stipend of 2,500 rupees per month to the women who are living below the poverty lines. So this present government is already running this scheme, but they are giving the stipend of 1,000 rupees a month. And what they have promised in their manifesto is that if they are voted back to power again in Jharkhand, that 1,000 rupees would be enhanced to 2,100 rupees, and BJP has even taken it further and has promised 2,500 rupees. So they are basically contesting there as well to women voters and also the youth. So these are the 3 constituencies, I would say, which BJP on the Prime Minister is very aggressively pursuing: the tribals, the women, and the youth. They have promised stipend for those unemployed youth who are graduate and not getting a job, and that would be a 5,000 rupees stipend as they have promised. And also they have promised 5 lakh jobs in next 5 years, which is 1 lakh job per year, a government job that is. So that is very important. That would actually go a big way in luring and attracting the youth voters, the first-time voters, or the youth voters who are the aspiring job aspirants who are preparing for various competitive exams or for the various government jobs. So these are the constituencies which they are addressing. And Prime Minister's speech, if you see both at Bokaro and Gumla today, he dwelt upon these issues. These 3 issues he dwelt upon, apart from attacking the present government on the corruption charges. So this roadshow which you are seeing here, the Prime Minister does not make a public speech or anything. He's just there waving to people. You can see laps of people, elaborate security arrangements all around, and people very eagerly waving to Prime Minister. They have the BJP flag in their hands. Many of them even have the national flags in their hand, and they're all very eagerly waiting for the carpet, for the motorcade of Prime Minister to pass by so that they can have a glimpse of him. They can wave at him and have a closer look at the Prime Minister. And you can see the kind of arrangements which have been put in place as far as the security of this particular roadshow is concerned, because the kind of security which Prime Minister enjoys in this kind of roadshow situation, it becomes very, very tricky for the security agencies as well, because Prime Minister is kind of exposed. He is very near to people, and even if they have a security cordon around him, still it is going by the standard which SPG follows. It is always nightmare for SPG actually to ensure the safety of Prime Minister in a roadshow situation. So we were talking to our sources in the Jharkhand government, and they said that they have left no stone unturned to ensure that this passes off peacefully. Everybody who is standing there has been allowed after being frisked thoroughly, and Prime Minister is waving to looks very happy. If you see, he looks very happy, very delighted seeing the kind of crowd which is waiting for him to greet him, and it would certainly have an impact not only in Ranchi but in the adjoining constituencies as well.
Right.
Yeah.
This is also, Prabhakar, quite out of the book of the Prime Minister and the BJP's campaign. The roadshow is part of that campaign plan, and we have seen many of these roadshows now on and off every time the Prime Minister is out for election campaigning. I just want to understand from you at this moment, while we are talking about what the BJP is offering, what's the opposition's charge? The Prime Minister, the Home Minister, all have been speaking about, the infiltrators. We also see Prime Minister, in fact, speaking about "Saath rahenge to safe rahenge." All those kind of slogans now coming in. Is there, what is the impact of that on the ground, and what is the counter of the opposition to what the BJP is saying at this moment?
So the opposition's counter to this is very simple, and that is exactly what they have been saying for long. They are saying that here's the BJP agenda to divide the community, to divide the country, to divide the voters on the basis of religion. And they are still pursuing that line. So, but what would have a certain impact is, which they are trying to counter when they are addressing their public rallies, because if you see clearly what Amit Shah and the Prime Minister, both of them, said, they talked about the illegal infiltration, illegal immigrants from Bangladesh. And what they are saying is, the kind of point they are actually trying to convey to the voters is that if these illegal immigrants are allowed to settle in Jharkhand with the help of JMM government, which they allege the JMM is doing, in that case, they will eat into the resources meant for the tribals of the state, for the Dalits, for the OBCs and the EBCs of the state. So here, they're actually not talking about the illegal immigrants. What they're talking about is that this JMM government is actually letting others eat into the resources meant for tribals. So if you read between the lines, it's the tribal issue they're addressing. It's the tribal voters they're addressing, actually. And they are trying to send out a message that the tribal, though JMM is considered to be a party, a tribal party, and it's headed by Shibu Soren and Hemant Soren, who themselves are tribals, but still they are letting others eat into the resources meant for tribals. As I told you, Ankit, it's a state where tribals are decisive voters, and in more than 70% of the constituencies, it's the tribal votes which actually decides the fate of the contestants in fray. So whether Prime Minister speaks out or the Home Minister speaks out, or for that matter, the leaders of India Alliance speaks out, they always have this tribal issue in the core. That is always in the epicenter.
That's right. In fact, let me also bring in at this moment Prabhakar, our colleague Maria Shakil, who is joining us with more details of this roadshow. Maria, like I was speaking to Prabhakar about, a very trademark Narendra Modi roadshow which is going on in Ranchi at this moment. We have seen this, being one of the key features of Prime Minister's electoral campaign. Just bring our viewers a sense of, what the BJP hopes from Jharkhand at this moment, and how important is Prime Minister's campaign in the larger scheme of things.
Yes, so Ankit, look, when the BJP before 2019, of course, had a full government of Raghubar Das, so they were hoping that there would be a repeat of that government, but that was not to be, because the BJP's pitch was double-engine Sarkar. And in 2019, the state of Jharkhand saw a major transition from the BJP to JMM, where it was the return of the regional player, the regional satrap, which is the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, and the party chief, who is Mr. Soren, Hemant Soren, who became the chief minister. But post that, I think there has been a realization within the party that loss in Jharkhand sends a message to the tribal voters, because in the neighboring state of Odisha, you have a significant tribal population, is the neighboring state of Bengal as well. So the BJP's pitch in Jharkhand and Prime Minister in particular has been to do with the larger tribal ethos and tribal connect, in which they have invoked Birsa Munda, talking about his legacy, about how he would have envisioned the growth of the tribals across India, and how the present, tribal party, the only tribal party of India, which is the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, doesn't really symbolize or follow the principles of Birsa Munda. So I think that is what is being shown here. And as you said, Ankit, repeatedly Prime Minister Modi has with all those onlookers and the people in general, the masses, the citizens, because he feels that actually gives a personal connect when they look at the Prime Minister who has come to their city and is interacting with them, and the manner in which he does it. And Prime Minister Modi's campaigns have been very, very exhaustive, expansive. So in the last few days, he has almost crisscrossed the entire state, looking at various pockets of Jharkhand, and of course Jharkhand goes to polls in two phases. So the first phase campaigning is going to end, and that is the reason why we are seeing this push. But having said that, Ankit, the BJP realizes that they are a party which believes that every election has to be fought to be won.
Right.
And that is the reason why you have senior party leaders, Home Minister Amit Shah himself being involved in the manifesto, and he was the one who unveiled the manifesto along with the party leaders of the ground, which was
Right.
Mr. Babulal Marandi and others. And then we saw Himanta Biswa Sarma, who is in charge in many ways, parked there in Ranchi, ensuring that if there are certain disgruntled workers, their concerns should be addressed. And interestingly, in these elections, the BJP has gone for sitting getting, which essentially means that most of the sitting candidates, sitting MLAs of the party have been fielded again.
Right. Maria, before I let you go, just compare this for our viewers to Haryana, because if we saw in Haryana where the Prime Minister did not campaign as much as possibly in other states, and the BJP was not expected to win. It was a surprise mammoth victory of the Bharatiya Janata Party in the state of Haryana. After that, has there been a change in strategy as far as the campaigning is concerned, specifically around the Prime Minister?
So the BJP certainly realizes that there is a momentum in their favor. The state of Haryana and their unpredictable victory has actually gave that much needed fillip to them. Although much before Haryana went to polls, Jharkhand and Maharashtra, both these states which are going to polls right now, Ankit, were seen as an open election in which it could go either of the ways. So now with having tasted victory in Haryana where they were completely written off, the BJP is going all out. And as we have seen always, the Prime Minister is leading from the front even now, because in these two states, there is no face per se on which the BJP is fighting. There is no chief ministerial candidate who has been announced. That is the reason why the Prime Minister's promises actually have that personal guarantee touch, which the BJP feels means a lot for the voters. And that is the reason why we are seeing Prime Minister campaign, hold public meetings, and of course hold roadshows as well.
Right, so the Prime Minister is on this roadshow here in Ranchi, in fact, where you can see at this moment these visuals which are coming in, Prabhakar and Maria reporting on this at this moment. Quite a few, a lot of people would see these new gizmos that you keep seeing now. The symbol of the party, the lotus symbol, with LED, a light in it, and the Prime Minister waving it off also comes across quite innovative as far as the BJP's campaign is concerned. Tomorrow is the last day of the campaigning for their first phase, and throughout this street, a 3-kilometer long roadshow where the BJP workers, common citizens have been lined up on both sides of the road and on rooftops as well. Prabhakar, if you are still with me, I just want to understand from you, it's a 3-kilometer long road show. I'm sure the BJP has put in all their might to ensure that, there are massive crowds and the color of a usual election which we can see at this moment. I can see in these visuals from this balcony where hundreds of people are trying to wave to Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Yeah, exactly. And this entire roadshow, this entire 3-kilometer stretch is a residential area. It's the area which is densely populated, and the BJP cadres over there, the BJP cadres of Ranchi and in and around constituencies of Ranchi, adjoining constituencies, they ensure that there's a big enough crowd actually there to greet Prime Minister. And when the Prime Minister roadshow is announced, you have a onlookers crowd which is always eager to come forward, wait patiently for 2-3 hours, and just to have a glimpse of Prime Minister pass by, because in a city like Ranchi, they seldom get a chance to see Prime Minister from such close quarters. So usually in smaller cities, you would see these kind of roadshows actually being quite a success. This is a way to connect with masses directly, and Prime Minister waves off to people, and you can see people actually lining up on their balconies, on the streets, the women, kids. They're all there, and they're in good numbers. They have been patiently waiting for last 3-4 hours after going through the entire security check protocol, and then they were asked to wait for the motorcade of Prime Minister to pass by, and they're happy. They're happy when they get a glimpse of Prime Minister passing by, waving to them, and that is a memory they carry with them for long. And this has a direct impact on the poll results. We have seen it in past that these kind of roadshows actually kind of converts into votes for the NDA candidates in faith. This constituency of Ranchi and adjoining constituencies are very crucial for BJP. It would be a tough contest over there. So the Prime Minister is doing a roadshow there. It was decided by the senior BJP leaders who are planning the entire Jharkhand campaign. You have Shivraj Singh Chauhan, you have Hemant Biswa Sarma. So they are the two guys who are in charge of the BJP campaign in Jharkhand, and they planned this roadshow in a place, in an area which would have maximum impact on the urban voters.
That's quite the strength of the Bharatiya Janata Party. The urban voters in the cities now, it was being seen as a very reliable vote bank for the BJP. But the fight, as Prabhakar was telling us, in Jharkhand is for the tribal vote. Apart from the tribal vote, Prabhakar, cutting across various sections of the society, the women vote in Jharkhand is once again in the focus of all political parties, whether it's direct transfer of money to the women voters, to various schemes being announced for them from both the BJP and the opposition alliance.
Yeah, exactly, and it was actually started as a Maiya Samman Yojana. That was a scheme named by JMM government, where the women voters, especially those living below the poverty line, they were given a monthly stipend of 1,000 rupees. Now, the JMM, in its poll promise, in its manifesto, has said that if they are voted back to power in Jharkhand, that stipend of 1,000 rupees will be enhanced to 2,500 rupees. In counter to that, when Amit Shah released their Sankalp Patra, which is the BJP's manifesto for Jharkhand, he said that stipend would be continued by BJP. It would be named as Gogo Didi Yojana, and the stipend amount would be 2,500 rupees per month. So that's a substantial increase from 1,000 rupees. It's almost more than double of what JMM was already giving. So there are various schemes actually announced by both the factions to woo women voters. The big one is waiver of registry, the complete registry fee. If any property is registered in the name of a female in the family, so you just have to pay 1 rupee as a registry fee. That would actually encourage and push many of the properties being transferred or being registered in the name of women in the family, and that would eventually empower them. So that is also one scheme which women would certainly be happy about, because they would certainly get empowered if the properties are, whether it's the land, whether it's the house, it's registered in their name. And because of this excellent scheme which was already there when the BJP government was there in Jharkhand, when Raghuvar Das was the chief minister. The scheme was announced then, it was introduced then, it was on the ground then. But when JMM came to power, they had scrapped this scheme. So now what BJP is saying, that if they are voted to power in Jharkhand, they would reintroduce the scheme of 1 rupee registry fee for any property, land or building or plot if that property is registered in the name of a woman voter. So the woman voter is something which both the factions are actually trying to lure. And also, as I told you, youth happens to be a very critical vote bank, the first-time voters or the youngsters who are job seekers. So the huge promises made by BJP for this particular segment, 5 lakh government jobs is what has been promised by Amit Shah. He said in his manifesto release, that is the Sankalp Patra release, that हम जो करते हैं, जो कहते हैं वो करते हैं और ये हमारा वादा है. So it's a promise which he emphasized would be fulfilled at any cost. 5 lakh job in 5 years, which is 1 lakh job a year. That's a huge promise for a state like Jharkhand, which is not as big as many other states compared. If you compare it with Maharashtra, it's a very smaller state. And still, if they are able to give 5 lakh government jobs to the local residents over there, that would actually be a big allurement for first-time voters, and that actually might kind of, yeah.
Prabhakar, thank you for joining us with all those details. Let's take a very quick break at this moment. Our continuous coverage will go on here on NDTV. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations? Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. Extensive coverage on NDTV.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that.
The area holds political significance, especially during elections. It falls under the Kolaba constituency, a seat that the BJP has held for the past 2 terms, after Congress's multiple victories in the previous years.
अभी यहाँ पे क्या मालूम है क्या गाड़ी ट्रेन की इसका अभी व्यवस्था हर आदमी के लिए ऊपर जाने के लिए प्लेटफॉर्म पे छोटा छोटा ही है। अभी तक मस्जिद बंदर है साइड में, सब जगह पे छोटा छोटा ही है। अभी कुछ प्रॉब्लम मतलब कि यहाँ पे इलेक्ट्रिक का इसका पानी सप्लाई पानी का भी इतना पुराना सिटी मेन सिटी होते हुए भी इधर सब प्रॉब्लम ही प्रॉब्लम है।
When you are around Churchgate, don't miss out the chance to sample up some of the most popular food joints of Mumbai. Head over to Samrat for a traditional Gujarati thali. Or grab a seat at the Stadium Cafe and enjoy the delicious keema pav as you see the world pass by. And if you are craving for something continental, right opposite Stadium Cafe is this 67-year-old restaurant, Gaylord. And if you're done here, let's go have something sweet. This ice cream sandwich, you will only get it here at krustam.co. Yes, it's more than 70 years old and nothing better than this. So don't forget to eat this. You're welcome. A short walk from Churchgate takes you to Marine Drive, also called the Queen's Necklace. It is one of the most scenic spots in the city, perfect for an evening stroll, and you must have seen this in many movies, or to watch the waves of the Arabian Sea. The charm of Marine Drive lies in its simplicity. Whether you are a tourist or a local, this promenade is a must visit. We have moved away from Churchgate to the end of Marine Drive, which is Nariman Point. It is the financial powerhouse of Mumbai. Known for its impressive skyline and high-rise buildings, Nariman Point is home to major corporate offices and business hubs. Elections are coming. Can you tell me what do you like about this place? And second, what are the issues that you have been facing here?
Well, I personally feel that South Mumbai, particularly Marine Drive, is probably one of the best places in the country. I don't think I would like to go anywhere else when it's Marine Drive around here. So of course, there are several issues, particularly with civic issues. The air quality is the most important thing, number one. Number two, even though city of Mumbai generally is very safe for women, I personally feel there are certain areas around here also which are not very safe for women, for which the government should look into that.
While Nariman Point is all about business during the day, it transforms into a cultural hub by evening. NCPA, the National Center of Performing Arts, hosts some of city's best music, dance and theatre performances. Whether you are into classical concert or contemporary plays, NCPA is the place to be.
फैसिलिटीज़ नहीं मिलती है हर चीज़ की, इसके लिए है लेकिन सोच अभी बच्चा लोगों की
कैसे काइंड ऑफ फैसिलिटीज़
मतलब बिल्डिंग बनाए तो नीचे गार्डन एरिया, छोटे बच्चों के लिए प्ले एरिया नहीं रहता है, स्विमिंग पूल वगैरह सब कुछ ही चाहिए, जिम चाहिए सब ऐसे तो बन रहा है। अभी मैं जा रही थी उस बिल्डिंग में स्विमिंग पूल भी है, जिम भी है, लेकिन ऐसे बच्चे नीचे नहीं खेल सकते, जो प्ले एरिया बोलते हैं ना,
एरिया का प्रॉब्लम।
हाँ, और ये तो फिर अभी ये सब ऑफिस है, तो यहाँ पर इतनी जगह तो अपने को नहीं मिलेगी। हमारे बाजू में मेट्रो आ रहा है वगैरह सब।
सो मेट्रो का काम चल रहा है यहाँ पे, हमने देखा है पूरा। हाँ, उससे कोई प्रॉब्लम है? नहीं, उससे कोई
प्रॉब्लम कुछ नहीं कोई प्रॉब्लम। मेरे तो बाजू में ही चल रहा है, लेकिन कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं।
This constituency represents some of Mumbai's most affluent residents, from corporate leaders to key cultural figures. The issues here range from infrastructure improvements, business regulation, environmental concerns along the coastline, and public amenities that cater to this diverse population. From corporate headquarters to election battlegrounds, this constituency covers the real essence of urban Mumbai.
I'm standing on the Bandra Worli sea link, and we will be taking this iconic 5.6 kilometer long sea bridge to reach Worli. Now, telling you a little bit about Worli, for me, it is mini Mumbai. Now, I know that there is a very cliche term and it has been used for many other regions in Mumbai as well. But let me tell you why, according to me, Worli fits the bill best. When you look at Worli, on one hand, it has got all of this futuristic infrastructure. You know, it has got the coastal road, a very vibrant work culture, and of course, the new bridge, which was introduced or rather inaugurated just a while back. But at the same time, Worli is also home to Mumbai's original inhabitants, and that is the Koi people. On one end, on one geographical end of Worli, you'll find the much respected and centuries old Haji Ali Dargah. And on the other geographical end of Worli, you'll find the much revered Siddhivinayak temple. Worli captures the essence and idea of Mumbai like no other region. Now let us then take this road and go to Worli, try and speak to people about a lot of things, about how it is like to live life in Worli, in Koivada, and also about their challenges ahead of the much important 2024 State Assembly elections here in Maharashtra. What you see on your screen right now is the Worli Kolivada. Of course, there are different types on different types of Kolivadas located across the city here in Mumbai, and this is one of the more prominent or one of the older ones. Now, the complaints by the Koli community staying here is that projects like the Sea Link, projects like Coastal Road might affect their business. And as said before, the government is trying to draw a fine line, but nothing has kind of made people there believe that their profession will go on and their age-old traditional business of catching fishes will stay safe completely. As we all know, the famous Haji Ali Dargah is located in the sea, and the sea here in Mumbai is known for being quite notorious when it comes to, torrential rainfalls or even during the tsunami, the infamous tsunamis which took place here in Mumbai. But this was one of the few places which remain unhampered by the wrath of rain gods or even by the wrath of sea gods here in Mumbai, which is why the faith that Mumbaikars have. Now, when I talk about Mumbaikars, I talk about people from across different religions. The faith they have in this place is second to none. For them, this place is as important as any other religious place in Mumbai. Of course, we are not allowed to go inside, but there are a few shopkeepers, who serve the people who come here by giving them flowers, by giving them chadars, and we'd like to talk to them about how their experience has been regarding all of this. Sir, सबसे पहले बताइए कि आप कितने सालों से ये जो आपका स्टॉल है यहाँ पे कितने सालों से?
130 साल से।
130 साल से। मतलब आप ही के फैमिली का ही?
हाँ, फैमिली का ही।
अच्छा। सर बताइए कि हाजी अली के बारे में ऐसी क्या खास बात है जिसकी वजह से करोड़ों मुंबईकर्स सालाना ऑल ओवर द वर्ल्ड सालाना इस जगह पे आते हैं हमेशा?
हाजी अली की खासियत ऐसी है, आप जो भी दिल से मन्नत मांगोगे हर विश आपकी पूरी हो जाएगी।
सर, हमारा ये जो मुंबई शहर है, इसकी खासियत ऐसी है कि अलग अलग जात पंथ धर्म के लोग यहाँ पे रहते हैं, और ये जो हाजी अली दरगाह है ये भी उस चीज़ को सिंबलाइज करता है। यहाँ पे बस एक धर्म के लोग नहीं जाते। अभी मैं देख रहा हूँ कि बहुत सारे हमारे भाई, बहुत सारे हमारे माए जो कि अलग अलग धर्मों से वो भी अंदर जाते हैं, और सब एवरीवन इज़ वेलकम्ड इनसाइड। तो इसके बारे में थोड़ा बताइए कि ये जो इतना ओपन है सारे लोगों के लिए, आपने इतने सालों में आप पूरा बचपन आपका यहाँ गया होगा, इसके बारे में बताइए।
यहाँ पर हर रिलीजन के पब्लिक आती है और उनके दिल में जो मन्नत रहती है, किसको बच्चा नहीं होता है या किसका बिजनेस डब हुआ है, सब उनकी मन्नत पूरी की जाती है। हाजी अली दरगाह किसको नाराज़ नहीं करते बाबा, सबकी विश पूरी की जाती है।
और सर ये भी पिछले कुछ हफ्तों पहले कुछ थ्रेट्स आए थे, जब मुंबई में कभी भी सिक्योरिटी थ्रेट आता है तो हाजी अली में सिक्योरिटी बढ़ाई जाती है, सिद्धिविनायक में सिक्योरिटी बढ़ाई जाती है। तो आप जैसे लोग जो कि यहाँ पे इतने सालों से रह रहे हो, तो आप इन थ्रेट्स को कैसे परसीव करते हो? क्या
हमारा तो 24 आवर्स हम लोग अलर्ट रहते हैं। हाँ। या कोई ऐसा संशित आदमी कोई दिख गया है तो हम बाजू में पॉलिटिशियन है, वहाँ पर हम लोग अलर्ट कर देते हैं, भाई ये आदमी ऐसा है, कोई आया है हुआ है या क्यों बैग रखी हुई है, हम अलर्ट कर देते पुलिस को।
कर देते और पुलिस भी रिएक्ट।
हाँ, एकदम एकदम।
Just like the Mumbai city, even Haji Ali Dargah is known for its diversity. And when you are crossing through this road, which is right in front of Haji Ali Dargah, and an important point here in South Mumbai, in Worli region of South Mumbai, you'll see this famous and close to a 50-year-old juice shop, which goes by the name Haji Ali Juice Center. And for many who come from outside the place, this juice shop has become synonymous to the Dargah. So we'll try and talk to these people who work here in the juice center to understand about what their experience has been serving this fresh fruit juice to people for close to 50 decades. That's almost half a century. Sir, सबसे पहले आप बताइए, ये जो जूस शॉप है ये एग्जैक्टली कितना पुराना है?
ये 1971 से है, करीब 52-53 साल हो गया, और हम यहाँ 36 साल से हैं।
आप यहाँ पे 36 साल?
जी।
Worli has become the biggest selling point for the current Mahayuti government before the upcoming assembly elections here in Maharashtra. The amount of investment, especially in infrastructure, that Worli has seen is unheard of, not just in the state but also here in the city in the last 12 months. Be it this northbound coastal road, be it the newly opened arch bridge, or the series of ring roads that will be constructed here in this region and of course across the city, starting from Worli in the next 10 to 15 years, is going to relieve of the traffic here in the city. That will help the commuters and especially the people who come and work in Worli, as it has one of the most vibrant work culture in the city. आप कितने सालों से यहाँ वर्ली में कैब चला रहे हो?
20 years.
20 years.
जी।
तो अगर मैं आपको पूछूं कि 20 साल पहले और अभी के वर्ली में फ़र्क क्या है? अगर हम रोड्स की बात करें, ट्रैफिक की बात करें, पोल्यूशन की बात करें, तो आपके हिसाब से वो फ़र्क कैसा होगा?
तो रोड अभी ये फ्रीवे, ये ब्रिज बनने समय ये फ़ायदा हो गया है कि जहाँ नरीमन पॉइंट से बांद्रा जाने के लिए हमें 1-1.5 घंटा लगता था, वो 15-20 मिनट में हम कवर कर लेते हैं।
अच्छा। तो आप बताइए कि आप कितने सालों से यहाँ पे कैब चला रहे हो?
14 साल हो गए सर।
14 साल हो गए। जैसे मैंने उनको पूछा, वैसे आपको पूछूंगा कि 14 साल पहले आपके हिसाब से वर्ली कैसा था और अभी वर्ली कैसा है? अगर हम
अभी तो बहुत परिवर्तन हो गया, पूरा ये सब नज़ारा ही चेंज हो गया इधर का।
ट्रैफिक वगैरह कम नीचे हुआ?
ट्रैफिक तो बहुत कम हो गया, नहीं तो ये टाइम पे तो ये रोड पूरा जाम रहता था, पैदल रोड पूरा आपका, और ये जब से ये बना तब से पूरा कंट्रोल हो गया। हाँ, अभी तो कुछ नहीं, आराम से खड़े भी रह सकते हैं।
One of the major attractions here in the Worli constituency is this region, and that is the Koivada. At this moment, I'm present in the Gram Devat Mandir of Koivada here in Worli. As you can see behind me, this is believed to be a temple which is close to 700 to 800 years old. And these people are the original inhabitants of Mumbai. Of course, they have their own issues, they have their own problems, challenges, and also their own expectations when it comes to elections and leaders. We'll try and talk to a few of them who are here in the temple about what exactly do they think about the elections, amongst many other things.
तो यहाँ जो लोग रहते हैं उनको शौचालय या रोड, लाइट्स, ड्रेनेज लाइन, ये सब एम्यूनिटीज़ जो मिलनी चाहिए वो मिल नहीं सकती। क्यों? ये हमारे जो मकान बने हैं वो रोड तो वही है जगह पर, उसमें वो जो एम्यूनिटीज़ जो कुछ मांगता है वो हो नहीं सकती उसमें पूरी।
अभी नेताओं क्या है, खाली वो मतलब के लिए आते हैं नेता लोग, अभी कोई आके देखता नहीं कि हमारी समस्या क्या है। अभी समस्या इतनी गंभीर है कि अभी जो हमारा परिवार था वो बढ़ गया, परिवार बढ़ने से अभी यहाँ पे कोई रहते नहीं, जैसा किसी के 4 भाई है, 3 भाई है, जगह कम होने से वो सब लंबा चले गए।
रोड बहुत नैरो हो गए। अभी अभी रोड का रिनोवेशन किया है और रोड टिकते नहीं हैं बिकॉज ऑफ जो भी आपको मालूम है कि अच्छा मटेरियल वगैरह ये। तीसरी बात ये है कि यहाँ ड्रेनेज लाइन ठीक से नहीं है। गवर्नमेंट का फंड आया है कि हर घर शौचालय होना चाहिए। हमारा जो प्रतिनिधित्व करेगा, जो भी हमारा नेता होगा, तो हम उससे ही मांग करेंगे ना।
Hundreds of politicians come here to Siddhivinayak temple every year before elections to pray. And this year, I bet the queue is going to be slightly longer given the political landscape of this state. Talking specifically about Worli, in the last 35 years, this region has seen a non-Shiv Sena MLA only for one term. But a lot has changed since 2019 till now, including the split in Shiv Sena. So whom will this constituency of Worli trust this time around? Will it be Shiv Sena, UBT, Shinde Sena, or perhaps a third party representing the voices of Marathi Manus? Is something that only time can tell us. This is Anuj Rai with camera person Hemant Mohite for NDTV.
From Bandra, a scenic beauty, urban charm. This upscale area is the beating heart of Mumbai's cultural and social life. And as assembly elections draw close, we are here to understand the pulse of this dynamic neighborhood. Let's begin the day with some laughter. We are at Laughter Heaven. This is close to Joggers Park in Bandra, where hundreds and hundreds of senior citizens and elderly gather every morning to share some fun, laughter, and do some light exercise. This is a regular fixture for several of the residents here. It is a therapy of sorts. Let's find out their laughter routine, what this routine is all about, and of course, what their expectations from these elections are.
Laughing is the best medicine, And what experience I've got, I've been coming from more than 30 years. So I had a ear problem, So doctor said you have to be operated. So I said okay. But when I came here, there are some very good exercises. And that pain and the pus it was gone. Even doctor was surprised to see how it is. It's so beneficial.
There should be proper parking for us and they take care of the senior citizen. There's sometimes some ladies, they are alone, they come alone in the morning. So there should be something like to protect them. Social activities should be more for the senior citizens.
I would only say a bit of lawlessness which goes away from here would be a good idea. But otherwise, Bandra is the best suburb in Bombay. Mumbai rather.
Progress is always there. There's improvement there, and like the drainage system, other things. The roads also are being improved. They're a bit widened also. They're doing the corporators. They're doing well. Everybody's doing well.
Bandstand is a favorite spot for locals, tourists, and even joggers. It is not just a place where people come to hang out, but it is a place where Bollywood meets its fans, where common people come to unwind.
Main thing is the cleanliness. It's very messy around here. The garbage is all around. We would like to see the clean bandstand. Every people from everywhere come here, and it's not looking good.
I would like some changes in the traffic scenario here. Usually even during the peak hours or not the peak hours, it's very trouble for someone who's coming, and there's a lot of traffic and it causes a lot of delays.
Bandra's spiritual heart beats here at Mount Mary Basilica, a place of faith and quiet reflection. In fact, this is Mumbai's most revered landmarks, Perched atop a hill overlooking the Arabian Sea, the church is renowned for its stunning architecture, peaceful atmosphere. It is a popular pilgrimage site known for its annual Bandra fair. I have with me a few residents as well here who will take us through what their expectations are from the future regime. Of course, you've all been living here near Mount Mary Church for quite some time. Tell us what your expectations are. Tell us how long have you been living here? How has this place changed over the years?
Yeah, I am here for the last 48 years. And this is a heritage site. And we want to maintain it as a heritage site. That is why when the roads were being done, we all came out en masse and we supervised it. And we want it to remain just like this. You know, we don't want, there is a move to break this road and to make it into a concrete. Why break something which is good?
I feel at the St. Stephen's steps, we need a little bit of more security in the night when there are, young boys and girls moving around.
I would suggest that there would be less hacking of trees and more of trimming of the crowns rather than hacking. Because it is only the greenery that would make this place look more beautiful and more natural.
At Land's End, all the cars are coming and parking at the Cane Road, and the drivers and the rickshawalas in the night stay there and they remove their shirts, they're drinking in the night and nobody's doing anything about it. There should be like cops, especially at a place like this.
I'd like all the banners to be out. I don't want any banners. It's just not beautifying. It's not a part of Bandra's beauty at all.
We're at the beautiful sea-facing Bandstand Promenade, and right next to me is the marvelous Sea Link Arch. And on the other side is the Bandra Fort, where people come in large numbers to take a stroll, to jog and just admire the beauty of this place and the sea. In fact, this was built by the Portuguese, serving as a strategic watchtower at the point and was a point of defense, providing them with a view of the Arabian Sea. Now, this place has obviously been redeveloped and revitalized over the years, which attracts tourists and locals alike over a period of time. Politically speaking, Bandra has seen a tough contest between the BJP and the Congress, and it will continue to see a contest between the BJP and the Congress party this time as well. Of course, this constituency remains firmly with the BJP over the last 2 terms. But let's try and find out from locals here as to what their expectations are. So I just want to ask, what are the changes you'd like to see in Bandra and what are the problems that you've been having as citizens of this place, as residents here?
I think one of the main problems is the roads, definitely. Every 2 years, the same road is being dug up, again and again. I think that just really worsens the traffic. I mean, apart from the fact that Bandra is anyway so popular now. So roads is definitely one of the things. And secondly, it's also the construction around in general, with the buildings and yeah, I think it's just the infrastructure really needs to improve.
What are the changes you'd like to see? How have you seen Bandra change over the years? And,
Bandra is an ideal place, beloved of those all who are dwelling here, particularly a Christian community in big number. And everybody hopes enlightened citizens are there are good parks and many facilities for citizens, but still many things are still needed. All the inner roads and particularly Hill Road and Turner Road, which are the main arteries to take people out of Bandra. It is very unfortunate that in spite of such progress that they have had Sea Link and now that they have coastal roads, and therefore we save sufficient time while going to town. Every day I have to travel to High Court from Bandra. So it used to take 1 hour and 15 minutes or 1 hour and 30 minutes normally. Now it would take less, half an hour less, or even 45 minutes less. But the only problem is that getting out of Bandra takes away half the time.
Bandra is known for its trendy cafes, where conversations and creativity blend. where millennials, Gen Zs, writers, artists unite and brainstorm. And as I sit in one of quintessential Bandra cafes, I can't help but feel that this neighborhood is like a well-brewed cup of coffee, rich, layered and full of character. And much like the perfect brew, people here have expectations from the leadership. They want the leadership to be a perfect balance of solutions for the future and of preserving the charm and heritage of Bandra. With video journalist Mahesh Halwai, this is Radhika Ramaswamy for NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet.
The Prime Minister's 3-kilometer-long roadshow in Jharkhand, Ranchi. The Prime Minister leads BJP's mega Jharkhand tribal outreach. He says Congress cannot tolerate tribals in high positions. The Congress hits back, says tribals are merely a vote bank for the BJP. One soldier killed in an anti-terror encounter in Jammu and Kashmir's Kishtwar. The anti-terror operation kills a junior soldier there in Kishtwar. 3 anti-terror encounters have taken place in Jammu and Kashmir in just 24 hours. Union Minister Milind Gadkari speaks to NDTV amid the Mahapol heat. Won't let anyone change the constitution, says Milind Gadkari amid the raging controversy. He says it was in fact the Congress that changed the constitution during the emergency. Milind Gadkari trains guns at Sharad Pawar as well. He says that Sharad Pawar as the Chief Minister broke multiple parties. Mahayuti's Sankalp Patra versus the MVA's Maharashtra Nama. MVA vows a caste census. Meanwhile, the BJP promises farm loan waiver. Women, youth and farmers at the heart of the Mahapol manifestos. Former Punjab Finance Minister Manpreet Badal on NDTV. He says the Prime Minister and Home Minister are transformative leaders. He says Punjab has always been a top priority for the BJP. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I am Vedanta Agarwal. Our lead story. Well, the Karnataka High Court has opened a can of worms with a rather contentious order. It has overturned a local court's order that convicted a woman and her extramarital partner for her husband's suicide. Now, the Karnataka High Court has made several important points in that observation. The Karnataka High Court says that merely an extramarital affair cannot tantamount to abetment to suicide. This, in a sense, many would see as faulty jurisprudence, given the fact that it is rather subjective what abetment to suicide is. Now, in this particular case, the wife and her partner had told the wife's husband, go, we want to live happily ever after. But the court says that this in no way qualifies as abetment to suicide, and there needs to be more concrete evidence to prove that the wife and her partner were indeed responsible or criminally accountable for the husband's suicide. What does this really mean in terms of jurisprudence? Is this setting the right precedent? Many would say that it is a progressive order, but others would say that it's faulty jurisprudence. Joining me on the show this evening, I'm being joined by Mr. K.V. Dhananjay, Advocate of the Supreme Court of India. Also, Sana Rais Khan will be joining us in a short while from now. Mr. Dhananjay, going across to you first, how do you look at what the Karnataka High Court has said? It has said that there needs to be more concrete evidence, and having an extramarital affair solely cannot qualify as abetment to suicide. How do you read this order?
Well, I think the judgment, I've read the judgment. The judgment is not one for the proposition that if the husband were to commit suicide because of circumstances where his wife is in an illicit affair with another man, and the other man does many things to drive the husband to commit suicide. Now, the judgment doesn't go that far. The judgment rather deals with the evidence before the court. And this is a matter that certainly would have the society divided. There certainly will be very strong opinions on both sides. But at the end of the day, you have to look into what the evidence was before the court. Now, before we come to the specific facts of this case, should we look at the provision in question? The abetment to suicide provision is one of the original provisions of our Indian Penal Code. And it actually stems, or it is there because the law recognizes that there will be a small number of people who will be very weak and who will be very vulnerable at times. And someone else might take advantage of this weakness and vulnerability and might want to, with a criminal intention, drive that person who has a weak and a vulnerable mind to commit suicide. So the provision is there to protect those individuals. So the question really is, in this case, did the husband who commit suicide because of that assault by this individual who had an illicit affair with his wife, who also, after the assault, asked this man to go commit suicide because then they both could live in peace? Now, to prove that point, I think greater amount of evidence would have been required in this case. Now, the court, according to me, is not saying something like, should a wife have an illicit affair with another husband? And if the husband with another man, and the husband of that wife commits suicide under very compelling circumstances, cruel circumstances, then it does not amount to abetment to suicide. The court has not said anything to that extent, though one could in fact read the judgment as giving that meaning. So in this case, I think
it's also about setting the right precedent. But I think one thing that you said is extremely important, that ultimately the provision, Sana Rais Khan, is to protect those individuals who are potentially vulnerable. This entire provision of abetment to suicide is to protect those individuals with a weak mind, as Mr. Dhananjay also pointed out. But how do you look at this judgment, particularly also in the context of
this entire issue around extramarital affairs and how that could also potentially, in a sense, hurt those who are vulnerable and with a weak mind?
Yes, so every case of suicide cannot and should not lead to abandonment. The psychological state of the deceased is a relevant factor, particularly in establishing causation, because there is a delicate line between.
Okay, we seem to have a very patchy line there with Sana, but Dhananjay, would you quickly like to take that question?
Well, as she was pointing out, there will be a small number of members of our society who will commit suicides, and the law can't really protect all of them. But what the law does protect are those individuals whose weakness or vulnerability is preyed upon by other individuals with criminal intent. So criminal intent is absolutely essential. And what the Karnataka High Court has also done is to refer to a large number of Supreme Court judgments that in fact have said in the facts of those cases that if somebody were to, out of frustration, tell another person to go commit suicide or to just get lost or to go and die. So, because the prosecution here was not really producing much except that, I think maybe the prosecution was able to prove that there was an assault by this other individual of the husband.
Sure.
And after the assault, the husband was asked to go commit suicide so that this other individual and the husband's wife could live together in peace.
Right. And I think that's a very important point. And as you said that, there will be certain individuals in society who will commit suicide, but criminal intention, I think that's very important, which is what the court also says, that there was no criminal intent prima facie as far as this particular case is concerned. Thanks very much, Dhananjay, for being with us. That's all the time that we have on the show. For now, a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
The Prime Minister leads a mega 3-kilometer-long roadshow in pole-bound Jharkhand. In Jammu and Kashmir, a soldier has died in an anti-terror operation in Kishtwar. Women, youth and farmers at the heart of the Mahapol manifestos. The MV and the BJP released their poll manifestos. Punjab ex-finance minister on NDTV, he says Punjab has always been a top priority for the BJP brass.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations? Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. Extensive coverage on NDTV.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं
की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is...
Hello everyone, welcome to this special election edition on NDTV. I'm Radhika Ramaswamy. I'm joined by seasoned politician Milind Deora. In fact, this time we are not catching him on a busy campaign trail. Of course, he's just come from several meetings and campaigns, but now we are catching him up over cups of coffees and delicacies in a neighborhood restaurant in Worli. All right, Mr. Deora, thank you so much for joining us on NDTV. Do you really get time to have cups of coffees and, nashta these days? How busy? I mean, I'm sure the schedule is busy, but do you have time to even breathe?
No, election schedules are very busy. This is my 5th election, and I've seen it from childhood. I've seen my late father. He fought 7 parliament elections, assembly elections, corporation elections. From childhood, we've seen it. It's a hectic time. But it's a time when we also get to, you have to regulate yourself. And I've learned over the years, compared to when I was 27 years old in my first election, to now when I'm 47, I've learned how to, 20 years later, regulate myself much better, take care of myself much better. I meditate. I try to do at least once a day. To declutter my mind of all the activity that's been happening the night before or during the day. I try to eat healthy as much as possible.
Yes.
And I just said healthy, and there you go. Thank you. And so these are things which I try to do. And generally, you get a good workout when you campaign as well. Stay hydrated. But it would be wrong for me to say I don't get time to have a cup of coffee. I wake up in the morning, I get about half an hour to read, to glance through the newspapers, glance through the news of the day, and of the morning rather, and have something to drink.
How has the campaign trail been, and how difficult has it been over the last several weeks? Take us through the challenges that you're facing while you're on the road. Of course, you're a seasoned politician. You've done it before. You've been MP multiple times. So, but how challenging has it been this time?
In a strange way, the heat is not so bad. It's not as bad as a summer election, my God. Thank you. The heat is better relative to a summer Lok Sabha election. Number one. Number two, the parliamentary elections, you typically get about 2 to 3 weeks to cover 6 assembly constituencies that make up a parliamentary seat. Here you have about 2 to 3 weeks to cover 1 assembly seat. So in that sense, it's easier, but it also means you're using your time to almost do door-to-door campaigning, going chawl to chawl, building to building, slum to slum, home to home. And that in some ways is more grueling also. Both have their own challenges.
As I said, you're a seasoned politician. You've been the youngest parliamentarian. And you've contested election multiple times, MP twice. What drove you to contest from Worli this time? Of course, you know South Bombay better than many other leaders. But what drove you to contest this time from Worli constituency, and what drove you to contest at all?
Firstly, it is a left field decision. Thank you. Cha, please. Thank you. Thank you. Half cup. Thank you. For me, like you said, I'm a South Mumbaikar. I've represented this area several times. I know this area. I'm born here. I live here. I work here. This is my Janma Bhumi and my Karma Bhumi. There's no doubt Aditya Thackeray is an important leader of the opposition. And he's been the MLA of this area for the last 5 years. So in some ways, this is a political challenge. the party, the alliance felt we should mount a serious challenge. And there were many discussions that we had. We have a lot of good local workers here. And in Worli is a very different constituency in that it's A, very cosmopolitan. B, there is a strong emotion of Worlikar. There are a lot of people who consider themselves local Worlikars. You won't find that in Malabar Hill, where there's a local aspiration and they want local people. Worli, thank you, has had one of the longest serving MLAs in Maharashtra, Dattaji Nalavade, who was a local. After that, it had Sachin Ahir from the NCP. It had Sunil Shinde from the Shiv Sena, also locals. Aditya was really the first outsider MLA from this area. And there was, in some ways, we wanted to mount a challenge. We wanted to raise the stakes. We did think about giving this ticket to a local Worlikar Karyakarta who's on the ground, accessible to them, unlike, let's say, Aditya. But the decision was finally taken that, these things spin both ways. If we gave it to a local person, what could have happened is the narrative would have been, oh, you've given him a cakewalk. You've given it to an unknown person. And then all kinds of speculation and conspiracy theories would have floated around.
You know Aditya Thackeray very well. I mean, you've been his friend, you've been his colleague, you know him for many, many years. So do you find it a little weird that you're contesting against him? I know this is not personal.
He's a friend. He's someone I've known for a long time. There's no doubt. I've seen him since he was a young man. And I remember when he was a young boy, when he was a student and he came to Delhi once, and I was a member of parliament. He came home and he had written a book on poetry. So there's nothing personal about it. But he's campaigned for me very aggressively in 2014 and 2019. It's not that I took it the wrong way. And so he shouldn't either, number one. If he takes it personally, that's his problem, not mine. I'd like to think he is more mature than that. But this is really about issues. This is really about telling the people of Worli, telling the people of Mumbai, telling the people of Maharashtra that we have to move forward. Unfortunately, the kind of politics he started out doing, practicing, and the kind of politics he's been doing for the last few years after he lost power, in my opinion, is very negative and very unfortunate because he came in with a lot of promise. He's now become a speed breaker in the way of progress. The largest port in the country, Vadhavan Port, coming to Maharashtra in Palghar, he opposed it blindly. One of the largest refineries coming to Maharashtra, he opposed it. One of the largest nuclear power plant in the world in Konkan, he opposed it. He delayed the Mumbai Metro by 4 years and led to a cost escalation of 14,000 crores. The Mumbai Mahalakshmi race course, which he failed to implement when the lease expired in 2013. This government did it. He's opposing it. So I think this opposition politics for the sake of opposing, just because you don't like the person who's implementing it. You have a problem with the leader who's implementing it, doesn't mean you should become anti-Maharashtra, anti-Mumbai.
Sure. So many of the projects were stalled under MDA regime is something that you've been pointing, and several other leaders within Mahayuti as well. Now, talking about Worli constituency, of course, you said that there is a lot of conversation around our Worli constituency a lot, and that is something that even I noticed when I came here when we were doing the setup. A lot of talk around how this is a three-way fight. Anything that you'd like to say about the third contestant, Sandeep Deshpande of MNS, who seemed to also win some sort of influence in this?
I don't think that anyone takes MNS very seriously now, number one. And largely this is a two-way fight. It's beyond Aditya and Milind Deora. It's beyond two parties as well, or two alliances. It's really a fight between governance without speed limits or governance filled with speed breakers. And that's a choice that Worlikars have to make. Do they want Mumbai, Maharashtra to move forward at the speed it's been moving forward in the last few years? Or do they want to put speed breakers up on every single issue? There's a good balance between infrastructure like the coastal road, Atal Setu, Mumbai Metro, Navi Mumbai Airport. But at the same time, we're also implementing green infrastructure. The Mahalakshmi race course, plus the coastal road will open up 300 acres of public parks, central parks, to the people of South Mumbai. He's opposing that. This fear psychosis, spreading fear among the people. Oh, this is going to happen, that's going to happen. The government is going to build towers on the Mahalakshmi race course. This is what's going to happen in Dharavi. Just blindly lying. in my opinion, is politics which is negative. It's going to harm Mumbai, it's going to harm Maharashtra, and that's really one of the core reasons why I'm fighting this election.
Absolutely. And as far as Worli constituency is concerned, you did speak about what the constituency is all about. It's a mixed constituency. You have your upscale, buildings, your elite buildings and people, and then you have your BDD chawls, which is another issue that you keep talking about, and Poliwadas. So tell us about the issues that you'd like to raise and some of the changes you'd like to see in the constituency.
Well, there are many issues. So there are many local. Look, to be honest, in every constituency in Mumbai now, especially in parts of South Mumbai, where you have old chawls. This was originally a larger area called Giran Gaon, which meant the village where the Girini Kamgars, the mill workers who worked in textile mills, housing for the laborers, when Mumbai was a textile hub of India. And chawls were built for them during the British era, for them to live there, and then they would come to the mills to work. Today, those chawls are being redeveloped. Those mills have been redeveloped. You see skyscrapers, you see towers, you see commercial buildings, you see retail spaces. This area and the city is completely changing. How do you take everyone along? How do you ensure that you're just building a constituency for the super rich, but you're also building a constituency for the lower middle class, for those who want affordable housing? Otherwise, what will happen is people are being forced to leave Mumbai and live in Dombivli, live in Ambarnath, go to places outside where land is cheaper, housing is cheaper. We need to bring them back. We need to ensure that this area is an area for every community, for all economic strata. And that's important for all of us. Today, when in a restaurant, the restaurant owner may be living in a tower, but the people working in the restaurant live in these chawls, they live in these slums. So they need to live side by side, work side by side. So that's the vision which I have personally for every constituency in Mumbai, I would say, but certainly in South Mumbai and Worli, which is how do you resolve these issues, how do you resolve these housing issues that affect the people of BDD chawl. Then of course there are common area issues which impact all of the city in every assembly constituency: traffic, water, roads. These are areas we all need to throw our weight behind, ensure that there's better infrastructure. But as I said, to rise above Worli, if we are not taking Mumbai and Maharashtra forward at the speed we've been progressing in the last 2.5 years, then everyone will suffer.
Certainly. So development plank is something high on agenda as far as Mahayuti is concerned.
It's the only thing on the agenda.
Absolutely.
And it's where I think that Aditya, who came with great promise, not just failed to deliver, but I would say he became an impediment in the way of Mumbai and Maharashtra's progress and continues to do so, which I personally found and continue to find very, very unfortunate. When he came in here as someone who's fought from South Mumbai and he decided to contest the elections, the first member of his family to do so, and then chose Worli as a constituency, although he doesn't live here. I actually thought that the people of Worli, forget the politics, would benefit from his representation. He would help them, he would be accessible to them, he would solve these issues. He would take Mumbai forward, he would want Maharashtra to move forward. He wouldn't oppose for the sake of opposing. He'd educate people who were misled that we should not necessarily oppose for the sake of opposing. Every single incident, as I said, from metro to the Vadhavan port, to the refinery, to the nuclear plant, to the race course, every single issue, just blind opposition, fear psychosis.
2024, very different from elections 2019 in terms of political landscape is changed. We have multiple parties now, splits have happened, realignments have happened. You left the Congress party, you joined Eknath Shinde Sena. So how do you view these elections as compared to the previous assembly elections in Maharashtra?
Look, the biggest disruption that happened in Maharashtra, very quickly, unfortunately, I have to excuse myself. The biggest disruption that happened in Maharashtra 2019 was when Shiv Sena and Congress came together. The Mahayuti had won a second term and the NDA won a second term in 2019. The voters decisively gave the Shiv Sena BJP alliance a second term. That mandate was stolen by Uddhav Thackeray ji, by the Congress, by Sharad Pawar ji. As a result of that disruption, you're bound to see a political fallout of that. And that's what happened. And I remember very clearly warning the Congress, warning Aditya, that this is not in anyone's interest. Respect the people's mandate, maintain Congress, I remember advising them, maintain the role of an opposition, constructive opposition. People chose otherwise for power, people chose otherwise for whatever unfortunate reasons, and that led to this disruption. So these things happen when you disobey, disregard the verdict of the people.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
कैसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
in the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने।
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially.
PM Modi's 3-kilometer-long roadshow in Ranchi. PM leads BJP's mega Jharkhand tribal outreach. The Prime Minister says the Congress cannot tolerate tribals in high positions. The Congress hits back, says tribals are merely a vote bank for the BJP. In Jammu and Kashmir, a soldier has died in the Kishtwar encounter. This after back-to-back encounters were reported in Jammu and Kashmir in just 24 hours. Nitin Gadkari speaks to NDTV amid the Mahapol heat. He says, I will not let anyone change the constitution amid the raging controversy. He says, in fact, it was the Congress that changed the constitution during the emergency. It's the Mahayuti Sankalp Patra versus the MVA's Maharashtra Nama. The MVA promises caste census as the BJP vows farm loan waiver. Women, youth and farmers at the heart of the Maharashtra poll manifestos. Former Punjab Finance Minister Manpreet Badal on NDTV, he says the Prime Minister and Home Minister are transformative leaders ahead of the crucial by-polls in Punjab. Punjab has been a top priority for the BJP brass, says Manpreet Badal. And well, news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, an extremely tragic development. One soldier has died in the Kishtwar encounter. Let me go straight across to my colleague Nazir Masoodi joining us on the phone line. Nazir, what more details do you have?
Well, a junior commissioned officer, Rakesh Kumar, has been killed in action during an encounter with heavily armed militants in Kishtwar. 3 other soldiers of the special forces have also been injured. So this is yet another, casualty special forces paratroopers have suffered, which is the force which is highest trained force in counter-terrorism or jungle warfare Indian Army has. And again, this force was deployed to, take on the terrorists who have been involved in recent kidnapping and killing of 2 village defense guards in Kishtwar. So police and the army had received this information 3 to 4 militants could be hiding. As they launched the operation, they came under heavy fire, which was like an ambush. So one JC officer of special force has been killed, 3 others have been injured. Operation is underway, but no clarity if any of the attacker or the militant has been cornered or tracked down so far.
Nazir, thanks very much for joining us for the latest there. Extremely tragic there, one soldier dying in that anti-terror operation. But moving now to some political news. Well, in Maharashtra, it's Manifesto versus Manifesto, with the Maha Vikas Aghadi as well as the Maha Yuti releasing their poll manifestos. Of course, a lot of key differences, many similarities as well, with farmers, the youth and women at the center of both the poll manifestos. And well, now our special interview with somebody who's now a viral sensation from Fabulous Lives of Bollywood Wives. Shalini Pasi spoke to NDTV's Arun Singh. Take a look.
What's happened? अब ठीक है? There's another one. अजवाइन का पानी, because now I'm feeling tired. That's not the sweat, that's मेरा skin shine करता है.
आप क्या करती है अपनी स्किन के लिए?
I don't like to talk about others because I like to talk about myself.
आप लोगों को ज़्यादा hate नहीं करती because that's not good for your skin, is what she said.
There's another one. अब ठीक है?
हाय एवरीवन, वेलकम टू NDTV। NDTV के सभी दर्शकों का बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। मेरा नाम है अरुण सिंह और मेरे साथ है शालिनी पासी, आर्ट कलेक्टर, फैबुलस लाइफ जीने वाली और फिलैंथ्रोपिस्ट और बहुत सारे टाइटल्स एंड ऑल्सो दिल्ली की डीवा। बहुत बहुत स्वागत है NDTV पर। आप छा गई हैं आफ्टर दिस नेटफ्लिक्स शो।
थैंक यू सो मच। आई एम फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मैं बहुत ही ग्रेटफुल हूँ कि आपने मुझे इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे बुलाया। NDTV इज सच अ like an amazing news channel and I'm so honored to be here and I'm even more like happy and grateful for all the love जो भी सब दर्शकों ने इतना प्यार मुझे दिया है, उससे मेरे दिल करता है कि मैं और अच्छी चीज़ें करूँ। लाइक
आपकी आर्ट को, आपको, आपके दिल को, जिस तरीके से आपकी पर्सनालिटी निकल कर आई, सबको प्यार मिला है और आपके हैंड बैग्स को भी। कैन यू क्विकली कीप इट इन योर हैंड एंड शो इट टू दैट कैमरा? दिस वन इज फ्राइज वाला बैग। योर बैग्स हैव बीन रियली यूनिक एंड आपके शो का जितना पार्ट आप हैं उतने आपके बैग्स भी हैं। व्हाट इज द स्टोरी ऑफ दिस बैग?
सो दिस इज़ एक ये डिज़ाइनर हैं जो बुडापेस्ट में बॉर्न हुए थे, जूडिथ लीबर। 1920s में वो बॉर्न हुए थे एंड उन्होंने ये विमेन डिज़ाइनर हैं, उन्होंने ये बैग्स बनाए हैं और मुझे ये बहुत ही आर्टिस्टिक लगते हैं, क्वर्की लगते हैं, एक सीरियस आउटफिट को थोड़ा फन एलिमेंट देते हैं। ऑल्सो इट्स लाइक अ पर्सनल जोक ऑन एवरीथिंग, लाइक आई एम हैविंग फ्राइज, आई एम विद माई फ्राइज and I'm not really having like junk food. So also it's like comical, it's having fun. Also on a shoot, like you're not allowed to carry your phone. So this was my buddy.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
अब सबसे पहले शो की बात कर लेते हैं, फैबुलस लाइफ वर्सेस बॉलीवुड वाइव्स। बहुत सारे लोगों को ये लगा कि आप कॉर्नर हो रही थी, सबने आपको कॉर्नर किया, आपका क्या उस पर टेक है?
Well, मुझे तो अच्छा लगा था बहुत ही ज़्यादा सबके साथ काम करना।
कॉर्नर होना भी
पता है मेरे को ना इतना ज़्यादा कुछ पता नहीं लगता है कि क्या हो रहा है, ये सबका परसेप्शन अलग होता है। अगर लोगों को ऐसे लगा है तो आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड, बट यू नो द इन लाइफ आई एम क्वाइट ओके विद एनीथिंग, यू नो।
आप लोगों को ज़्यादा हेट नहीं करती बिकॉज़ दैट्स नॉट गुड फॉर योर स्किन, इज व्हाट यू सेड।
देयर इज अनदर वन व्हिच आई से I don't like to talk about others because I like to talk about myself.
That's also nice.
It's better, no?
There's another thing which you say, I like things over people because they never disappoint, something like that.
Yeah, they don't talk back.
They don't talk back.
They don't disappoint, they don't talk back, they don't... Also, like with things was just a thing, what I meant was like painting, sculptures, craft, you know, so... And it's also just a form of just having fun, making fun of your own self. That's what I do. मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लगता है कि अपने ऊपर जोक बनाना.
Really?
क्योंकि दूसरों पे जोक बनाना दूसरों को बुरा लग सकता है. तो मेरी बहुत ये काफ़ी कोशिश रहती है कि मैं सारे जोक्स अपने पे ही बनाऊं, ताकि किसी को बुरा ना लगे.
आपने जैसे मैंने भी जिक्र किया कि आपने वो डायलॉग कहा कि यू नो इट्स नॉट गुड फॉर माय स्किन. आप क्या करती है अपनी स्किन के लिए? ऑफ कोर्स आई एम श्योर यू हैव लाइक अ फुल फ्लेज्ड रूटीन ऑफ योर्स. कैन यू टेक अस थ्रू व्हाट यू ईट इन अ डे एंड आल्सो योर रूटीन फॉर द वे यू लुक?
Yeah, so I eat only raw foods all day till sunset. Then after that cooked food. My meals are mostly जैसे जो मैं खाना खाती हूँ वो आयुर्वेदा पे बेस्ड है. उसमें मैं raw vegetables लेती हूँ जो मेरे आयुर्वेदिक जो हैं गुरु मुझे बताते हैं. प्लस उसके अलावा मैं किताब आई कॉल हिम स्वामी जी एंड वो कोई वो सिर्फ काफ़ी कम लोगों को कंसल्ट करते हैं. उनकी विद्या पे मैं बहुत मुझे अच्छा लगता है. तो बट वो बहुत कम लोगों से मिलते हैं और तो जो उन्होंने मुझे बताया मैं फॉलो करती हूँ. बाकी मैं अपने आप पढ़ती हूँ, रिसर्च करती हूँ, अपने आप को गिनी पिग बना के एक्सपेरिमेंट भी करती हूँ. कई बार एक्सपेरिमेंट गलत भी हो जाते हैं डाइट के. यू नो कभी करेले का अगर आप खीरे का छिलका के साथ खा लोगे तो स्टमक अपसेट हो सकता है. सो रॉ फूड जो कच्ची सब्जी होती है बहुत मुश्किल होता है डाइजेस्ट करने के लिए. तो मैं पूरे दिन में रॉ लेती हूँ और शाम को कुक्ड लेती हूँ मोस्टली. एंड उसके अलावा बहुत लोग कहते हैं कि यू नो तुम इतना अपना ध्यान रखती हो स्किन का एंड यू टेक केयर ऑफ़ योर स्किन एंड हमारे पास ये समय नहीं है. बहुत लोग मुझे ये भी कहते हैं. तो मैं उनको एक बात बोलती हूँ बहुत आराम से कि आपके पास टीवी देखने का टाइम है. आप दिन में 2 घंटे टेलीविज़न देखते हैं और एक स्किन केयर के लिए सिर्फ 5 मिनट सुबह और 5 मिनट शाम को अगर आप डेडिकेट, जैसे आप दांत ब्रश करते हैं रोज़ दिन में 2 बार या 3 बार, स्किन केयर भी वैसी ही है. इट्स नॉट कि एक बार स्पा पे गए और सब ठीक हो गया. इट्स लाइक एवरी डे, लाइक यू ब्रश योर टीथ एवरी डे, यू कोम योर हेयर एवरी डे. तो स्किन केयर भी वैसे ही होता है.
आप एक पॉप कल्चर फिनोमेना बन चुकी हैं.
आई नो.
आपके डायलॉग्स, आपकी वन लाइनर्स आर क्वाइट पॉपुलर एंड पीपल कीप कोटिंग इट टू ईच अदर इन देयर कन्वर्सेशन.
They're having sassy parties now. Somebody
nice.
sent me videos of a sassy party.
Wow, which is your आपकी थीम की पार्टी थी?
No, which was like they were wearing hairbands and clips and you know they were drinking with a straw and all that and they had like made some object which looked like a bag and they were just carrying that around, which was very sweet. Yeah.
ऑडियंस ने आपको देखा, आपने शो में कहा कि आप स्टेट लेवल स्विमर हैं, आप पेंट करती हैं, आप एक आर्ट का कॉज जो है वो रन करती हैं. सो मेनी थिंग्स दैट यू डू. ये तो कुछ जिक्र किया मैंने. एंड दे से इट्स टू गुड टू बी ट्रू. हाउ कैन वन पर्सन बी गुड एट सो मेनी थिंग्स?
I think we all are given so many talents and opportunities. I think we are all born with it. It's how you decide to use it and it's like how you manage your time, you know. So like I said, like I don't watch television. I try to prioritize everything I'm doing. I have a very regimented life, you know. Though I'm an artist, if I don't have a regime, if I don't have a schedule, I'll be all over the place. So I'm very particular. If I've fixed a class, I will arrive for a class. If I've given you time, I will arrive. I will arrive before time, 5 minutes, settle in myself, because that's how you can be functional, and that's how other people also respect your time. They take you seriously. Like if I have a party and I've given the time 8 p.m, people know if they come late, they might not be invited back again. So wow. Over the years, I have like people know that okay, when she's saying something, she'll be there on time. We have to respect her time. So for me, it's all about time management. Also, I feel if I didn't have say singing or dancing in my life, everything feeds to the other thing, and we all like, you know, we all like have to drive energy from other things. So for me, it's all about time management. Like I said, I don't watch television, and I work very, very, very hard. Like, and sometimes people say I'm very tough on myself. So
But that's working for you, for sure. I mean, you of course thrive on discipline, is what you say.
I've always been very disciplined.
And how is your singing classes going?
Not too many, because we've just been swamped with so much other things which are happening, and Master Ji is very happy. But he says you have to do you have to be consistent in your classes, and of course, once things settle down, I'll just pick that up.
And what kind of DMs you get?
I get everything from saying change your makeup artist to...
Why do they want you to change your makeup artist?
Yeah, but from that to DMs like saying that initially it was like messages which came right after the series were, I saw the series and I'm so inspired and I want to be like you. How can I be like you? I want to do things like you, and I want to be free. And then can you help me? So we started sending voice audios, or we started replying. Those people are now messaging us back, and sometimes they're sending videos of themselves running into the sea in Goa, or saying that, you know, I've been following your way of life for the last 10 days, 2 weeks, and my God, it's made so much of a difference. I've become a Shalini and my entire family is following what you say and stuff like that. So that is sort of like, it's also giving, if they are feeling inspired, you know what, I'm feeling more inspired by them, because now, like, if there was like 80% goodness in me or 60% goodness in me, now I want to be 200% just for the love that I'm getting.
Before I dive into my fun segments, last question, which is, why do you think Delhi is better than Bombay or Mumbai?
Delhi is definitely...
Give me 3 reasons why you think Delhi is better than Mumbai.
3 reasons. Historical, art-wise, or city life-wise?
Whatever. I mean, why do you think?
I think because
Delhi's
for me,
better?
Delhi is special because I'm born here. I will always live in Delhi for me. And I think Delhi, the culture is, what I love about Delhi is that we have one foot in tradition and one in contemporary. We have not left our traditions to follow a contemporary dream. And for me also, like when it's Diwali, it's very traditional. It's like how my grandmother would do it, you know. It's not something, so all the festivals we follow, our dressing are during the weddings or the festivals, it's all very traditional.
So your birthplace, then it's traditional and?
It's traditional, and we have a foot in
Yes,
the
what's the
contemporary
third
world. Third reason would be Bombay has no footpaths. It's like, are there? Few maybe somewhere.
The space crunch, of course.
There's this very heavy road, and then there'll be just a building there. Where Delhi, we have a footpath, we have a kyari, we have a hedge. Then we have
on some roads we also have cycling tracks also.
We have cycling tracks, so I think that's something that Bombay doesn't have.
But you also mentioned clothes also, that, you know, when there's Diwali,
so
and there was a lot of conversation about clothes.
The biggest thing which all women agree, whether Delhi, Bombay or anywhere in the world, is that Delhi, we have the weather like no other. So we have summers, you can wear your beautiful linens, and the amaltas is blooming. Isn't it the most beautiful thing? And then we have the monsoon, and then we have, you know, you can have your bhuttas in your monsoon and then dress accordingly. Like, you have to change because you cannot wear the summer clothes. And then you have the autumn, October weather, which is beautiful. And then you have the Delhi winter, which are legendary. And we get to enjoy all these folk kind of wear the clothes and eat the food.
Do you think Delhi people dress up too loud? Because that was also one conversation on the show.
Yeah, we love dressing. Delhi loves dressing.
Do you think it's the Punjabi pun in
No,
Delhi?
I think people in South India also love dressing because, you know, it's very easy to be minimal. You know, I can be very chic and minimal. It will take me 5 seconds to put on an Armani suit, and it will be totally not interesting, even for me. Forget other people, I'm dressing for myself. So it's very easy to be chic. It's very difficult to put things together and balance everything on your head and your hands and then walk. And we love it. Delhi loves it, you know. And also, I think Delhi, all of us, like the culture today, which is of Instagram, and most of my friends, their accounts are private. So they're not really wearing it to show anyone. They are just wearing it because they have been wearing it. and they will continue wearing it. It's not, accounts are private, they're not even putting up a picture of themselves, their dress. So we are just wearing it for ourselves.
I don't know if it was Mahip or I don't know who said that, Shalini might walk in with a tiara on her head, but I think it was a swimming pool kind of thing or some beach location. And that's what one of them mentioned. I think it was Mahip. So do you think Delhi people have that thing that they can walk in with like bling?
So you know what the thing is, that it's everything that is there actually comes out of necessity. So in North India, a lot of us are Sikhs, right? So we don't cut our hair. So when you don't cut your hair, how do you make it look different every day? By hair bands, clips, flowers, jhumka, tiaras, whatever you want to call them, right? If you're not cutting your hair, even for me, I shave my hair in Tirupati. I've shaved 4 times. So for me also, I don't want to style my hair too much or cut it, because I know ultimately I will donate it, right? It will be shaved. So for me also...
You do that regularly?
I've done it 4 times. Wow. Last I shaved was 2018. And so for like women like who have long hair, and most of us have long hair in the north of India, we don't really like to, I mean, now I see everybody has colored hair, but if you are not styling your hair or cutting it short, the only thing is to put accessories, right?
Fair. We have a really fun painting session planned with her, but before that, I have who's most likely to, okay? And these are, of course, the situations you have to tell which wife is most likely to do these things.
Okay.
Yeah, are we good?
Yes.
Who's most likely to, out of these, wives, gossip the most?
Gossip the most? All.
All?
Yeah. I think, but Kalyani less.
Okay, nice. I mean, I think you also, you barely gossip through the show.
Oh, I can, me.
Yeah, you can name yourself as well. Be affected by comments.
Be affected by comments. Who will be or will not be?
Who will be?
Who will be? I think everybody gets affected. And sometimes we don't realize it. Something very small could be very meaningful to them. So.
Okay. Take the longest to get ready.
I think me. Because the clips have their own takes time.
Give an opinion on everything.
Give an opinion on everything. I think all of us, given a chance to speak, all women.
Okay. Start a fight?
Start a fight. I think none of them. I think we all
would start it.
Who would start it? I think none of us.
Flirt with a Bollywood actor?
I think Mahip has been flirting quite a lot in season 2.
Yeah. Get offered a Bollywood film role. Who's most likely to get a role?
Seema.
Not you? You never had acting aspirations?
I can barely speak. I miss words when I speak, and I also have a little lip,
No, I think you would have totally killed it in the movies. Anyway,
unless if I can keep playing myself.
Who's most likely to get into trouble between shots? You? What kind of troubles are these?
Anything. It could be anything. Me trying to go and explore the studio somewhere. We were shooting something, and then I had this thing like, wow, I'm in this Karjat studio for the first time, like I'm in this studio for the first time. So I decided to go and explore and what's happening. So me, because I love exploring.
Lovely. Now I think you'll have to lead us into this artistic segment that we have. We have these tiny statues which we'll be painting. Do these statues have any stories?
Yeah, this is the head of David.
Yeah, of course. No, I meant like, has somebody made it? Have you made it?
No, these we just got from the net. I liked it. I was looking for like, the head of David for the ball. So these were some of the things that we gave to the guests at the Mashinasev ball, and we have few ones which were left.
Just the head, otherwise we would have to censor a lot of it. But no.
Oh, really? Is it?
No, I was just kidding. No, we would run it. But any brush is okay?
Yeah, sure. I picked a brush out for you.
Oh, thank you.
This one you can take.
So you've picked a green color.
Yeah. Are you okay with green?
Yeah, of course. Whatever.
Or you can black.
No, I think green is fine. What are we going to do? Are we going to add like
So what we do is just simply,
you
can just paint on what is where the light is shining, or what is enhanced here.
The grooves.
Yeah.
So I just...
Yeah, I'll just show you.
Yeah, please.
Just this. Yeah.
Okay. I'm not too good at it, but of course I'm learning it from the expert. here and...
So when you actually, if you want the line to be consistent or straight, you can hold your breath. So when you hold your breath,
Okay.
while you...
It's quite
so
like
when you hold your
meditation.
breath,
Yeah. Mhm.
when you're making the stroke, your hand will be still. And you breathe when you're dabbing the paint.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's quite an interesting insight. Let me try this. It actually works. My hand is steadier. You know, Sharon, you live such a fancy life, and when you mentioned bhutta, that monsoon mein we have bhutta.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, are there any middle class things you do?
Tell me, ask me and I'll tell you.
I mean, have you ever eaten at a thela, like a street food?
I mean, yeah, when I've traveled, I've eaten at thelas, I've taken bhutta, I eat churran every day.
Delhi mein koi
I
kahin
eat
pe?
churran 3 times a day, by the way.
What?
Churran.
Which churran is it?
It's a ram laddu. We get it from... I love churran. I love achar. Like even
Kahan
if
se
I
milta
don't...
hai churran?
Churran we get from Amritsar. Achar we get from Amritsar.
अच्छा, किस चीज़ का चूरन है? अच्छा, ऐसे is
Ram
it
laddu.
churran?
We can get it for you and show you.
Well, that's very sweet. So you love chatpata, and then for chaat, you of course go to Chandni Chowk.
Yeah.
That's something. Okay. Let me think of something else which is middle class and maybe ask if you've done. Do you bargain when you shop things? Yeah, that's a very middle class thing.
Everything is a standard price, no? Everything has a standard price now, no?
Wherever you go, it has a standard price.
Mostly it's
No, but
standard price only.
As they say, customer is the king. You have the money, you get
But
to
also I
negotiate.
don't really buy things like, I don't really like...
Head out to buy yourself.
Yeah, because it's like my world is art and whatever I want to do with my world, because my energy I want to conserve for things that I think I'm effective in.
Okay.
Right? So there are things that I don't do or...
And how many people does it take to run your day or world?
I've never counted, but I think we have a great team, and they are very efficient.
You don't know how many people are there?
I don't know. I won't
But
know.
just for you, do you know that? Your staff, how many people would it be?
I have no idea.
You've not counted. Okay, that's interesting. I also have a rapid fire, which is the Riches edition, and that's the final segment of it. I'm almost ready with what I have done. I don't know if you would rate
It's very nice.
Really? I don't think it's a very kindergarten attempt at painting. Can I do something else to this, or you think this is
Just
fine?
touch the hair, then the rest I'll just touch the head part, and I'll make something and I'll send you later.
Okay, but
It's nice.
But that's all that I
like
can
it.
do. I can't
You
add
can
in.
do the line here.
Ah.
That will look interesting, and it'll just sort of.
Okay.
But don't touch the face. You
Yeah,
can
I
complete
didn't
the
want
back.
to ruin that beautiful face.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Even
we
have
have
fun with the hair.
we have a rapid fire round, which is the richest edition, and it's gold plated. The rapid fire round
is this
gold plated.
richest?
The riches. So it's like the most expensive art piece you own. What would that be?
The most that's the painting by my son.
This one?
Yeah, because it's next to my bedside. It's the most precious to me.
How sweet.
And I happen to put it here. as
That's
well.
interesting. We'll
Yeah.
get a shot of this later.
Yeah.
The most extravagant vacation you've ever taken. The fanciest vacation.
I think it would be not just in terms of monetary, but I think it would be in terms of just the leisure of being. I think when I was in Mahabalipuram, it was just something else because I had the leisure of just being with the monuments. So.
Okay. So that's something that you would.
I think definitely because there are certain things that money can't buy, which is how things make you feel, you know.
Yeah. Okay. The fanciest meal you have splurged on, if you can mention. I mean, it's great that there's an intellectual side to every answer, but I would love for you to mention.
Fanciest meal?
Meal you've splurged on.
I think Paris, definitely.
Where was
Every meal is is like, yeah.
Fancy.
It's not fancy, but also like Paris, everything. Even if it's just the French are just like, you know, take it or leave it. So it's not necessarily fancy. But yeah, but it is.
A luxury brand you can't resist.
Dolce & Gabbana.
Okay.
I'm a Dolce & Gabbana junkie.
Okay. A luxury experience one should try once.
Skiing.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a beautiful experience. My trainer would always, my ski trainer would always like tell me like first we should go to the slopes, and so I can let you see the environment, because when I'm skiing I had a habit of actually looking at the scenery.
Okay.
And when you do that,
then you lose focus.
So like we always like when before skiing we would always like go and look at the slopes and the views, and he's like, are you happy you've seen everything? I say, yeah. I said, now we will ski.
Love it. So I'm almost done with this and also with all the questions and the segments that I had.
You're very talented,
Oh,
I
come
must
on.
say.
I was just under a very safe, sane and expert hands. That's why I've been able to pull this off. And I must say, you've done a commendable job here with the hair.
I had to speak, I couldn't hold my breath. Because I was
But still, you managed to do such a nice job. Here is the outcome. And thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you
and
so much.
kindness and candidness. It was
you for having
great
me here.
having you on NDTV. बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ
Thank you so
बातचीत
much.
करने के लिए.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shalini.
All the best.
Thank you so much. आजम और गोपाल के साथ अरुण सिंह NDTV के लिए.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations? Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. Extensive coverage on NDTV.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराज की। त्यांचा अजेंडा फक्त करप्शन फर्स्ट, आमचा अजेंडा आहे नेशन फर्स्ट.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
Prime Minister Modi's 3-kilometer-long roadshow in Ranchi. Prime Minister leads BJP's mega Jharkhand tribal outreach just ahead of the closing of the campaign for the first phase. Soldier killed in an anti-terror operation in Jammu and Kashmir, Kishtwar region. 3 anti-terror encounters in Jammu and Kashmir in the last 24 hours. Union Minister Nitin Gadkari speaks to NDTV amid the Maharashtra poll he says won't let anyone change the constitution. Gadkari also speaks on the opposition, calls them out for misinformation campaign. Gadkari attacks Sharad Pawar, says Pawar as chief minister broke multiple parties. Mahayuti Sankalp Patra versus MVA's Maharashtra Nama. MVA vows caste census, BJP promises farm loan waiver. Women, youth, farmers at heart of Maharashtra poll manifestos. Former Punjab Finance Minister Manpreet Badal says Prime Minister and Home Minister are transformative. BJP Punjab top priority of Prime Minister and Home Minister. Well, good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ankit Tyagi. You are with NDTV. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's campaign continued in Jharkhand, where the Prime Minister, apart from the rallies in Bokaro, Gumla, also held a roadshow in Ranchi. The Prime Minister roadshow was, in fact, received by a lot of people, those who were there to see the Prime Minister. He attacking the JMM and the Congress in Jharkhand. Prime Minister said Congress insulted a tribal woman president, and he invoked Roti, Beti and Mati ahead of the polls. Remember, tomorrow, that is 11th of November, is the last day till 5 p.m. for the campaign to end for the first phase of polling in Jharkhand, which is going to take place on 13th of November.
द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी के साथ कैसा व्यवहार रहा है। कांग्रेस ने आदिवासी बेटी को राष्ट्रपति चुनाव में हराने के लिए पूरा दम लगा दिया। आज भी कांग्रेस के लोग माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी का अपमान करने से बाज नहीं आते। सच्चाई यही है कि कांग्रेस और उसके साथी आदिवासी संतानों को ऊंचाई पर देख ही नहीं सकते। आप मुट्ठी भर बालू के लिए तरस रहे हैं और इनके नेता बालू की तस्करी करके करोड़ों करोड़ों रुपए कमा रहे हैं। इनके पास से नोटों के पहाड़ निकल रहे हैं।
Going across to my colleague Prabhakar, who is joining us with more details on this story. Prabhakar, as we were talking earlier, Prime Minister's full frontal attack on the opposition. A day ahead campaign closes in Jharkhand.
Yeah, Ankit, the campaign in Jharkhand is on in the full swing, and tomorrow at 5 p.m. the first phase of campaign comes to rest, and we have a polling on 13. Now, if you listen to what Prime Minister was saying, and even Amit Shah spoke in Ranchi around 5 days back, they are primarily talking about the tribal issues. They are talking about Draupadi Murmu being insulted by Congress. They are talking about how tribal resources are being eaten away by the illegal Bangladeshi immigrants, which is being promoted and supported by the JMM and the Congress government, which is the present government of the day. And he's also talking about how the reservation quota of tribals, SC, ST and OBC can be cut off by the JMM government if they are voted to power. So what Prime Minister is basically addressing, he is actually trying to lure the tribal voters, because Jharkhand, remember, is a tribal-dominated state. Jharkhand is a state where any party, if it wishes to come to power, they cannot do it without the support of tribal voters. This BJP understands very well. They have already tested water in the last Lok Sabha polls, where the BJP did not do well, especially in the tribal-dominated areas. So this time, the entire focus actually is on tribals. That's the reason why you're hearing the name of the first lady of the country, Draupadi Murmu, time and again, not only by the Prime Minister, but also by the Home Minister. So this is the BJP, this is a narrative which BJP has set as far as the Jharkhand Assembly polls is concerned. And as the campaign for the second phase begins, you will see more of these narratives actually being played up by BJP and the top leaders of BJP.
Thank you so much for joining us with all those details. My colleague Prabhakar there reporting on elections in Jharkhand. Meanwhile, let me take you to the other electoral state where, in fact, in Maharashtra, today it was day of promises versus promises, manifesto versus manifesto. The BJP and the Mahavikas Aghadi released their manifestos. The BJP called it Manifesto, the Sankalp Patra. And MVA's Maharashtra battle is going to be called Maharashtra Nama. Now, the manifesto war is on the caste census, as the MVA promises caste census, while the BJP has promised farm loan waiver. Now, in Maharashtra, remember, it was Amit Shah, the Home Minister, who released BJP's manifesto. Meanwhile, Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress President, released Congress's manifesto, where he said, Mr. Kharge said, will increase the quota beyond the 50% mark. Now, remember, there is already an agitation going on as far as the Maratha quota is concerned, and the Congress trying to reach out to that community for their support.
It's manifesto versus manifesto in the battle for Maharashtra. While Union Home Minister Amit Shah released BJP's Sankalp Patra, it was Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge who did the honours for the Mahavikas Aghadi. Both alliances are keeping the youth, women and farmers front and centre. The BJP announced 2,100 rupees for women per household under its flagship Majhi Ladki Bahan Yojana, whereas the MVA announced 3,000 rupees under the Mahalakshmi scheme. The BJP has promised waiving of loans for farmers, and the MVA has also promised a loan waiver of up to 3 lakh rupees. The BJP has vowed 25 lakh jobs by 2029, whereas the MVA says it will fill vacancies in 2.5 government jobs. The BJP has come up with a skill census for state intervention in creating more opportunities, and the MVA has vowed caste census, which has been a long-standing promise of the Congress. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge not only attacked the Prime Minister over his Lal Kitab remark, but also took on Home Minister Amit Shah. Shah in return launched an attack on the MVA, accusing them of announcing policies solely to find a place in power.
ये सब सफेद पन्ने हैं. अगर सफेद पन्ने इसमें हैं, तो आप शायद इसे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन नहीं रखते. तो उसको भी बोल रहे रेड कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, बोले तो नक्सलाइट को प्रोत्साहन देने वाला. 2017 में कोविड को ये दिया. फिर ये मैं भी बोलूं, कोविड और मोदी जी दोनों नक्सलाइट हैं.
आज चुनाव में हमारा मुकाबला अघाड़ी से है. मैं निश्चित रूप से कहना चाहता हूं कि अघाड़ी की सारी योजनाएं सत्ता के लालच में तुष्टीकरण की है, विचारधाराओं का अपमान करने वाली है और महाराष्ट्र की संस्कृति से छल कर केवल सत्ता प्राप्ति के लिए आगे बढ़ने वाली विचारधारा है.
The Bharatiya Janata Party and the Mahavikas Aghadi both released their manifestos today. The Bharatiya Janata Party called it Sankalp Patra, whereas the Mahavikas Aghadi called it Maharashtra Nama. While the incumbent government has focused or has stressed more on creating more jobs, especially from sectors like artificial intelligence, robotics, we can see that the stress of the Mahavikas Aghadi is more on agro-centric growth, safety of women, and a more diversified growth across the state. Now, which one of these two manifestos will find more buyers on the 20th of November will only become clear on the day of the results. With camera person Mahesh, this is Anuj Raith reporting for NDTV from Mumbai.
Meanwhile, the Union Minister Nitin Gadkari, who is an important face for the Bharatiya Janata Party in the state of Maharashtra, spoke exclusively to NDTV on the campaign trail. Mr. Gadkari said that we won't allow anybody to change the constitution, and there was misinformation which was spread by the opposition, that is the MVA, during the Lok Sabha elections that helped them.
one sense that was there also during the Lok Sabha polls was कि भाजपा जोड़ तोड़ की राजनीति करती है, इसीलिए आपने शिवसेना को तोड़ा, इसीलिए आपने एनसीपी को तोड़ा और उसका आपको खामियाजा भुगतना पड़ा लोकसभा के चुनाव में, क्योंकि उद्धव ठाकरे के लिए सिंपैथी थी, शरद पवार के लिए सिंपैथी थी।
देखिए, शरद पवार महाराष्ट्र में बहुत कद्दावर नेता, पर उनके राजनीति में जब वो राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस में थे, हमारे मुख्यमंत्री थे महाराष्ट्र के, उनने सब पार्टियां फोड़ी हैं, शिवसेना को भी फोड़ा है, भुजबल वगैरह उस समय उन्होंने बाहर किए, निकाले। उन्होंने राजनीति में ये अक्सर होता है, और ये सही है कि गलत, ये बात अलग है, पर पॉलिटिक्स में ऐसा कहते हैं कि एवरीथिंग इज फेयर इन लव एंड पॉलिटिक्स। तो ये कहीं कभी ये बातें होती है, कभी जनता में इसका फायदा भी होता है, कभी रिएक्शन भी आता है।
सर, क्योंकि आपने कहा ये बहुत ही कॉम्प्लेक्स है, तो ये माना जाए कि इस बार चुनाव 288 बैटल्स हैं, लोकलाइज्ड इलेक्शन है, जो हर क्षेत्र में, मतलब हर कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में अपनी लड़ाई हो रही है। कोई ओवर आर्चिंग थीम नहीं है महाराष्ट्र का कि इस बार चेंज है या कंटिन्यूटी है।
देखिए, पहली बात तो ऐसे कि भारत सरकार में जो कुछ काम हुआ उसका एक परिणाम है। मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में 10 साल में हमारी सरकार ने महाराष्ट्र में जो अच्छा काम किया वो लोगों के सामने है। दूसरी बात ये भी है कि महाराष्ट्र सरकार में शिंदे जी के नेतृत्व में, फडणवीस जी के नेतृत्व में, अजित पवार के नेतृत्व में हमारी सरकार ने जो काम किया वो भी लोगों के सामने है। तो स्वाभाविक रूप से किया हुआ काम, परफॉर्मेंस, ये तो सब्जेक्ट है ही। फिर हर उम्मीदवार, उस उम्मीदवार का उस मतदार क्षेत्र में स्थान क्या है, उसका कितना फॉलोइंग, कितना पब्लिक सपोर्ट है, ये भी महत्वपूर्ण है। 2-3 बातें महाराष्ट्र में हुई है कि पिछली बार चुनाव में ये गलत प्रचार किया गया था कि हमारी पार्टी अगर चुनकर आएगी तो बाबा साहब का संविधान बदल देगी। बाद में ये झूठा प्रचार था। ना हम संविधान बदलने वाले हैं, ना बदलने का इरादा है, ना हम किसी को बदलने देंगे। और सुप्रीम कोर्ट में केशवानंद भारती केस में ऑलरेडी ये निर्णय आ गया। सुप्रीम कोर्ट के चीफ जस्टिस और 10 न्यायमूर्ति ने दिया है कि साइलेंट फीचर्स ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन कैन नॉट बी चेंज, जैसे लोकतंत्र, समाजवाद, धर्मनिरपेक्षता, फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच, फंडामेंटल राइट, बदल नहीं सकता। बाकी जो 2 पार्ट है उसमें कांग्रेस पार्टी ने इमरजेंसी में, जब इंदिरा जी चुनाव हार गई रायबरेली का, तो उस समय विशेष रूप से उन्होंने अपने खुद के स्वार्थ के लिए कांग्रेस पार्टी ने संविधान को तोड़ मरोड़ कर रख दिया। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने संविधान तोड़ा, बाद में जनता पार्टी ने आकर वो कलम रद्द की। तो संविधान से छेड़छाड़ अगर किसी ने की तो कांग्रेस पार्टी ने की, पर यहाँ अपप्रचार किया गया कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी संविधान बदल देगी। जब कन्विंस नहीं किया जाता तो कंफ्यूज करने की कोशिश होती है, पर अब लोगों को मुद्दा साफ हुआ है, लोगों की गलतफहमियां भी दूर हुई है और लोकसभा के चुनाव के विषय अलग थे। इस समय निश्चित रूप से हमें एज है और हमारी अलायंस जीतेगी।
Right, you can catch this entire interview at 9:30 p.m. this evening. All right, some breaking news coming in at this moment. In a joint operation, the STF, the UP Police, Mumbai Crime Branch team, comprising of 6 officers and 15 Jawan, have arrested Baba Siddiqui's shooter in the murder case, Shiv Kumar, along with 2 other accused from Uttar Pradesh. They are being now brought to Mumbai. Now, remember, in fact, this shooter was missing, or at least was able to flee from the spot after, in fact, shooting Baba Siddiqui, the MLA, the former MLA, and the leader of the NCP, who was killed at in the evening, which created quite a sensation in Mumbai. Let me go across to my colleague Paras, who is joining us with more details on this. Paras, just tell us about this shooter. What was his exact role, and how has he been apprehended?
Ankit, Shivkumar Gautam was the main accused in this entire shootout which happened last month. Shivkumar Gautam, he was the person who fired 6 bullets on Baba Siddiqui, and now Mumbai Police Crime Branch unit has they are successful in catching Shiv-Kumar Gautam. Shiv-Kumar Gautam was trying to flee to Nepal. He has been arrested from Uttar Pradesh, Bahraich, and Bahraich is the same place where he used to stay. He has a village over there nearby, and from there he has been arrested by Mumbai police. It was a joint operation with the Mumbai police and Special Task Force Uttar Pradesh. This is a very, very important catch in this entire matter because he is the one who can spill the beans for Mumbai Crime Branch, because there are many things which has came out in this entire matter, but still the exact motive why Baba Siddiqui was killed is still unknown. And after the arrest of Shiv-Kumar Gautam, this will be the major turning point in this entire case, because Mumbai Crime Branch was really doing their work hard. They were trying to get everything in Baba Siddiqui case. There are total number of 18 arrests till now, and this is the 19th arrest in this entire matter. A very important arrest in this entire matter. Still, there are two more accused which Mumbai police is still looking after. One is Pravin Lonkar's brother, Shubham Lonkar, and the mastermind of this entire operation which took place. He was coordinating this entire killing from outside Mumbai, was Zishan Akhtar. But now, where Mumbai police has arrested Shiv-Kumar Gautam, now it will be easy for them to catch this both ROPs which are still out of reach of Mumbai police. So, Ankit, very important arrest in this entire matter.
Just to understand and make it simpler for our viewers, now with the arrest of Shiv, all the three shooters, those who were involved in the act, have been arrested.
Rightly said, Ankit. All the three shooters who was involved in the shooting are now arrested. One was Gurmail, second was Darraj, and third, the Shiv-Kumar Gautam. Shiv-Kumar Gautam was the person, he was the main shooter who fired at Baba Siddiqui. He fired 6 rounds, and that was the important arrest in this entire case till now. So investigation will shape into a better position right now, Ankit. All three shooters involved in this entire killing is now arrested.
Thank you for joining us with all those details at this moment. In fact, news coming in now, the third shooter and the main accused, the main shooter in Baba Siddiqui murder case has been arrested from Uttar Pradesh, who was trying to flee to Nepal. Meanwhile, in Jammu and Kashmir, an encounter between terrorists and the Indian security forces resulted in the death of one army JCO who has been killed in this encounter. 3 encounters and have been reported in the last 24 hours in Jammu and Kashmir. After Sopore, Srinagar, now in Kishtwar, 4 terrorists behind the killing of 2 village defense guards who have been cornered by the Indian security forces, and this is an ongoing operation. When the army was in fact trying to corner these terrorists, the JCO was killed in the volley of fire.
Well, a junior commissioned officer, Rakesh Kumar, has been killed in action during an encounter with heavily armed militants in Kishtwar. 3 other soldiers of the special forces have also been injured. So this is yet another, casualty special forces paratroopers have suffered, which is the force which is highest trained force in counter-terrorism or jungle warfare Indian Army has. And again, this force was deployed to, take on the terrorists who have been involved in recent kidnapping and killing of 2 village defense guards in Kishtwar. So police and the army had received this information 3 to 4 militants could be hiding. As they launched the operation, they came under heavy fire as if it was like an ambush. So one JCO officer of special force has been killed, 3 others have been injured. Operation is underway, but no clarity if any of the attacker or the militant has been cornered or tracked down so far.
Another incident of lawlessness in the national capital. 4th incident of firing at the hands of the criminals which is taking place, this time being reported from Mukundpur after Jyotinagar, Kabirnagar and Munka. Now, two criminal gangs clash in Mukundpur area of the national capital. Several rounds were fired at each other. Two people have been shot at this fighting. Both have been injured. In fact, they were taken for treatment to the hospital where one has been discharged. The other is treatment is going on. The police is also now looking for the other members of this gang, those who were caught or at least were involved in this shooting. Remember, 4 incidents of shooting where gang wars or trying to intimidate people by fighting outside their residences, businessmen, has been reported from the national capital in the last 48 hours. My colleague Tanushka was joining us with more details at this moment. Tanushka, another case of lawlessness in the national capital raises big questions on the policing.
Right, exactly. This is the 4th incident after Jyotinagar, Kabirnagar and Munka area. Yesterday only we saw 3 cases of firing in the national capital, and today 2 criminal groups in Mukundpur have had clashes and several rounds were fired. These 2 people were also injured in the gunfire shots. Both these persons have been injured. One has been, both were taken for treatment to the hospital, and one has been discharged while the other's treatment continues. Now, of course, the police is looking for these shooters, and investigation is currently underway to nab these, shooters who shot at in these incidents.
Tanushka, at this moment, which are the gangs involved? Because one after another, we are seeing this incident. In the recent one, was it gang war? Was it trying to intimidate other people? Which gangs are involved in this?
Well, in the Mukundpur investigation is still underway. However, in the earlier shootings and firings that have happened, the angles of gang wars and personal enmity as well is being looked into. And what we do understand is the one that happened just yesterday, the incident, the angle of Gogi gang has been found out into. However, police are yet to ascertain or rather arrest anyone from these gangs or related to these gangs.
Thank you for joining us with all those details, Tanushka, reporting there on this story. Moving on now to some international stories. In fact, Ukraine has attacked Moscow with at least 34 drones. This is the biggest drone attack on the Russian capital, a counter-attack by Ukrainian side in Moscow since the start of the war in 2022. Now, remember, there have been continuous escalation of violence between Russia and Ukraine in the ongoing war. Now, this recent attack has forced flights to be diverted from 3 of the major cities, major airports of Russia, and Ukraine have exchanged a record number of drone strikes, with Moscow launching a total of 145 drones on Saturday night, the most ever in a single night since the war began. Going across to my colleague Mohammad Ghazali, who is joining us with more details. Counter-attack there by Ukraine, Mohammad Ghazali, and it also, the timing is crucial with the new Trump administration coming in a couple of months. This escalation will be keenly watched.
Yeah, and Ankit, this escalation is from both sides, not just Ukraine, but from Russia as well. Though we are reporting that this is the first time that most of the drones have been attacked from Ukraine for the first time, but even Russia has launched attacks on Ukraine. And right now, what we are picking up is that Moscow has also closed down its airport due to fearing more attacks from the Ukrainian side. And all eyes will be on the Trump administration. He has still to take oath to the office. Biden is still in the office right now, like he is still the president officially. So we'll have to see that how Mr. Trump will de-escalate the situation for this ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine for last more than 2 years. And he has made it his priority to end conflict in both Russia, Ukraine, as well as in the Middle East. But so far, the attacks have intensified in both the cases. Here, we have seen that Ukraine launching maximum drone attack in a day. 34 drones has been told towards the direction of Moscow. Russia says that it thwarted most of the attempts, but it looks like that the US administration under Trump will have to take some big and major decisions in order to contain this war.
Thank you so much, Mohammad Ghazali, for joining us with all those details. Moving on now, on November 9th, after a challenging 39-day voyage at sea, Indian naval sailing vessel Tarini, which is undertaking a global circumnavigation expedition, Navika Saga Parikrama 2, arrived at its first port of call in Australia. The historic expedition was flagged off from Goa by Admiral Dinesh Tripathi, Chief of the Naval Staff, on 2nd October. Now, this is a major attempt as far as the Indian Navy is concerned. The two-women crew expedition continues the Navy's legacy of INSV Tarini's first circumnavigation, promoting gender equality, sustainability, and global maritime cooperation. All right, for that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. News and updates continue here on NDTV. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
कैसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
in the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Hello
and welcome to the NDTV Auto Show. We have got an exciting lineup for you today. Let's see what's on the show. Detailed review of recently launched Mercedes G63 AMG. Skoda finally enters subcompact SUV segment, unveils Kylaq. All the updates from the world's largest two-wheelers auto fair, EICMA. A quick walk around of 4th generation Maruti Dzire. The G63 has gone through a facelift and it's a G-Wagon. It cannot have too many changes. It has to retain its iconic design and it does retain that. But there are a few changes that we have seen here. One is this bumper now gets these bigger air vents. Then you will see AMG badging at various places. The AMG badging numbers have increased. So you will see the AMG badge here. It's on the side and at the rear as well. This time G63 also gets a 48-volt mild hybrid system which gives a boost also of 20 HP and 200 Nm. The wheels that you see here are 22 inches. The alloys have this matte golden color, looks absolutely stunning, but these 22 inches alloys are optional. It's a facelift, so not much has changed at the rear. और वैसे भी G-Wagon एक legendary गाड़ी है, अपने लुक्स के लिए जानी जाती रही है, तो बहुत ज़्यादा चेंजेस की ज़रूरत है भी नहीं. अभी भी आपको ये टेल माउंटेड स्पेयर व्हील मिलता है, लेकिन एक इंटरेस्टिंग चीज़ यहाँ पर दिखाती हूँ और वो है इसके बूट में. अब आपको ये वुड लुकिंग पैनल यहाँ पर फ्लोर पर दिखाई दे रहा है, काफ़ी अच्छा दिखता है, थोड़ा सा प्रीमियम और बना देता है इसके बूट को भी. और साथ ही यहाँ पर आपको लगेज सेपरेटर भी मिल रहा है, जिससे आपको सामान अगर आप रखते हैं तो वो इधर उधर मूव नहीं करेगा. एंड इन ट्रू G-Wagon स्टाइल यू गेट क्वाड एग्जॉस्ट ऑन द साइड्स. यहाँ पर ये ब्लैक कलर के AMG एग्जॉस्ट आपको दिखाई देंगे. लेकिन कुछ एक चेंजेस गाड़ी के अंदर भी हैं. लेट्स गो इनसाइड. G-Wagon has always managed to give you very practical interiors with a lot of luxury. Then you get a touchscreen now, which is for the first time in the G63, but there are few buttons here. Your AC controls are on the buttons, so you can access them easily. Not everything goes on the screen, and that's a saving grace. You also get a digital driver display. Both these screens look like they are one screen and very well integrated in the dashboard. Under this carbon fiber flap, you get your wireless charger, 2 cup holders which are cooled and heated. You can opt from this button, either you want to keep it cool or hot. They also have heating and ventilation. And you also get these red seat belts. Don't they look super cool? You also get a small sunroof. Let's hop on to the second row. But I think the visibility is a bit compromised. You have this glass area and of course this is big. There's decent amount of light that comes through, but the front visibility is compromised because the seat is quite high up. And with this accessory, this touchscreen, which is an accessory in this G-Wagon, if you choose this, then the visibility becomes quite limited and this feels quite in your face. But the things that you get here is 3-zone AC. You also have C-type charging ports. Then you also get a heating function but no ventilation here.
G63 AMG is packed with features.
Now on to how the G63 AMG drives. Well, first thing first, you really feel on top of the world when you sit on this driver's seat. सब कुछ आपके नीचे दिखाई देता है. You get that high position and the visibility here is just so good. The G63 AMG gets the M177 4-liter V8 engine with a 48-volt mild hybrid system.
The engine produces 585 HP power and 850 Nm of torque. और इसका हाइब्रिड सिस्टम 20 HP पावर और 200 Nm का बूस्ट भी देता है. Mercedes has put the twin-scroll turbochargers between the cylinder heads for better response and taken various steps for better thermal management. Result is there is barely any turbo lag and power delivery is extremely smooth. The engine is paired with AMG's Speed Shift TCT 9G, a 9-speed torque converter gearbox.
You get drive modes, there's comfort, individual, sports, sports plus, and then you have some off-roading modes as well. But the most fun mode is sports plus mode.
The G63 employs interconnected hydraulic lines that link valves at the top of each damper. An electronically controlled pump adjusts the fluid pressure on each shock, enhancing stability.
This active ride control makes sure that the body roll is very contained. It's a big car. It's really tall. Despite being this big, tall brick of a car, it still feels a lot more in control. The body roll is much contained compared to the size of the car that this one is.
स्पोर्ट्स और स्पोर्ट्स प्लस मोड में सस्पेंशन स्टिफ हो जाता है। इसके साथ स्पिरिटेड ड्राइविंग करने में भी कॉन्फिडेंस आता है। वहीं रेगुलर ड्राइविंग के लिए कंफर्ट मोड परफेक्ट है। While we did not take this over 3.5 crore car off-road, and probably its buyer too will abstain from it, the car promises greater articulation when needed.
And one thing that I have really come to appreciate are these seats. They're not just comfortable, they hold you very well when you need them. These are active seats, so when you are changing lanes or taking a sharp turn, the seat automatically closes on you and it gives you a very comfortable, very reassuring feeling. Even when we are going on bad roads, these seats hold you so that you feel a lot more comfortable. I think they are amazing. This is a G63 AMG, so it combines the off-roading capability of G-Wagon with the performance of AMG. This one does 0 to 100 in 4.5 seconds. This car weighs 2.6 tons, in fact over 2.6 tons, and it does 0 to 100 in 4.5 seconds. That is the power of this V8 engine. I am on the city roads. I'm going back to comfort mode because the roads here are just not suitable for sports mode. And in comfort mode, this car is ready to take on all the bad roads pretty much easily. You will feel them, but you won't find them uncomfortable. One thing that has been added and it makes your life very easy is this off-road cockpit. You press a button and you get all your off-road statistics right in front of you. The steering feel also changes with the modes. Comfort mode में ये थोड़ा सा lighter side पर है, लेकिन जैसे ही आप sports mode में जाते हैं, वहाँ पर इसका जो feedback है वो बेहतर हो जाता है और आपको काफ़ी ज़्यादा precise पता चलता है ये steering. Even in comfort mode जैसे जैसे आप speed पकड़ते हैं, इसका जो heaviness है वो थोड़ी सी बढ़ जाती है, तो कभी steering वेग नहीं feel होता, हाँ थोड़ा सा torque steer आपको ज़रूर पता चल सकता है. Amazing road presence, off-road capabilities and performance manages to bully everyone around on road, off-road or on track. Ready to shell out over 3.6 crores to buy a car? I think G63 is the one that you should be going for.
The sub 4 meter SUV space has seen a lot of action and a lot of hate in the recent past. काफ़ी सारी गाड़ियां हमने इस सेगमेंट में देखी हैं, जैसे कि मारुति सुजुकी की ब्रेजा, टाटा की नेक्सॉन, ह्यूंडई की वेन्यू, किया की सोनेट और महिंद्रा की XUV 3XO. अब नई पेशकश इस सेगमेंट में आती है स्कोडा की ओर से और इसका नाम है काइलैक. वेल, व्हाट इज एक्साइटिंग अबाउट द काइलैक? दैट इज व्हाट आई विल बी टेलिंग यू इन दिस वीडियो, एंड आई हैव टू स्टार्ट ऑफ थिंग्स नॉट विद द डिज़ाइन बट प्राइसेस फर्स्ट. इसके प्राइसेस शुरू होते हैं 7.89 लाख रुपीज़ एक्स शोरूम से. अगर आप सामने की ओर देखेंगे तो एक पियानो ब्लैक ग्रिल आपको मिल जाती है, उसी में एक्सटेंशन के फॉर्म में आते हैं ये LED DRLs, जहाँ पर आपको वर्टिकली स्प्लिट हेडलैम्प मिल जाता है विद LED प्रोजेक्टर्स इन इट. एंड स्कोडा का कहना है कि सारे ही वेरिएंट्स में LED DRLs, LED प्रोजेक्टर्स और LED टेल लैम्प्स स्टैंडर्ड रहेंगे. अगर हम साइड्स की ओर रुख करें तो यहाँ पर आपको 17 इंच के डायमंड कट अलॉय व्हील्स मिल जाते हैं. मुझे इनका डिज़ाइन काफ़ी ज़्यादा पसंद आया. आपको स्कोडा का वर्ड मार्क मिलता है एंड दिस इज़ डन इन अ टेक्सचर्ड फिनिश एंड आई एम श्योर इट विल कैच अ लॉट ऑफ अटेंशन. जो टेल लैम्प्स हैं वो थोड़े स्क्वायरिश हैं, बट काफ़ी ज़्यादा कुशाक की याद दिलाता है ये डिज़ाइन। अब मैं यहीं से आपको इसका बूट स्पेस भी दिखा देता हूँ, जो कि सेगमेंट लीडिंग है। आपको ऑलमोस्ट 446 लीटर का बूट स्पेस मिल जाता है और आपको 60-40 स्प्लिट सीट्स मिलती हैं। On the inside, the things look very familiar, I have to say. And for starters, it will be very tough to figure out if it is the Kylaq or the Slavia. But there are giveaways. For example, जो ये डैशबोर्ड है, इसका लेआउट थोड़ा सा बदला गया है। आपको यहाँ पर कुछ नए एक्सेंट्स, कुछ नए लेयर्स और कुछ नए टेक्सचर्स मिल जाते हैं। एक ग्रे थीम का इस्तेमाल किया गया है ताकि गाड़ी काफ़ी ज़्यादा क्रैम्ड ना लगे, थोड़ी स्पेशियस ज़रूर लगे। अगर बात करें स्टीयरिंग व्हील की, तो ये कुशाक और स्लाविया से ही आता है। एक 2 स्पोक स्टीयरिंग व्हील है, काफ़ी ज़्यादा प्रीमियम लगता है। इसी के पीछे आपको एक 8 इंच की वर्चुअल कॉकपिट मिल जाती है। एंड इफ़ आई हैव टू टॉक अबाउट द टच स्क्रीन, वेल इट इज़ 10 इंचेस इन इट्स साइज एंड अगेन इट कम्स स्ट्रेट ऑफ फ्रॉम द स्लाविया एंड द कुशाक। फीचर्स की बात करूँ तो सनरूफ आपको यहाँ अच्छा खासा बड़ा मिल जाता है। उसी के साथ आपको मिलता है ऑटोमेटिक क्लाइमेट कंट्रोल, वायरलेस फ़ोन चार्जर एंड अलॉन्ग विद दैट यू आर ऑल्सो गेटिंग वायरलेस एंड्रॉयड ऑटो, एप्पल कारप्ले एंड ओवर 25 सेफ्टी फीचर्स एज स्टैंडर्ड। यहाँ पर आपको इमरजेंसी ब्रेक असिस्ट मिल जाता है और 6 एयरबैग्स स्टैंडर्ड मिलते हैं। आगे की सीटों में वेंटिलेशन फंक्शन भी मिल जाता है। बात सपोर्ट की जाए तो सीट्स काफ़ी सपोर्टिव हैं एंड दे ऑल्सो कम विद 6-way पावर एडजस्टेबिलिटी। अब बात की जाए स्पेस की, तो ये सीट अपनी मैक्स पोजीशन तक पीछे की गई है और मेरी हाइट है 5 फुट 6 इंच, तो मुझे अभी भी ठीक ठाक नी रूम और लेग रूम यहाँ पर मिल रहा है। हेडरूम के मामले में भी कोई शिकायत नहीं है एंड आई एम श्योर मुझसे ज़्यादा लंबे लोग एंड समबडी टॉलर देन मी विल ऑल्सो फाइंड इट स्पेशियस नो मैटर वॉट। यहाँ पर आपको स्मार्टफोन पॉकेट्स मिल जाती हैं और 2 USB Type-C चार्जर भी मिल रहे हैं ताकि आप ऑन द गो हमेशा चार्ज रहें और एंटरटेन रहें। बट अब बात करते हैं इसके प्लेटफॉर्म की, तो MQB A0 आयन आर्किटेक्चर मिलता है जो कि स्लाविया और कुशाक में हमने देखा है। बात की जाए डायमेंशंस की, तो ये गाड़ी 4 मीटर लंबी है, लगभग 1.8 मीटर्स चौड़ी है और 1.6 मीटर्स इसकी ऊंचाई है। बट जो व्हील बेस है वो रखा गया है 2566 mm। ये अपनी श्रेणी की सारी गाड़ियों से ज़्यादा लंबा है एक्सेप्ट फॉर द महिंद्रा XUV 3XO। तो यानी कि आपको बेहतर स्टेबिलिटी और ज़्यादा स्पेस यहाँ शायद देखने को मिल जाए। वेल स्पेस में तो मैं कह सकता हूँ कि काफ़ी अच्छे नंबर काइलैक को मिलते हैं, बट बॉनेट के अंदर कौन सा इंजन मिलता है वो मैं आपको अब दिखाता हूँ। So under the bonnet, you're getting the same 1-liter 3-pot TSI motor. It's a turbocharged unit and Skoda is saying they have made no compromise whatsoever. बात करी जाए पावर और टॉर्क आउटपुट की, तो 115 HP और 178 न्यूटन मीटर्स आपको यहाँ मिल जाते हैं एंड इट माइट ऑल्सो रिटर्न अ क्लेम्ड माइलेज ऑफ अराउंड 20 किलोमीटर्स टू अ लीटर, विच इज़ नॉट अ डील ब्रेकर एट ऑल। गियर बॉक्सेस की बात करी जाए तो 2 ऑप्शंस मिलते हैं, वन इज़ अ 6-speed मैनुअल and lastly there's a 6-speed torque converter automatic.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations? Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. Extensive coverage on NDTV.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is...
Welcome back. You're watching the NDTV Auto Show. World's largest two-wheeler auto fair was held this week in Milan. Let's get you our quick update.
The new KTM 390 Adventure R was one of the most highly anticipated motorcycle unveils. The motorcycle looks the part of a Dakar-ready ADV and gets new bodywork along with a new engine and fully adjustable suspension. It looks ready to take on the likes of the Royal Enfield Himalayan and will be launched in India soon. Expect prices to start below 4 lakh rupees. The Aprilia Tuono 457 is the street fighter sibling of the RS 457. The new Tuono carries a different design language from all the other Tuono models and it looks muscular and purpose-built. It gets the same 457cc parallel twin engine platform as the RS 457. Features stay the same too. The Tuono 457 will be manufactured at Aprilia's plant in Baramati, Maharashtra alongside the RS 457. Expect it to be priced at 4 lakh rupees or less. The Googly from EICMA 2024. There were no leaks and no teasers for the BMW F450 GS concept. It is a 450cc adventure bike with the GS moniker and a parallel twin engine that makes about 47 to 48 horsepower. It is definitely a good-looking ADV with a lean, mean design. It weighs in at 175 kg and the good news is it will go into production in 2025. Expect more motorcycles from BMW's new 450cc engine platform. Now, the double whammy from Ducati. The Italian manufacturer took the wraps of the 2025 Panigale V2 and the Street Fighter V2 and both models get a brand new 890cc L-twin engine making 120 horsepower and 93 Newton meters. Both models are loaded with electronics and there is a high-spec S variant which gets top-shelf suspension from Öhlins. We expect them to be launched in India by the middle of 2025. So now let's shift focus to the presence of Indian motorcycle brands at EICMA 2024, starting with Royal Enfield launching its Flying Flea brand for electric vehicles. Yes, all future electric motorcycles from Royal Enfield will be launched under the Flying Flea brand, and Hero MotoCorp was also very busy showcasing quite a few products at EICMA 2024. Perhaps the biggest highlight at EICMA 2024 was the entry of Royal Enfield into the electric vehicle segment with the new Flying Flea brand. All future EVs from RE will be launched under this brand, and we got a glimpse of the Flying Flea C6, an electric retro roadster that looks good and gets a decent set of features too. The exact specifications will be revealed later. Oh, and the next EV from RE will be a scrambler motorcycle. It is confirmed. The classic range of motorcycles has been bread and butter for Royal Enfield for almost 2 decades now. The company took the wraps of the classic 650 with its 648cc parallel twin engine seen in other motorcycles. The Big Classic is a beautiful looking motorcycle with a similar design language as the classic 350 and shares quite a few components with the Shotgun 650. It will be launched in India in early 2025. Hero MotoCorp is ready to take on the 200-250cc motorcycle segment with a three-pronged model onslaught. The biggest two-wheeler manufacturer in the world took the wraps of the Xpulse 210, which gets a new engine with more power and subtle design tweaks. Then, Hero also revealed the Charisma XMR 250 Super Sport and the Extreme 250R, a street fighter, both getting a new 250cc engine having the same output and same features too. The design on both 250cc motorcycles is sharp and muscular. All three bikes will be launched in India in the coming months. Lastly but not in the least, Ultraviolet took the wraps of the Concept X, an electric adventure motorcycle based on the Ultraviolet F77 Mark II. Yes, it is still a concept, but we exclusively broke the news that Ultraviolet will enter new motorcycle segments and ADVs is one of them. Details on battery, range and power will be revealed soon.
Today I have a car with me which is quintessentially the favorite car for fleet owners and cab aggregators. Well, I'm talking about the Dzire, which has reached its 4th generation. The prices will be announced next week on 11th of November. Company is नए Dzire की prices आपको बताएंगे and also with that our review will drop. तो देखिए the first change has been on the face. Design में बहुत सारे changes किए गए हैं. एक बड़ा change आपको face में दिख जाएगा. This grill is new. यहाँ पे आपको piano black finish मिल जाएगा. The Suzuki logo यहाँ पे contrast में दिख जाएगा आपको. These lights are also new. Crystalline यहाँ पे structure आपको दिखेगा. The fog lamps are LEDs here. Side की ओर देखेंगे you have 15-inch diamond cut alloy wheels. These are with the top trims. नीचे के variants में आपको 14 इंच के wheels दिख जाएंगे. Dimensionally the car is same as before. सिर्फ height में 10 मिलीमीटर का इजाफा हुआ है. 360 डिग्री कैमरा अब इस गाड़ी में जुड़ चुका है, which means you have camera on the ORVM, also on the grill. Side profile थोड़ा सा change हुआ है. यहाँ पे जो इसका C पिलर है, यहाँ पे आप डिजाइन चेंज देख सकते हैं. थोड़ा ज़्यादा स्लोपिंग बनाया गया है पहले से. ऑल्सो द स्पॉइलर लिप इज न्यू. पीछे की ओर आप देख सकते हैं न्यू टेल लैंप्स हैव कम. बीचों बीच आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पे अगेन क्रोम स्ट्रिप का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है. द रियर प्रोफाइल इज क्वाइट फ्लैटिश, काफ़ी स्ट्रेट रखा गया है. ऑल्सो नीचे की ओर प्रोफाइल भी पहले के मुकाबले चेंज हो चुका है. बूट स्पेस की बात करें तो 382 लीटर्स, पहले के मुकाबले 4 लीटर इजाफा हुआ है. द कंपनी हैज ऑल्सो फोकस्ड ऑन अदर पैरामीटर्स. सेफ्टी में तब्दीलियां की गई हैं. इंजन इज ब्रांड न्यू और साथ ही साथ यहाँ पे इंटीरियर्स में भी ढेर सारे बदलाव हुए हैं. इंजन के साथ स्टार्ट करते हैं. इट्स द सेम इंजन दैट वी सॉ इन द न्यू स्विफ्ट. इट्स अ 3-pot naturally aspirated 1.2 liter petrol engine, makes 82 PS, 112 Newton meter of peak torque. कैरेक्टरिस्टिक पहले से बहुत ज़्यादा डिफरेंट है, जिसका परफॉर्मेंस, हैंडलिंग, राइड, ये सब चीज़ें जानने के लिए आपको थोड़ा सा वेट करना पड़ेगा फॉर आवर रिव्यू. जो माइलेज फिगर्स है अराउंड 24 to 25 किलोमीटर्स अगेंस्ट अ लीटर ऑफ पेट्रोल, डिपेंडिंग आप ऑटोमेटिक लेते हैं या फिर मैनुअल. CNG भी आएगा. CNG में आपको मिलेगा मैनुअल ट्रांसमिशन, जिसका जो माइलेज है लगभग 32 से 33 किलोमीटर प्रति केजी के अराउंड क्लेम कंपनी कर रही है. इंजन चेंज हुआ है, वैसे ही चेंज किया गया है इंटीरियर को. अब देखिए यहाँ पे जो डैशबोर्ड है, दिस इज न्यू पैनल. यहाँ पे कॉम्प्लेक्शन डिफरेंट हो गया. ये जो 3D पैटर्न आप देख रहे हैं ये डैशबोर्ड पे प्लस डोर पैनल्स पे भी आपको दिख जाएगा. ओवरऑल एक फ्लो यहाँ पे दिखाई दे रहा है और यहाँ पे बीचों बीच आपको मिलेगा एक 9 इंच का स्मार्ट प्ले प्रो टच स्क्रीन, जो हमने बहुत सी मारुति की गाड़ियों में देखा है. हाल ही में अपडेट किया जा रहा है टॉप मॉडल के साथ ये 9 इंच का टच स्क्रीन, जहाँ पे वायरलेस एंड्रॉइड ऑटो, वायरलेस एप्पल कारप्ले, 360 डिग्री कैमरा जैसे फीचर्स मिल जाएंगे. 360 डिग्री का प्रोजेक्शन आपको यहाँ पे दिख जाएगा विथ वेरियस मोड्स एंड रिवर्सिंग गाइडलाइंस. हालांकि ये जो इनसाइड रियर व्यू मिरर है ये मैनुअल दिया गया है. द स्टीयरिंग व्हील इज ऑल्सो जो स्विफ्ट में मिलता है वही दिया गया है. सामने की ओर इंस्ट्रूमेंटेशन आपको ट्विन एनालॉग और बीच में एक छोटा सा इंस्ट्रूमेंट डिस्प्ले दिख जाएगा. सो ओवरऑल थोड़े बहुत चेंजेस किए गए हैं इन टर्म्स ऑफ लेआउट, लेकिन फीचर्स आर मोर. यू गेट सनरूफ इन डिजायर नाउ. यहाँ पे वायरलेस चार्जिंग भी जोड़ दिया गया है. आर्किमीज के स्टीरियो सिस्टम भी अब इस केबिन में मिल जाएंगे. सो ओवरऑल फीचर्स में बढ़ोतरी हुई है. जो सीट का फैब्रिक है वो थोड़ा सा पहले से चेंज हो गया है. डोर पैनल्स हैव आल्सो चेंज्ड अ लिटिल बिट. लेट्स हॉप ऑन टू द सेकंड सीट और आपको बताते हैं कितना स्पेस और क्या फीचर मिलेगा आपको बैक सीट में. फीचर्स की तरह सेफ्टी में भी कुछ चेंजेस हुए हैं. दिस इज बेस्ड ऑन हार्टेक प्लेटफॉर्म 5th जनरेशन और यहाँ पे जो इस गाड़ी का वजन है लगभग 920 से 940 किलो के बीच है। मैं रेयर सीट में बैठा हूँ, यहाँ पे 2 एडजस्टेबल हेडरेस्ट दिए गए हैं, आर्मरेस्ट भी मिल जाएगा आपको टॉप मॉडल में। हालांकि थर्ड पैसेंजर अगर बीच में बैठता है, हेडरेस्ट की सुविधा नहीं दी गई है। सीट कंफर्ट आप खुद ही अपना अनुमान लगा सकते हैं यहाँ से। देयर इज डेडिकेटेड AC वेंट्स फॉर द रियर पैसेंजर्स और यहाँ पे USB चार्जिंग पोर्ट भी दिया गया है, एक A टाइप और एक C टाइप। एक काफ़ी पिक्यूलियर सी चीज़ है, यहाँ पे देखिए पॉकेट दिया गया है, लेकिन जो ड्राइवर सीट है इसके पीछे पॉकेट आपको नहीं मिलेगा। डोर पॉकेट्स में भी साइज जो है 1 लीटर के बॉटल्स आराम से आ रहे हैं। बहुत ज़्यादा फीचर यहाँ पे रिविजन नहीं किया गया है। ओवरऑल दिस इज द अमाउंट ऑफ स्पेस दैट यू गेट इन दिस सेकंड रो। सेफ्टी की बात करें तो अब इस गाड़ी में 6 एयरबैग स्टैंडर्ड हो चुके हैं। इलेक्ट्रिक ब्रेक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, ABS, हिल होल्ड असिस्ट जैसे फीचर्स भी अब इस गाड़ी में स्टैंडर्ड बना दिए गए हैं। ऑल्सो कंपनी इज क्लेमिंग ज़्यादा हाई स्ट्रेंथ स्टील का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, विच ओवरऑल शुड मेक द बॉडी ऑफ द न्यू डिजायर मोर रोबस्ट।
Well, that's all we have for you today. I hope you liked the show. Do give us your feedback on NDTV Auto's YouTube channel. You can also join us on your favorite social media platform. Till we meet again, drive safe, always wear your helmet. Take care, see you soon.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. #1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
कैसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
in the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने।
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threats.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Left, Right and Centre, the weekend edition. I'm Vedant Agarwal. Coming up on the show, well, the big India-Pakistan face-off off the cricket field, and also the latest from pole-bound Maharashtra. It's the Manifesto war in the state. All of that and more coming up. First, a look at the headlines on 9 o'clock. In Jammu and Kashmir, an army soldier has been killed in the line of duty. A young Jawan killed in action in Jammu and Kashmir's Kishtwar. One soldier has died, 3 soldiers meanwhile injured in Jammu and Kashmir's anti-terror operation. PM Modi's 3-kilometer-long roadshow in Ranchi. The Prime Minister leads the BJP's mega Jharkhand tribal outreach. He says the Congress cannot stand tribals in powerful positions. The Congress hits back, says tribals are merely a vote bank for Modi's BJP. The race to woo women voters in Maharashtra. Mahapol doles for women, farmers and the youth. The MVA vows a caste census, but the BJP hits back with its skill census. Everything is fair in love and politics, says Milind Gadkari in an exclusive interview to NDTV. This as the Union Minister takes on his friend Sharad Pawar. Milind Gadkari like never before on NDTV. And some breaking news coming in on left, right and centre this evening. Well, India and Pakistan cricket bodies are locking horns. This is a Pakistan cricket board has now sought the Pakistan government's advice over pulling out from the Champions Trophy event. Let me go across to my colleague Rika Roy, who is breaking this story for us at this hour. Rika, what more details do you have?
Well, Vedant, yes, it is a very big story at this hour, and let me clarify that the Pakistan Cricket Board is going to seek Pakistan government's recommendations on what to do next. I spoke to a very senior official in PCB. He's of the opinion that Pakistan should consider pulling out of the Champions Trophy, even though they are the host nations for this edition, which will be held between 19th of February and 9th of March. Though we still don't know whether there will be a consensus on that. However, the PCB is now seeking government's advice on how to go ahead. And all these developments have happened this evening after the Pakistan Cricket Board officially got a communique from ICC, or the International Cricket Council, saying that they are confirming India's unavailability to travel to Pakistan for the tournament. ICC has very clearly told the Pakistan Cricket Board India won't be traveling to Pakistan for the tournament. In fact, the Pakistan Cricket Board official I spoke to, he also said that even though the schedule is in place, nothing is confirmed right now. Matches are to be played as of now in Lahore, Karachi and Rawalpindi, but the schedule is pretty much up in the air. There was an event scheduled to be held in Lahore tomorrow. That event has been cancelled. That was an event to announce the Champions Trophy, because it would have been the 100th day from then on that the tournament would have started. But right now, we really don't know if the tournament will go on as per schedule from 19th February to 9th of March. Well, last time, the Asia Cup, last year Asia Cup, that was to happen in Pakistan. Pakistan was the host. India refused to travel for that either. The venues had to be split, and India's matches were played in Sri Lanka. It had to be conducted in a hybrid model. The last time that the Indian cricket team, a full-fledged side, traveled to Pakistan, and that too for a limited over series, was in 2008. Since then, India has not traveled to Pakistan. It's been a long time, and despite all the talk, despite all the push from the diplomatic from the diplomatic channels, it seems things are still very difficult, and there is no sight of when India can actually go and play cricket in Pakistan.
All right, Rika, thanks very much for joining us with that breaking story there. As Rika Roy is reporting, the differences now seem irreconcilable as far as the two cricket boards are concerned. The Pakistan Cricket Board's big move after BCCI decided to boycott the Champions Trophy. And our big lead on left, right and centre this evening. Well, both the camps have released their manifestos now. Well, the BJP released its manifesto and so did the Mahavikas Aghadi. There are startling similarities but also key differences as far as these two manifestos are concerned. The focus certainly in both the manifestos are women, farmers and the youth. What does it really mean? What are the ramifications? What do these poll doles really mean? How do they translate on the ground? We'll decode all of that with top analysts. But first, a look at this report. It's manifesto versus manifesto in the battle for Maharashtra. While Union Home Minister Amit Shah released BJP's Sankalp Patra, it was Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge who did the honours for the Mahavikas Aghadi. Both alliances are keeping the youth, women and farmers front and centre. The BJP announced 2100 rupees for women per household under its flagship Majhi Ladki Bahan Yojana, whereas the MVA announced 3000 rupees under the Mahalakshmi scheme. The BJP has promised waiving of loans for farmers and the MVA has also promised a loan waiver of up to 3 lakh rupees. The BJP has vowed 25 lakh jobs by 2029, whereas the MVA says it will fill vacancies in 2.5 government jobs. The BJP has come up with a skill census for state intervention in creating more opportunities, and the MVA has vowed caste census, which has been a long-standing promise of the Congress. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge not only attacked the Prime Minister over his Lal Kitab remark, but also took on Home Minister Amit Shah. Shah in return launched an attack on the MVA, accusing them of announcing policies solely to find a place in power.
ये सब सफेद पन्ने हैं. अगर सफेद पन्ने इसमें हैं, तो आप शायद इसे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन नहीं रखते. तो उसको भी बोल रहे रेड कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बोले तो नक्सलाइट को प्रोत्साहन देने वाला. 2017 में कोविड को ये मैं भी बोलूं, कोविड और मोदी जी दोनों नक्सलाइट हैं.
आज चुनाव में हमारा मुकाबला अघाड़ी से है. मैं निश्चित रूप से कहना चाहता हूं कि अघाड़ी की सारी योजनाएं सत्ता के लालच में तुष्टीकरण की है, विचारधाराओं का अपमान करने वाली है और महाराष्ट्र की संस्कृति से छल कर केवल सत्ता प्राप्ति के लिए आगे बढ़ने वाली विचारधारा है.
The Bharatiya Janata Party and the Mahavikas Aghadi both released their manifestos today. The Bharatiya Janata Party called it Sankalp Patra, whereas the Mahavikas Aghadi called it Maharashtra Nama. While the incumbent government has focused or has stressed more on creating more jobs, especially from sectors like artificial intelligence, robotics, we can see that the stress of the Mahavikas Aghadi is more on agro-centric growth, safety of women, and a more diversified growth across the state. Now, which one of these two manifestos will find more buyers on the 20th of November will only become clear on the day of the results. With camera person Mahesh, this is Anuj Raith reporting for NDTV from Mumbai.
Joining me on the show this evening, Neerja Chaudhary, senior journalist, also Dr. Syed Zafar Islam, national spokesperson of the BJP, Rajesh Kotian, spokesperson of the Congress is with us, also Seema Malik, spokesperson of the NCP, and Sushil Vyas, spokesperson of the Shinde Sena. Thanks all very much for being with us. Going across to you first, Dr. Islam. You know, both the manifestos take us back to the long-drawn debate around welfare schemes versus freebies. I mean, if you look at the BJP's manifesto, there are a large number of poll doles, whether it is 2100 rupees for women per month, the farm loan waiver, also the stipend, the promise of 10,000 rupees as stipend to 10 lakh students. This is something that the BJP has been cornering the Congress on, and to rely heavily on these welfare schemes, though of course Maharashtra and perhaps a state like Karnataka cannot be compared in terms of its fiscal, its budget and its fiscal discipline, but even then, wouldn't you say that this is some sort of hypocrisy?
Well, let me tell you a few things which is important for you to understand the differentiating factor between us and what they have announced. We are in the government, we understand the revenues, we understand the total budget, and everything will be part of the budgetary provision. We are not making any announcement where we know that it is just like what the MA is announcing, had announced prior to the election in various states like Himachal, like Telangana and Karnataka, where prior to the election they had made so many announcements without understanding the dynamics, without understanding the fiscal requirement. And when they were in the government, actually they misled the people and they got the vote and they formed the government. Today they are struggling, and whatever promises they had made, they are not able to live up to their own commitment. So they have not been able to honor their commitment in those states. Here also, they are making the same mistake. As far as the Mahayuti is concerned, whatever so far we have paid to the people, it is part of the budget. It is the budgetary provision is there. We have not crossed beyond our means. So whatever means we have as a government, whatever revenue we have, in that revenue, we are making those kind of announcements so that we know that exactly what we have been announced. We have enough revenues to service or to honor those commitments. So that is the differentiating factor between us and them. We are not making any statement. We are not making any promises which is beyond our means. And that is something they need to understand. That is what people understand, we have always maintained. Once we are in the government, then it is our responsibility to because it's a welfare state, so it's our responsibility to ensure that the welfare schemes are being
because I think that's a fair point Dr. Islam is making, and your response to that, Rajesh Kotian, because one of the things you've promised in your manifesto is a 25 lakh health insurance scheme in the state as well, and it brings to mind what Mr. Ashok Gehlot did in his state as well. Would you say that this sort of extreme reliance on welfare schemes, this model is imploding for the Congress? And the second part of my question is, promising things like raising the reservation ceiling. Now, these things cannot be implemented till the time you have a Congress government at the center. So there are promises that are almost in the air.
See, can you hear me?
I can. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
So BJP is used to doing that. When we do it, they call this the revenue culture. And when they do it, it is all fine. That's my question to Jafar bhai. Modi went on saying, ki, "Arey yaar, tum log to revenue karte ho." And he used his protege, Eknath Shinde, they have issued 400, I think, circulars, left, right, and center. And he says, where is the money? And there is nothing, no money there. The same thing. So let us forget what BJP says. They issued full page ads on 6th when Rahulji announced our guarantee, on 7th, saying that we have done wrong. We got our 2 CMs and a deputy CM yesterday and had a press conference. And we have told them we will sue them. So let them face us in court. We have all finished. We have implemented all our manifesto promises in Karnataka. We have spent 52,000 crores. Whether when we promised the money was there or not there.
That also comes at a cost, Rajesh, doesn't it? Because you're
there is a balance. One has to understand. One has to understand. One has to understand.
Otherwise, we'll keep talking over each other. Hear me out. Because I'm looking to having a constructive debate here. This also comes at a cost. We are talking about petrol tax, diesel tax, even an entertainment tax in a state like Karnataka. So ultimately, it's the taxpayers' money that goes into financing these kind of welfare schemes.
See, you have to know one thing in life. Even if you run a family, the one who is weak, you tend to help him, and the one who is stronger helps him. So our concept is very clear. Maybe the rich, we may tax more, but all those who are actually poor, the poor women, the schemes are meant for the poor. The unemployed youth who is suffering, who is not getting a job because of BJP's policies. So we are giving away 4,000. The women beyond a threshold limit, we are giving them 3,000. Plus, we have announced a lot of security schemes today in our manifesto. Nirbhaya, we have given them leaves during menstrual cycles. Additional, we have provided the girls from 9 to 16 with 2 free treatments for cervical cancer. So we look at every aspect of a girl. So it's not like only money, money, money. We are looking at security plus as well as their overall well-being. So even for the farmers in our manifesto today, all those farmers who have died out of that, we have decided to have a review of that scheme and find out, and those who have died, to how to look after their
I'll come to the
left
issue of
out
security
wives and
because
children.
that's an important one. But let me quickly get in Neerja ji on this because your perspective here would be interesting, Neerja ji. As we were discussing the other day as well, that this has almost become like a template. I mean, it almost seems like a manifesto for any other state. All these big welfare schemes being rolled out by all the parties. And if you look at the Mahayuti and the MVA manifestos, they're almost like a copy of each other. And this has become the model that political parties across the spectrum are heavily relying on. And as you had said the other day as well, that this is primarily because the system has failed in delivering.
Yes, what is very interesting in the two manifestos, of course, as you have pointed out, it is Kisan, youth, women focused. And both sides have rolled out whatever. But very interestingly, the Maha Vikas Agadi has talked about a separate ministry for child welfare. Now, this has been a demand of many people who worked in the field for a long time, not to have it clubbed with women's ministry, because women then get overshadow everything. Their own problems are so many, their needs are so many, and children who don't have a voice, who don't have a vote, get left out. So child nutrition, child education, child health, which is where the foundation of our society, our politics, if this can come through and can be thought through imaginatively, is a very interesting idea. Of course, from the Mahayuti side also, they've gone in for a 25 lakh health insurance. This is also very interesting. It's been rolled out in Rajasthan. But the two things I would like to concentrate on, if you look at the politics being played out in Maharashtra today, what is the game changer for the Maha Vikas Agadi? It is the Maratha consolidation that is taking place as a result of Manoj Jarange Patil's announcement that he has withdrawing his candidates. Now that withdrawal of candidates is calculated to help the MVA. Otherwise, the Maratha vote would have got divided. And the caste census that Mr. Kharge has talked about, increasing the majority cutoff 50%. And going beyond 50%, which Rahul Gandhi has also been talking about. But here the Maratha reservation coming into the OBC ambit.
Yes.
All this is very interesting. It's calculated to please its core constituency of Marathas, of course, Dalits and Muslim. MMM, Mahars.
Yes.
Muslim, Maratha, Mahar, Buddhist is the constituency. They are refashioning and trying to recreate.
So perhaps the caste census could be the Brahmastra, as many would say, because Manoj Jarange Patil.
For the MVA.
For the
but
MVA.
if just one line on what the Mahayuti is doing. Their game changer is the Mukhyamantri Maji Ladki Bahan Yojana. I was traveling through Marathwada. And I'm amazed the number of, I met with a group of Dalit women who said we had voted for the Congress party last time. We've all got 7,500 in our hand. We've done this with this money. We are going to vote for we are going to vote for Eknath Shinde, our brother. They don't talk about Mahayuti. And because we feel he's going to do more for us, and let our husbands are voting the Congress, let them vote for the Congress.
Yes.
So it's a very interesting thing.
And that's a very interesting point you're making, Neerja ji, because it has, the Ladki Bahan Yojana has found resonance, some sort of deep resonance there in Maharashtra. That's what I feel as well. Seema Malik, would you like to come in on that? Because this could prove to be the game changer. I mean, look at what happened in Madhya Pradesh with the Ladli Bahan Yojana. I mean, it almost delivered a kind of a wave-like landslide for the BJP.
See, what I think is, I think the people are very smart these days. They understand that when they bring a yojana at the time of election only, and I think they very well understand that why they are giving this money to them. And I think a few of the BJP leaders have told them, they're like, we are going to see you or something if you are seen in the rally or to the extent that we will take out the money if they don't vote us or something. So they understand these things. So this is not so easy. Like they will get the votes just because of Ladli Behan Yojana, and we are also trying to give them a substantial amount of money because they really need it. I think 1,500 is not very too much of a money, and so we are trying to give them a 3,000 rupees for the women, and because they really required it, and they are in distress, and they have been, since so many days they are not getting the importance, the real importance of this.
Seema ji, I'm afraid I'll have to interrupt you there because we have some breaking news coming in. Though, of course, the issue of women's security is extremely important, and I'll get Sushil Vyas to respond to that also. But the Congress has suspended 16 rebel candidates. Remember, the rebels have really become extremely critical when it comes to Maharashtra political battle. Over 80 rebels in the fray, and we have seen in states like Haryana and even in Jammu and Kashmir how independence and rebels become extremely important. Let me go across to Radhika Ramaswamy joining us on the phone line. Radhika, so the Congress cracking the whip on rebel candidates.
Absolutely. Congress party cracking its whip on rebel candidates. In fact, there was an announcement made a few days ago by Ramesh Chennitala that they will be expelling several of the rebel candidates who stood against the official candidates of the NDA, and that is what has been done. They've now put out the list of all the rebel candidates who have been suspended for a period of 6 years. These include candidates who filed their nominations in places like Gadkari, Bhiwandi, Bandra, Mirabai. In fact, despite instructions from the party, they failed to take back their nominations, and now, of course, they stand suspended for a period of 6 years. So, Congress party not really taking these rebels lightly. And similar action was taken by Uddhav Thackeray as well. In fact, UDP Sena also suspended at least 6 of its rebel candidates. So MVA are really taking action against many of the rebel candidates, and they've also ruled out any form of friendly fight that could happen within MVA.
All right, Radhika, thanks very much for joining us for the latest there. So, of course, how these rebels actually impact the Maharashtra political battle, that remains to be seen. But yes, Seema Malik, go ahead, you were making a point.
Yeah, I was talking about the Ladli Yojana. And see, we are also focusing on the three main people, that is the youth of the country, and in fact the unemployed youth, as most of the projects are going out from Maharashtra to Gujarat, and there are almost 5 lakh jobs are lost. So, and I don't know, they have also promised 25 lakh jobs or something. I don't know what kind of jobs are they. Because because they call a job to the pakode banana and to the I think tomato and Swiggy people. So what kind of jobs they are doing, that is also important. And for the farmers, they are in distress. Everybody knows that they are committing suicide. They are not getting the price of the cotton and soybean, and they are not getting guarantee on the MSP. So they are really in distress, and that's why we have decided to waive off their loans up to 3 lakhs.
Though the Mahayuti this time has promised a 20% subsidy on MSP. Is that something that will sort of satisfy the farmers? Though we have seen that the BJP in Maharashtra and the Lok Sabha polls faced sort of a poll drubbing almost, particularly in those areas. But quickly, the last word to you, Sushil Vyas, because we were focusing so much on women, and both the manifestos talk a great deal about women. We've seen the situation as far as women's security is concerned in Maharashtra, whether it is what happened in Badlapur, in Pune, back-to-back such incidents taking place in metropolitan cities, and now right ahead of the polls on the 11th hour, you are promising things like Lakpati Didis and the Ladki Behan Yojana. How would you respond to that sort of conundrum?
Vedanta ji, first of all, this Lakpati Didi scheme is there since March 2023.
Yes.
It's not been announced recently.
Yes.
And the Ladki Behan Yojana was announced on 27 June, not 10 days back or 15 days back. In that, there is a part of budget. As Jafar Bhai said, we do not announce like National President of Kharge say, give a word of advice to his Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister in Bangalore 4 days back, saying that unless there is a budgetary provision, please don't announce something. So we have not announced something in air. We have announced after making budgetary provision, and our budget is 27 June 2024 by making 46,000 budgetary provision for Ladki Behn Yojana, 5,500 crore rupees budgetary provision for Yuva Kausalya Vikas Yojana. That is for stipend to the young generation for their doing some skill work. So we are not like, and then I was very happy when Seemaji was saying they are giving 1,500, we'll give 3,000. But when we announce this, they are the same people. No. Please, I have not interfered you. Their people went to the court challenging this scheme, saying that Maharashtra is under loan, there is a debt of 8 lakh crore rupees, how they will pay. Now, my counter question is, if that is the situation, how you will pay? If we can't pay, then how you will pay?
Okay.
See, at least we are implemented. We have paid five months installments already reached to our sisters. We are paying to our
also because we
10
have
lakh
seen
young people
there is
as a
absolute
stipend.
fiscal cooperation between the centre and the state. So that argument can also be made in this context. But I'm afraid I'm completely running out of time. Thanks all very much for being with us. Of course, extremely interesting. I think the most interesting aspect of the story is how more or less both the Mahayuti and the MVA have promised similar things, though there are key differences as well. Will the caste census prove to be a big political brahmastra? Who will really ultimately be able to woo women voters? All of that remains to be seen. This is the Maharashtra political battle is only heating up. Thanks so much for watching. Good night.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations? Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. Extensive coverage on NDTV.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con. Only on NDTV 24/7.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of
10 days from now, Maharashtra polls, and one of the most dominant figures of Maharashtra politics and politics of the country is former BJP president and senior union minister, Mr. Nitin Gadkari. I am in Nagpur, and this visit of Maharashtra cannot be completed without speaking to the Member of Parliament of Nagpur. Nitin ji, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV.
Thank you very much.
Sir, ये जो चुनाव है, सब लोग बोल रहा है इसमें मैथमेटिक्स, केमिस्ट्री कुछ एक्सप्लेन नहीं किया जा सकता है, क्योंकि बहुत सारी छोटी पार्टियां भी हैं और जो बड़ा अलायंसेस भी है, महाविकास अघाड़ी वर्सेस महायुति, उसमें भी 3-3 पार्टी है। पहली बार ऐसा हो रहा है दैट बोथ द कांग्रेस एंड द बीजेपी हैव वन पार्ट ऑफ एनसीपी एंड वन पार्ट ऑफ शिवसेना। एज अ पॉलिटिकल एनालिस्ट एंड ऑल्सो अ सीनियर बीजेपी लीडर, where do you think is the battle of Maharashtra heading?
महाराष्ट्र के अभी तक के जो चुनाव हुए हैं, हर चुनाव में अलायंसेस बनी है, क्योंकि अलायंसेस बनाना ये पॉलिटिकल कंपल्शन भी है। आज ऐसी स्थिति नहीं रही है। एक समय कांग्रेस अपनी बदौलत चुनाव जीतती थी, बाद में कांग्रेस में भी डिवीज़न हुआ और भारतीय जनता पार्टी और शिवसेना की अलायंस वो भी जीती। जब कांग्रेस से, आपको याद होगा 75 की इमरजेंसी के बाद 77 में जब जनता पार्टी का निर्माण हुआ, तब बाद में कांग्रेस की सरकार आई थी। वसंतदादा पाटिल और त्रिपुरे साहब मुख्यमंत्री उप मुख्यमंत्री थे, पर बाद में शरद पवार साहब ने उस समय कांग्रेस छोड़ दी और 14 लोगों को लेकर उन्होंने पुरोगामी लोकतांत्रिक दल की स्थापना की और उसमें जनता पार्टी, कांग्रेस ओ और शेतकरी कामगारी पार्टी ऐसे मिलकर एक अलायंस बनी थी, पुलोत। तो वो भी चुनाव में हम लड़े थे। पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ अलायंस इज़ ए पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ कंपल्शन, और मैं अक्सर बोलता हूँ कि पॉलिटिक्स इज़ ए गेम ऑफ पॉलिटिकल कॉन्ट्रडिक्शन, कंपल्शंस एंड लिमिटेशंस। तो ग्रास रूट पर अलायंस पॉलिटिक्स के सिवा कोई पर्याय नहीं होता। और अभी एक बात जरूर है कि इस समय शिवसेना 2 गुटों में बट गई, राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस 2 गुटों में बट गई, और इसके कारण इस समय का पोलराइजेशन आज तक के पॉलिटिक्स में थोड़ा अलग हुआ है। पर इसमें निश्चित रूप से जो पॉलिटिक्स है महाराष्ट्र का, वो पूरे महाराष्ट्र का पॉलिटिक्स करके आप नहीं समझ सकते। यहाँ रीजन वाइज, डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाइज पॉलिटिक्स के अलग अलग आयाम है। वेस्टर्न महाराष्ट्र में शुगर फैक्ट्रीज है, अब मराठवाड़ा में भी शुगर फैक्ट्री है, हमारे यहाँ विदर्भ में कपास, सोयाबीन जैसे महत्वपूर्ण विषय है। तो हर जगह में, हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में अलग प्रश्न है। मुंबई शहर के प्रश्न टोटली अलग है, और विशेष रूप से मुंबई, नागपुर, पुणे, औरंगाबाद, इनके सवाल अलग है। तो इसलिए एक प्रकार का कॉम्प्लेक्स पॉलिटिक्स है, और इसमें अलायंसेस होने के कारण टफ कंपटीशन है। पर मुझे विश्वास है कि निश्चित रूप से जो हमारी महायुति है वो निश्चित रूप से चुनाव में सफल होगी, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है।
सर, क्योंकि आपने कहा ये बहुत ही कॉम्प्लेक्स है, तो ये माना जाए कि इस बार चुनाव 288 बैटल्स हैं, लोकलाइज्ड इलेक्शन है, जो हर क्षेत्र में, मतलब हर कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में अपनी लड़ाई हो रही है। कोई ओवर आर्चिंग थीम नहीं है महाराष्ट्र का कि इस बार चेंज है या कंटिन्यूटी है।
देखिए, पहली बात तो ऐसे कि भारत सरकार में जो कुछ काम हुआ उसका एक परिणाम है। मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में 10 साल में हमारी सरकार ने महाराष्ट्र में जो अच्छा काम किया है वो लोगों के सामने है। दूसरी बात ये भी है कि महाराष्ट्र सरकार में शिंदे जी के नेतृत्व में, फडणवीस जी के नेतृत्व में, अजित पवार के नेतृत्व में हमारी सरकार ने जो काम किया वो भी लोगों के सामने है। तो स्वाभाविक रूप से किया हुआ काम, परफॉर्मेंस, ये तो सब्जेक्ट है ही। फिर हर उम्मीदवार, उस उम्मीदवार का उस मतदार क्षेत्र में स्थान क्या है, उसका कितना फॉलोइंग है, कितना पब्लिक सपोर्ट है, ये भी महत्वपूर्ण है। 2-3 बातें महाराष्ट्र में हुई है कि पिछली बार चुनाव में ये गलत प्रचार किया गया था कि हमारी पार्टी अगर चुनकर आएगी तो बाबा साहब का संविधान बदल देंगी। बाद में ये झूठा प्रचार था। ना हम संविधान बदलने वाले हैं, ना बदलने का इरादा है, ना हम किसी को बदलने देंगे। और सुप्रीम कोर्ट में केशवानंद भारती केस में ऑलरेडी ये निर्णय आ गया है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट के चीफ जस्टिस और 10 न्यायमूर्ति ने दिया है कि साइलेंट फीचर्स ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन कैन नॉट बी चेंज, जैसे लोकतंत्र, समाजवाद, धर्मनिरपेक्षता, फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच, फंडामेंटल राइट, तो बदल ही नहीं सकता। बाकी जो 2 पार्ट हैं उसमें कांग्रेस पार्टी ने इमरजेंसी में, जब इंदिरा जी चुनाव हार गई रायबरेली का, तो उस समय विशेष रूप से उन्होंने अपने खुद के स्वार्थ के लिए कांग्रेस पार्टी ने संविधान को तोड़ मरोड़ कर रख दिया। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने संविधान तोड़ा, बाद में जनता पार्टी ने आकर वो कलम रद्द की है। तो संविधान से छेड़छाड़ अगर किसी ने की है तो कांग्रेस पार्टी ने की, पर यहाँ अपप्रचार किया गया कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी संविधान बदल देगी। जब कन्विंस नहीं किया जाता तो कंफ्यूज करने की कोशिश होती है, पर अब लोगों को वो मुद्दा साफ हुआ है, लोगों की गलतफहमियां भी दूर हुई है और लोकसभा के चुनाव के विषय अलग थे। इस समय निश्चित रूप से हमें एज है और हमारी अलायंस जीतेगी।
Sir, one sense that was there also during the Lok Sabha polls was कि भाजपा जोड़ तोड़ की राजनीति करती है, इसीलिए आपने शिवसेना को तोड़ा, इसीलिए आपने एनसीपी को तोड़ा और उसका आपको खामियाजा भुगतना पड़ा लोकसभा के चुनाव में, क्योंकि उद्धव ठाकरे के लिए सिंपैथी थी, शरद पवार के लिए सिंपैथी थी।
देखिए, शरद पवार महाराष्ट्र में बहुत कद्दावर नेता है, पर उनके राजनीति में जब वो राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस में थे, हमारे मुख्यमंत्री थे महाराष्ट्र के, उनने सब पार्टियाँ फोड़ी हैं, शिवसेना को भी फोड़ा है, भुजबल वगैरह उस समय उन्होंने बाहर किए, निकाले। उन्होंने राजनीति में ये अक्सर होता है और ये सही है कि गलत, ये बात अलग है, पर पॉलिटिक्स में ऐसा कहते हैं कि एवरीथिंग इज़ फेयर इन लव एंड पॉलिटिक्स। तो ये कहीं कभी ये बातें होती है, कभी जनता में इसका फ़ायदा भी होता है, कभी रिएक्शन भी आती है।
तो उस वक्त रिएक्शन था?
नहीं, अभी इस समय लोकसभा में ओवरऑल जिस प्रकार का अपप्रचार कांग्रेस ने किया और मुसलमानों के मन में भय पैदा किया वोट बैंक पॉलिटिक्स के लिए, और दलित समाज और आदिवासी समाज में संविधान को लेकर गलतफहमी पैदा की, और आदिवासी को कहा गया कि आपका आरक्षण बंद करने वाले हैं। तो ये जो थोड़ा सा प्रचार जिस प्रकार से हुआ उसके कारण हमें थोड़ी तकलीफ हुई, पर अब चुनाव के बाद ये सिद्ध हो गया कि ना ऐसा कोई बात है, सब प्रचार झूठा था। तो निश्चित रूप से अब इसमें हमको जनता का विश्वास अच्छी तरीके से मिलेगा, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है।
No, you're one of those who has worked very closely with बाला साहब ठाकरे। उद्धव ठाकरे का आपके साथ अलायंस ना होना 5 साल पहले, प्रीपोल अलायंस था, उसके बाद सरकार नहीं बनाना, और उसके बाद वो तोड़ करके वो चले गए, मतलब आपने तोड़ दिया दोनों पार्टीज को, और उसके बाद जो बहुत ही बिटर पॉलिटिक्स रहा है दोनों साइड से, आप उसको कैसे देखते हैं?
देखिए, बाला साहब ठाकरे जब थे तब प्रमोद जी, गोपीनाथ जी, मैं भी उस समय था, पहली बार हिंदुत्व के विचारों के लिए अलायंस हुई थी। वो कोई केवल सत्ता के लिए गठबंधन नहीं था। बाला साहब का अपना एक स्वभाव था, उनका एक नेतृत्व था, और मैं उन भाग्यवान लोगों में से हूँ कि जिसको बाला साहब का बहुत प्रेम मेरे ऊपर व्यक्तिगत रूप से था। वो मुझे गडकरी के बजाय रोडकरी कहते थे,
रोड की वजह से।
रोड के कारण, और बाला साहब से खुली चर्चा होती थी। परिस्थिति में ऐसा हुआ कि बाद में जो हिंदुत्व के लिए बनी हुई अलायंस अगर नहीं टूटती तो उसमें महाराष्ट्र के मराठी लोगों का हित था, पर दुर्भाग्यवश अलायंस टिक नहीं पाई, विवाद हुए और टूट गई। पर नेचुरल अलायंस जो थी उस समय जो बनी थी वो भाजपा शिवसेना की नेचुरल अलायंस थी, क्योंकि हिंदुत्व का विचार लेकर शिवसेना और भाजपा दोनों भी चलते हैं। तो आज जो जिन पार्टियों के साथ उद्धव ठाकरे जी काम कर रहे हैं वो पार्टी का हिंदुत्व वाली, अभी अबू आजमी भी उनके साथ आ गए, कांग्रेस भी आई, शरद पवार के राष्ट्रवादी को, उनके अपने अलग अलग विचार हैं। देयर इज अ 2 टाइप ऑफ पॉलिटिक्स, पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ कन्वीनियंस एंड पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ कन्विक्शन। मैं पॉलिटिक्स का ऑफ कन्विक्शन का विद्यार्थी हूँ, और माई कन्विक्शन इज़ ए पार्ट ऑफ माई लाइफ कन्विक्शन। अब धीरे धीरे ये पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ कन्वीनियंस हावी हुआ है, और स्वाभाविक रूप से राजनीति में डिटोरेशन होता है तो सब लोगों को लगता है कि मेरा क्या होगा। हर आदमी एमएलए बनना चाहता है, हर आदमी मंत्री बनना चाहता है, और इसके कारण जो आइडियोलॉजिकली पॉलिटिक्स था उसमें कमी आई है। इसमें लोकतंत्र का नुकसान हुआ। इसलिए हमको फिर से एक बार विचारों के आधार पर पॉलिटिक्स को मजबूत करना होगा, उसी से लोकतंत्र मजबूत होगा और ये कोशिश करती रहनी चाहिए।
Sir, one view is that the real Shiv Sena is always the one which has Thackeray at its helm, not a Shinde leading a Shiv Sena.
देखो, राजनीति में अनेक सवालों के जवाब चुनाव से मिलते हैं और अब चुनाव हो रहा है और चुनाव ये तय कर देता है। देखिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी जब टूटी, इंदिरा जी ने अलग पार्टी तैयार की और निजलिंगप्पा मोरारजी देसाई ने अलग पार्टी तय कर दी, कांग्रेस ओ, और इंदिरा जी की कांग्रेस इंदिरा। परिस्थिति में इंदिरा जी ने प्रूव किया तो एक कांग्रेस रिलीवेंट रही और एक चली गई। जनता की अदालत में ये सब बातों के फैसले होते हैं और उससे कुछ पार्टियां ख़त्म हो जाती है और कुछ पार्टी मेन स्ट्रीम में बढ़ती हो जाती है। तो आज तो कुछ कहना ठीक नहीं है, पर चुनाव के बाद भी उसके ऊपर मूल्यांकन हो सकता है।
एंड व्हाट अबाउट मराठा फैक्टर? इस चुनाव में है कि मुसलमान, महिला और मराठा तय करेंगे कि महाराष्ट्र किधर जाएगी। तो मराठा कितनी बड़ी आपकी सरदर्द बने हुए हैं?
देखिए, महाराष्ट्र की जो राजनीतिक परिस्थिति है, माहौल है, वो इस समय सबसे दुख का विषय कि जातिवादी माहौल ने थोड़ा खराब किया है और बैकवर्डनेस बिकमिंग ए पॉलिटिकल इंटरेस्ट। मैं किसी जात को आरक्षण देने के विरोध में नहीं हूँ, पर मैं ये मानता हूँ कि कोई भी व्यक्ति जात, पंथ, धर्म, भाषा और सेक्स से बड़ा नहीं होता, उसके गुणों से बड़ा होता है। जिस भाव में गैस का सिलेंडर मुसलमान को मिलता है, उसी भाव में हिंदू को मिलता है। अब दुर्भाग्य से कि आरक्षण की अपनी एक मर्यादा भी होती है, पर यह बहुत तेज़ी से बढ़ा है। पर महाराष्ट्र ये छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज, बाबा साहेब अम्बेडकर, महात्मा ज्योतिबा फुले, शाहू महाराज, इनके वैचारिक अधिष्ठान महाराष्ट्र में रहा और इसलिए जातिवाद मुक्त सुदृढ़ लोकतंत्र, ये महाराष्ट्र ने ये विचार पूरे देश को दिया है। पर इस समय जातीयवाद पर, जाति का उपयोग करके समाज को तोड़ने की जो कोशिश हो रही है, वो बड़ी दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और दलितेतर समाज, अल्पसंख्यक समाज में डर पैदा करना, दलितों के मन में जानबूझकर संविधान बदल रहा करके गलत प्रचार करना, आदिवासी कहना तुम्हारा आरक्षण रद्द हो रहा है और मराठा के भी आरक्षण की कहानी है। तो इन सब बातों से ये जो बातें, हर व्यक्ति का अधिकार है क्या करना और क्या नहीं करना, पर महाराष्ट्र का जो सोशल फैब्रिक था, जिसके लिए महाराष्ट्र जाना जाता था और आज भी पूरे देश में बाबा साहेब अम्बेडकर, महात्मा ज्योतिबा फुले, राजर्षि शाहू महाराज, छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज, इनका सबका विचार, उनका कार्य, कर्तृत्व, विचार पूरे देश में है। ऐसे स्थिति में जिस महाराष्ट्र ने दिया, वह जाति के आधार पर समाज डिवाइड हो रहा है, ये अच्छी बात नहीं है। मुझे लगता है कि महाराष्ट्र के सभी राजनीतिक नेताओं को मिलकर एक बार ये महाराष्ट्र को शिवाजी महाराज, फुले, अम्बेडकर, शाहू महाराज की दिशा में अगर जाना होगा तो जातिवाद और सांप्रदायिकता से दूर हटकर विकास के मुद्दों के आधार पर गांव, गरीब, मजदूर, किसान जो है उनका कल्याण कैसे हो, सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट कैसी हो और सुखी, समृद्ध, संपन्न महाराष्ट्र कैसे निर्माण हो। हम लोग कहते थे कि हमारा आदर्श है छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज और उसके लिए उनके राज्य को कहते थे शिवशाही। जब बाला साहब ठाकरे थे हमारे नेता, तो वो ये कहते थे कि महाराष्ट्र में शिवशाही लानी है। तो मुझे लगता है ये शिवशाही जो है ये जातीयवाद मुक्त है। शिवशाही, छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज का राज्य ऐसा था कि जात, पंथ, धर्म, भाषा के आधार पर किसी को उन्होंने कभी डिस्क्रिमिनेट नहीं किया, महिलाओं के साथ सम्मान किया और स्त्री पुरुष समानता का व्यवहार रखा। तो मुझे लगता है कि महाराष्ट्र का बेस, महाराष्ट्र का आत्मा इन सब महापुरुषों के विचारों के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है। एक टेम्पररी फेज है ये निकल जाएगी और फिर से हम सही दिशा में ही निश्चित रूप से जाएंगे।
What about जरांगे पाटिल?
अब वो अपनी बात कहते हैं।
वो किसके साथ है?
ये तो वही बता पाएंगे कि वो किसके साथ है।
आप लोगों से नाराज हैं क्या?
पर मुझे लगता है वो बहुत ज़्यादा देवेंद्र के खिलाफ बोलते हैं, तो मुझे लगता है ये उसके साथ अन्याय करते हैं। मैं तो जातीयवाद की राजनीति करता नहीं, और मैंने नागपुर में जब था तो कहा था कि नागपुर शहर मेरा परिवार है, मैं नागपुर का हूँ और पूरी जनता मेरा परिवार है। मैं जात पंथ धर्म के आधार पर न किसी को डिस्क्रिमिनेट करूँगा, सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, यही बात पे काम करूँगा। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये जो एक फेज़ है ये इस चुनाव के बाद निकल जाएगी।
सर, अभी कुछ दिन पहले थोड़ा कुछ बयान आया, उसके बाद एक रिएक्शन हुआ, तो थोड़ा केओस हुआ कि महायुति की अगर सरकार बनती है 23 तारीख को, अगर आपको मैंडेट आता है तो मुख्यमंत्री कौन होगा, तो उस पर क्लैरिटी है या अभी भी उसके इलेक्शन के रिजल्ट का इंतजार किया जाए?
लोकतंत्र में नए एमएलए चुनकर आने के बाद अपने नेता का चयन करते हैं और जहाँ तक भारतीय जनता पार्टी में इसका फैसला पार्टी का शीर्षस्थ नेतृत्व चर्चा करके करेगा।
सो उस पर भी कोई ये तय नहीं है कि एकनाथ शिंदे ही मुख्यमंत्री होंगे?
देखिए, महाराष्ट्र का ये जो चुनाव है, एकनाथ शिंदे, देवेंद्र फडणवीस और अजित पवार तीनों के नेतृत्व में लड़ाया जा रहा है और मुझे लगता है कि तीनों पार्टी मिलकर हम चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं और उचित समय पर पार्टी के नेता इसका फैसला करेंगे।
मेरा आखिरी सवाल सर आपसे, आपका असेसमेंट क्या है, 23 तारीख को क्या होगा?
मेरा तो असेसमेंट अभी तो मैं,
क्योंकि आपने काफ़ी घूमा है।
हाँ, अभी
आप बहुत सारे क्षेत्र में जाकर आपने पब्लिक मीटिंग्स की है।
अभी तक मेरी कम से कम 22-23 मीटिंग हुई है और 50 से 40-45 मीटिंग करूँगा। तो मैं पूरे महाराष्ट्र में ज़्यादातर अब मैं विदर्भ में घूमा हूँ, गोंदिया जिला में, नागपुर ज़िले में, फिर वर्धा जिला मैंने पूरा किया, नागपुर शहर में भी काफ़ी सभाएं पूरी की। अभी मुझे लगता है कि इस बार लोकसभा की तुलना में अलग अच्छा एटमॉस्फेयर है और निश्चित रूप से हमारी अलायंस को लोग विकल्प के रूप में चुनेंगे और भारत सरकार ने किया हुआ काम ऑलरेडी उसका भी परिणाम है और लाडली बहन योजना जो राज्य सरकार ने शुरू की उसका भी परिणाम है। ओवरऑल ये चुनाव में हमें अच्छी जीत हासिल होगी, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है।
नितिन जी, हमसे बात करने के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर स्पीकिंग टू NDTV। So Nitin Gadkari there speaking exclusively to NDTV on the Maharashtra political battle. But moving now to the other poll-bound state, well, in Jharkhand, the Prime Minister led the BJP's big tribal outreach with a mega 3-kilometer-long roadshow in the capital, Ranchi. This is historic, as Himanta Biswa Sarma, the in charge for Jharkhand, put it. This, of course, also as the Prime Minister launched a scathing attack on the Congress, saying that it's anti-tribal and cannot stand tribals in powerful positions.
द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी के साथ कैसा व्यवहार रहा है। कांग्रेस ने आदिवासी बेटी को राष्ट्रपति चुनाव में हराने के लिए पूरा दम लगा दिया। आज भी कांग्रेस के लोग माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी का अपमान करने से बाज नहीं आते। सच्चाई यही है कि कांग्रेस और उसके साथी आदिवासी संतानों को ऊंचाई पर देख ही नहीं सकते।
Well, this of course is the Congress says that, well, the BJP is only using tribals as a vote bank. But moving now to the latest on the Baba Siddiqui murder probe. Well, the probe is certainly picking up pace as a key shooter, Shiva Kumar, who in fact had fled Maharashtra, has now been arrested from Uttar Pradesh. Remember, this of course also has arrested accused, has made several startling revelations as well, in a sense proving the Mumbai police's theory that there is a definitive connection to the Bishnoi gang as far as the shootout was concerned. Let me go across to my colleague Anuj Raite, joining us live from Mumbai. Anuj, so what more details do you have about what the shooter has, the arrested shooter has told the police?
In a major breakthrough for the Mumbai police, the primary accused in the Baba Siddiqui shooting case, Shiv Kumar Gautam, has finally been caught in one of the districts, Bharuch district in Uttar Pradesh, along with 4 other associates. This operation was conducted by Mumbai police alongside a special team of Uttar Pradesh police. Sources suggest that he was intending to flee the country and leave for Nepal, and he was caught before he could initiate that travel. Now, the 4 other people who've been arrested have been arrested for helping him stay absconding. If you remember, Shiv Kumar Gautam has been absconding since the 12th of October, the moment this incident took place, and it's been close to a month since when the Mumbai police has been looking for him. You know, there's an extensive search operation that was being put in place across the country, mostly across the Hindi belt states from where it was expected that this man had come from. Now, firstly, he's been arrested. Secondly, we've also known that he's revealed some important things in the primary round of interrogation. He suggested that he and the other associate who has already been arrested by Mumbai police, that is Dharmaraj Kashyap, are from the same village. He's also told that he met Shubham Lonkar, who later went on to take the responsibility for this attack via a Facebook post. They both met in Pune, where this individual was working as a scrap dealer. Now, this information is going to be very crucial, as he also went on to state that Shubham Lonkar was the person who got these boys connected with Lawrence Bishnoi over Snapchat. Now, all of these details will be looked into with much detail and with much attention by the Mumbai police, as it just goes on to solidify the involvement of the Bishnoi gang in this particular matter.
And now some tragic news from Jammu and Kashmir. Well, one soldier has died in the line of action in the Kishtwar anti-terror operation. Remember, it was a long-drawn gun battle in Kishtwar. Many terrorists were cornered as well, but extremely tragic how this young army Jawan was killed in the line of duty in Jammu and Kashmir. And moving now to the crucial by-polls in Punjab. Well, my colleague Gurpreet caught up with the former Finance Minister of Punjab, Manpreet Badal, who says Punjab has always been a priority for the Prime Minister and the Home Minister. Take a look.
Well, sir, in Punjab, we have seen a lot of sentiment against the BJP party, and you had met various times the Prime Minister, Home Minister also. So what are your experience?
Well, you'll be surprised this time. But, I have traveled the length and breadth of India. People all over India, somehow the love given to the people of Punjab, because Punjab has played a very unique role in the history of the Indian subcontinent, a role which is completely disproportionate to our size and population. Punjab has sacrificed its finest sons for the honor, and the defense of this this great land. So, and so there is an anguish within the BJP, at least at the Prime Minister and the Home Minister level, that the Congress was responsible for the destruction of the Golden Temple, and people, large-hearted people from Punjab, they actually forgave the Congress party. But so there is no reason why BJP and Mr. Modi should not be voted in Punjab. So obviously there are some misunderstandings which people like me living in Punjab will have to clear. We are the bridge between the central leadership and the Prime Minister, when I went to meet him, he actually bent forward and he said, we would like Punjab to be sitting on, this is where we want, Punjab should be actually the shining star of India. And he said, when they replaced the tricolor flag with the Nishan Sahib, Prime Minister very specifically said, I don't want a single bullet to be fired. There's no difference between the Nishan Sahib of the Sikhs and the tricolor. The Sikhs have defended the tricolor and the BJP has defended the Nishan Sahib. And this is, I think, the crux of BJP policy, that Hindu-Sikh unity in India and in Punjab is paramount, and we will go to any length to ensure that, it's the enemies of the state should not disturb this peace.
You had also met the Home Minister also, and you were very curious to explain about the functioning of the Home Minister. You were talking about...
This was almost a year back. I sought an appointment with Honorable HM, and he replied on the phone that come and see me at 2:30. So I thought it was 2:30 p.m. And then he said, then I rang up his office. He said, no, this is actually 2:30 a.m., in the middle of the night. So when I actually went to meet the Home Minister, and there was fog and all sorts of weather issues in the middle of winter. So I asked him, why would you, want to have visitors at 2:30? And, he said, Manpreet, we're running the third largest military in the world and the fifth largest economy. Unless we work very late into the night, we're not going to succeed. I was quite impressed with this kind of work ethic.
And moving now to the big international headline, Ukraine's big drone attack on Moscow, the biggest drone attack since the beginning of the war, extremely concerning. This is, tensions have flared up yet again in a war that the world seems to have lost interest in. But remember, this is a retaliatory strike after Russia struck Ukraine just yesterday. Remember, that was also a huge drone attack. 145 drones were fired towards Ukraine. Earlier, we spoke to Mohammad Ghazali for more.
Escalation is from both sides, not just Ukraine, but from Russia as well. Though we are reporting that this is the first time that most of the drones have been attacked from Ukraine for the first time, but even Russia has launched attacks on Ukraine. And right now, what we are picking up is that Moscow has also closed down its airport due to fearing more attacks from the Ukrainian side. And all eyes will be on the Trump administration. He has still to take oath to the office. Biden is still in the office right now, like he is still the president officially. So we'll have to see that how Mr. Trump will de-escalate the situation for this ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine for last more than 2 years. And he has made it his priority to end conflict in both Russia, Ukraine, as well as in the Middle East. But so far, the attacks have intensified in both the cases. Here, we have seen that Ukraine launching maximum drone attack in a day. 34 drones has been told towards the direction of Moscow. Russia says that it thwarted most of the attempts, but it looks like that the U.S. administration under Trump will have to take some big and major decisions in order to contain this war.
Well, that's all the time that we have on the show, but news continues on the top of the hour.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
in the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, only on NDTV 24/7.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global south especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence.
Sources tell NDTV Pakistan may pull out of Champions Trophy. Pakistan Cricket Board seeks advice from the Pakistan government. This as the ICC told the PCB officially that India will not travel for the Champions Trophy. Tragic news from Jammu and Kashmir. An army soldier killed in the line of duty. A young Jawan killed in action in Jammu and Kashmir's Kishtwar. 1 soldier dead, 3 soldiers injured in the Jammu and Kashmir anti-terror operation. Prime Minister Modi's big 3-kilometer-long roadshow in Ranchi. The Prime Minister leads the BJP's mega Jharkhand tribal outreach. He hits out at the Congress, says the Congress cannot stand tribals in powerful positions. The Congress hits back, says tribals are merely a vote bank for Modi's BJP. Maharashtra Congress cracks the whip on rebels. 16 rebel candidates suspended for 6 years. The race to woo women voters in Maharashtra. The Maha poll doles for women, farmers and the youth. This as the MVA vows a caste census, but the BJP counters it with a skill census. Everything is fair in love and politics, says Union Minister Milind Gadkari in an exclusive interview to NDTV. This as he takes on his friend Sharad Pawar. Gadkari like never before on NDTV. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedant Agarwal. Our lead story. Well, after India's snub, now the Pakistan Cricket Board is mulling pulling out from the Champions Trophy. So the big India-Pakistan face-off off the field. This is the Pakistan Cricket Control Board is likely to seek advice from the Pakistan government as well. This after the ICC officially informed the Pakistan Cricket Board that it will not travel for the Champions Trophy. Let me go across to my colleague Rika Roy, who broke this story first. Rika, what more details do you have? It now seems that the differences are almost irreconcilable.
Well, Vedant, there have been some quick developments this evening after ICC officially told Pakistan that India has expressed their concerns about traveling to Pakistan, and they have said that they are not going to be traveling to Pakistan for the Champions Trophy that is scheduled for now between 19th of February and 9th of March. What really has happened after that is that the Pakistan Cricket Board has said they will seek advice of the Pakistan government, what to do, what will be the next step. But I spoke to a very senior Pakistan Cricket Board official, and he says that a lot of people feel that Pakistan should be pulling out of Champions Trophy. Remember, the Pakistan are the hosts of this tournament, which features 8 nations. Now, India has been drafted into the current schedule, which was released a couple of months ago. India's matches were scheduled to be played in Lahore. Pakistan had given India the option of traveling back home after every match. The 3 cities that have been earmarked for this tournament are Lahore, Karachi, and Rawalpindi. But for now, it seems after the developments of this evening that things are pretty much up in the air. We don't know what is the fate of the tournament. Meanwhile, we've also heard this morning that Pakistan is mulling over the possibility of taking BCCI to Court of Arbitration of Sport. Whether or not the Champions Trophy happens in the given window is yet to be seen.
All right, Rika, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there, as Rika is reporting some very important developments in this big face-off between the India and Pakistan cricket boards. But moving now to some political news, well, rebels have certainly become a big headache both for the MVA and the Mahayuti, but the Congress has now cracked the whip on rebels. Remember, there are close to 80 rebels in the political fray, a record number of rebels as far as Maharashtra is concerned. The Congress has now suspended 16 rebel candidates for 6 years. My colleague Radhika Ramaswamy has more details.
There was an announcement made a few days ago by Ramesh Chennitala that they will be expelling several of the rebel candidates who stood against the official candidates of the NDA, and that is what has been done. They've now put out the list of all the rebel candidates who have been suspended for a period of 6 years. These include candidates who filed their nominations in places like Gadkari, Bhiwandi, Bandra, Mira Bhayandar. In fact, despite instructions from the party, they failed to take back their nominations, and now, of course, they stand suspended for a period of 6 years. So, Congress party not really taking these rebels lightly. And similar action was taken by Uddhav Thackeray as well. In fact, UDP Sena also suspended at least 6 of its rebel candidates. So MVA are really taking action against many of the rebel candidates, and they've also ruled out any form of friendly fight that could happen within MVA.
And moving now to the latest on the Baba Siddiqui murder probe. Well, one of the key shooters who had fled Maharashtra has now been arrested. Remember, it was a big hunt for this shooter. But what's more important is that one of the arrested accused has now confessed to the police that there is in fact a definitive link as far as this murder is concerned to the Bishnoi gang. The Mumbai police, of course, have also established a preliminary link not only to the Bishnoi gang but also to the shooters of the Salman Khan residence firing case as well. What really have the accused told the police? My colleague Anuj Raite has more details.
In a major breakthrough for the Mumbai police, the primary accused in the Baba Siddiqui shooting case, Shivkumar Gautam, has finally been caught in one of the districts, Bharuch district in Uttar Pradesh, along with 4 other associates. This operation was conducted by Mumbai police alongside a special team of Uttar Pradesh police. Sources suggest that he was intending to flee the country and leave for Nepal, and he was caught before he could initiate that travel. Now, the 4 other people who've been arrested have been arrested for helping him stay absconding. If you remember, Shivkumar Gautam has been absconding since the 12th of October, the moment this incident took place, and it's been close to a month since when the Mumbai police has been looking for him. You know, there's an extensive search operation that was being put in place across the country, mostly across the Hindi belt states from where it was expected that this man had come from. Now, firstly, he's been arrested. Secondly, we've also known that he's revealed some important things in the primary round of interrogation. He suggested that he and the other associate who has already been arrested by Mumbai police, that is Dharmaraj Kashyap, are from the same village. He's also told that he met Shubham Lonkar, who later went on to take the responsibility for this attack via a Facebook post. They both met in Pune, where this individual was working as a scrap dealer. Now, this information is going to be very crucial, as he also went on to state that Shubham Lonkar was the person who got these boys connected with Lawrence Bishnoi over Snapchat. Now, all of these details will be looked into with much detail and with much attention by the Mumbai police, as it just goes on to solidify the involvement of the Bishnoi gang in this particular matter.
And moving now to the latest from the poll battle. Well, it's now entered the manifesto gear. This, of course, is both the MVA as well as the BJP released their manifestos. And there were more similarities than differences, as women, farmers and the youth are front and center in both these key manifestos. Remember, the MVA, as promised in multiple political rallies, has vowed the caste census if it comes to power. But the BJP has countered it with a skill census bid. This, of course, is Home Minister Amit Shah launched the party's manifesto. Will there be a common manifesto for the Mahayuti? That remains to be seen, as Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge launched the MVA's manifesto. Take a look. It's manifesto versus manifesto in the battle for Maharashtra. While Union Home Minister Amit Shah released BJP's Sankalp Patra, it was Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge who did the honours for the Mahavikas Aghadi. Both alliances are keeping the youth, women and farmers front and centre. The BJP announced 2100 rupees for women per household under its flagship Majhi Ladki Behan Yojana, whereas the MVA announced 3000 rupees under the Mahalakshmi scheme. The BJP has promised waiving of loans for farmers, and the MVA has also promised a loan waiver of up to 3 lakh rupees. The BJP has vowed 25 lakh jobs by 2029, whereas the MVA says it will fill vacancies in 2.5 government jobs. The BJP has come up with a skill census for state intervention in creating more opportunities, and the MVA has vowed caste census, which has been a long-standing promise of the Congress. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge not only attacked the Prime Minister over his Lal Kitab remark, but also took on Home Minister Amit Shah. Shah in return launched an attack on the MVA, accusing them of announcing policies solely to find a place in power.
सफेद पन्ने हैं, अगर सफेद पन्ने इसमें हैं तो आप शायद इसे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन नहीं रखते, तो उसको भी बोल रहे रेड कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, बोले तो नक्सलाइट को प्रोत्साहन देने वाला। 2017 में कोविड को ये दिया, मैं भी बोलूं कोविड और मोदी जी दोनों नक्सलाइट हैं।
आज चुनाव में हमारा मुकाबला अघाड़ी से है। मैं निश्चित रूप से कहना चाहता हूं कि अघाड़ी की सारी योजनाएं सत्ता के लालच में तुष्टीकरण की है, विचारधाराओं का अपमान करने वाली है और महाराष्ट्र की संस्कृति से छल कर केवल सत्ता प्राप्ति के लिए आगे बढ़ने वाली विचारधारा है।
The Bharatiya Janata Party and the Mahavikas Aghadi both released their manifestos today. The Bharatiya Janata Party called it Sankalp Patra, whereas the Mahavikas Aghadi called it Maharashtra Nama. While the incumbent government has focused or has stressed more on creating more jobs, especially from sectors like artificial intelligence, robotics, we can see that the stress of the Mahavikas Aghadi is more on agro-centric growth, safety of women, and a more diversified growth across the state. Now, which one of these two manifestos will find more buyers on the 20th of November will only become clear on the day of the results. With camera person Mahesh, this is Anuj Raith reporting for NDTV from Mumbai.
And from Maharashtra to poll-bound Jharkhand, well, it's a race for the tribal vote. The Prime Minister led a historic 3-kilometer-long roadshow in the capital, Ranchi. This, of course, as he also hit out at the Congress over using the tribal vote. In fact, the Prime Minister said that the Congress has insulted the tribal vote multiple times over by disrespecting President Draupadi Murmu as well, and the party cannot tolerate tribals in high positions. The Congress says that, well, for the Modi BJP, tribals are merely a vote bank.
द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी के साथ कैसा व्यवहार रहा है। कांग्रेस ने आदिवासी बेटी को राष्ट्रपति चुनाव में हराने के लिए पूरा दम लगा दिया। आज भी कांग्रेस के लोग माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी का अपमान करने से बाज नहीं आते। सच्चाई यही है कि कांग्रेस और उसके साथी आदिवासी संतानों को ऊंचाई पर देख ही नहीं सकते। आप मुट्ठी भर बालू के लिए तरस रहे हैं और इनके नेता बालू की तस्करी करके करोड़ों करोड़ों रुपए कमा रहे हैं। इनके पास से नोटों के पहाड़ निकल रहे हैं।
The campaign in Jharkhand is on in the full swing, and tomorrow at 5 p.m. the first phase of campaign comes to rest, and we have a polling on 13. Now, if you listen to what Prime Minister was saying, and even Amit Shah spoke in Ranchi around 5 days back, they are primarily talking about the tribal issues. They are talking about Draupadi Murmu being insulted by Congress. They are talking about how tribal resources are being eaten away by the illegal Bangladeshi immigrants, which is being promoted and supported by the JMM and the Congress government, which is the present government of the day. And he's also talking about how the reservation quota of tribals, SC, ST and OBC can be cut off by the JMM government if they are voted to power. So what Prime Minister is basically addressing, he is actually trying to lure the tribal voters, because Jharkhand, remember, is a tribal-dominated state. Jharkhand is a state where any party, if it wishes to come to power, they cannot do it without the support of tribal voters. This BJP understands very well. They have already tested water in the last Lok Sabha polls where the BJP did not do well, especially in the tribal-dominated areas. So this time, the entire focus actually is on tribals. That's the reason why you're hearing the name of the first lady of the country, Draupadi Murmu, time and again, not only by the Prime Minister, but also by the Home Minister. So this is the BJP, this is a narrative which BJP has set as far as the Jharkhand Assembly polls is concerned. And as the campaign for the second phase begins, you'll see more of these narratives actually being played up by BJP and the top leaders of BJP.
With that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues right here on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather